Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wolf Shunned by Laurel Knight, narrated by Caitlin Davies and Aaron Shedlock. Chapter 1. Kalia. A single droplet of sweat trailed down the side of my face, working its way from my pale blonde hairline to my clenched jaw. Hands flexed on the hilts of my blunted practice swords, fingers stretching to relieve the pressure and adjust my sweaty grip. Heart pounding, breath slow and even. Across the fighting ring, 4 male opponents were just collecting themselves from the heap I'd left in my wake. Their combined scent drifted across the ring, sour with frustration. My eyes narrowed in the mid-morning sun, waiting for the last one to regain his feet. They all watched me with trepidation, perhaps hoping I was done with training for the day and they could go home to lick their wounds in peace. No such luck. Again, I growled. Emery spoke up behind me, where he remained safely outside the training area. "Kalia, don't you think they've had enough?" His voice was gentle, suggesting, not commanding. He knew better than to challenge me. I ignored him. Raising my swords over my head, I clanged them together and shouted, "Again!" A collective sigh rose from the males as they girded themselves for another attack. I brandished my swords at my sides, a feral grin curling my lips as I waited for them to approach. This time, they rushed me as one, maybe hoping they would land a blow with so many swords flying at me simultaneously. I swirled through them like a hurricane, striking and dodging, stabbing and weaving. I struck several blows that would have killed the recipient if I wielded my lightning swords. According to the rules of engagement in the training ring, they should have stayed down, but I didn't mind if they hopped back in the fray. I'd just knock them down again. One of the males apparently had enough of this humiliation. With a savage growl, he burst from his training clothes, unleashing his wolf in an embarrassing lack of control. At over twice his human size, the mass of mottled brown fur and pearly white teeth was impressive. His ears lay flat on his head and he snarled at me, slaver dribbling from his jaw as we circled each other. My other opponents ignored. The rest of the males immediately retreated to safety outside the training ring. They probably assumed I'd shift in response. It wasn't an unreasonable expectation, given that's what most wolves would do when faced with such a direct challenge. However, I wasn't in the mood to kill anyone today. My wolf remained firmly in my control. She growled in frustration, the sound vibrating in my chest. She rarely got to come out and play, and my refusal to respond to a direct challenge tortured her wild soul, especially since she'd have this pup bent and submitted, if not broken, in seconds. The wolf fainted left, tongue curling and jaws snapping as he tested my reactions. His dark eyes watched me. Mine never strayed, steadily holding his gaze as we circled. When he realized I would not shift, the wolf grew cocky, charging straight at me. I vaguely heard Emery's sharp intake of breath as I crouched, leaping and twisting mid-air to land on the massive wolf's back, just behind his head. Flinging my useless weapons to the ground, I wrapped my right arm tightly around his furry throat, using my left to tighten the grip and hold myself in position while he writhed beneath me. The wolf was stuck, my legs wrapped around the barrel of his body, and my arm was cutting off his air supply. He attempted to shake me off, bucking and snarling as he ran out of oxygen. A sudden whimper escaped his throat, and he collapsed on the ground, struggling to breathe. He whined loudly in surrender, but I held on until I was certain he passed out. When I felt the fur recede, signaling his return to human form, I released him and stepped off his naked body. He was small and pathetic once more. But luckily for him, still alive. I walked away without a backward glance as the rest of the team hopped the wooden fence to check on their fallen comrade. Once they confirmed he was still breathing, the biggest one shouted angrily, "You psycho bitch! You could have killed him!" I stooped to grab one of my practice swords, calmly wiping the flat of the blade on my leather pant leg. He should have thought of that before he shifted during a training session and challenged a stronger wolf. He's lucky I didn't kill him. "You're full of shit," he snorted. "I bet any of us could take you. You just don't want anyone to see your freak of a wolf. No wonder you spent so much time learning sword fighting. Your wolf just isn't up for the challenge of a real male. Frigid bitch." I finished collecting and cleaning my second sword, ignoring the angry snarl of my wolf. It wouldn't help anyone to give in to his goading, I reminded myself. Focusing on my control, I breathed in deeply and resolved to ignore the taunting. However, I forgot that we had an audience. A pale streak crossed my vision in the taunter's direction. Shit. The sound of fist meeting face seemed to echo in the suddenly silent training arena. "You fucking apologize, pup!" Emery shouted. Sighing, I turned just in time to see the much stronger man hit Emery with an uppercut so hard his head snapped backward, lean frame flying several feet until his unconscious body landed in the dirt. My wolf strained at my control, and I narrowly kept her within the reins as I charged the taunter, spinning behind him and knocking the bully to his knees with a swift kick. Placing one knee on his back, I scissored his neck between my swords. "There is no honor in beating a weaker foe," I hissed. "But for you, I may make an exception. It seems you have not yet learned your lesson." "He attacked me first," he choked out. The training swords were blunted, so they didn't slice his flesh to ribbons. But the pressure of the steel on his neck was still uncomfortable enough to make him rethink his position. He held perfectly still, his scent tainted with the bitter tang of fear. "He's not a challenge to you," I growled. "As you were well aware, you beat him because you could. That is a sign of weakness and cowardice, not strength. You're a pathetic excuse for a warrior." I withdrew my swords and the knee from his back, then gave him a sharp kick that sent him sprawling in the dirt. "Don't ask for my help again until you know your place." Emery was just stirring when I reached him, shaking dirt and bits of straw from his wavy brown hair. He grinned when I offered him a hand up, then winced. "Ow. He didn't break my face, did he?" He rose and stretched, his lean frame half a foot taller than my 5'7", before ducking his face closer to mine for inspection. The sweet, untainted scent of chocolate and cinnamon filled my senses, and I breathed him in with relief. I lightly ran my fingers along his narrow jaw, pressing gently as I traced the sharp curve below his ear, down to his adorably cleft chin and up the other side. "Nope, you're not broken. It'll swell up, but you'll be fine in a few hours. Thank the ancients." I brushed my hands over his wide shoulders, helping to remove the dirt from his fall. "That was stupid, by the way," I commented mildly. "You know he's much more dominant than you, even as a pup." Emery shrugged, unapologetically re-rolling his sleeves. "He shouldn't have spoken to you like that. You're doing him and his pathetic friends a favor. They're lucky you didn't kill them all. If you would not defend yourself, someone had to." His warm brown eyes met mine with a glint of mischief. "If your wolf wants to teach them a lesson, I could leave for a few minutes. By the time I get the healers and return, she should be about finished." I chuckled. As tempting as that is, it wouldn't please Alpha for me to be teaching that kind of lesson to his newest warriors. They're just young. They'll learn. Emery wrapped a lean, muscular arm around my shoulders, squeezing lightly. "You're too kind, Kalia. If it were me, I'd unleash the beast and give them all an epic beatdown. You'd only have to do it once." "As a male, I'm sure that would work well for you. As a female, I shouldn't be able to. It's bad enough that I've defeated nearly every male our age and up. Flexing on younger wolves is just cruel." Emery was thoughtful as we followed the wooded path back toward the village. "A younger wolf may be your only chance, Kali," he reminded me softly. He didn't finish the phrase, but we were both thinking it as we continued in silence. A younger wolf may be my only chance to avoid expulsion from the pack. At 19, I only had a few more months to find a mate. Wolves had to contribute to the replenishment of society, and our prime pup-bearing years were the younger ones. We didn't live long, happy lives, thanks to the beasts that stalked us at night. Something else we had to thank the ancients for. Whether we called them night stalkers, wraiths, or just creatures, they were adept at keeping us constantly on the edge of extinction. It was an unfair rule, but a rule nonetheless. If a wolf wasn't mated by their 20th birthday, they had no place in the pack. It mostly ensured we didn't waste time finding a mate, and I only knew of one time they actually enforced it. From the way things were going, I might be the second. Of course, Emery had the same issue. We were born mere minutes apart, and neither of us had mates. Not that Emery was unattractive or weak. He was tall, lean yet muscular, and objectively handsome with his sharply angled jaw, warm eyes, and lips made for kissing. He was also incredibly intelligent, if a little awkward at times. His brilliant mind was one of his finer attributes, and that was saying something. If people could choose their own mates, Emery would have been happily settled years ago. But humans didn't choose mates. Their wolves did. Emery's issue was that his wolf struggled to find a female submissive enough for him to mate, while mine was the opposite. I had yet to find a male who could force my wolf to submit. Mates were chosen when a male issued a mate challenge to a female and submitted her. The stronger the pairing, the stronger and more dominant the pups would be. Therefore, every male tried to mate the most dominant female he could handle. Fortunately, there was one small nod to the female in this archaic process. The male could force the mate challenge, but he couldn't force the mating. The female had to accept him and seal the pairing. In theory, it could be years before he earned her respect enough to mate, and he just had to wait for it. For me, the issue was bigger. I'd already been mate challenged by most of the eligible males in the pack, and my wolf defeated them all. Since I reached mating age, the only eligible male who had yet to challenge me was the pack's despicable beta, and I destroyed him thoroughly a few weeks before I turned 15. He'd spent the last 5 years ignoring me completely, clearly bitter about the ass-kicking he'd received as a pup. Since he was younger than me, he still had over a year to find a mate. Whereas I was swiftly running out of time. My thoughts turned to the upcoming clan gathering at the Blackwood Fortress. All 5 packs in our territory would come together, as they did every 5 years. It was a festival of sorts, but it served multiple purposes. One was to have a variety of games and tests of battle prowess. Another was to exchange information with all the other packs, find out what the race and their territories had been up to, and discuss any recent issues the rest of the clan should know. But the purpose that mattered the most to me was the chance to find a mate outside my pack. The clan gathering encouraged the intermingling of pack members to make stronger wolves. There was an entire arena dedicated to official challenges, and they started on the summer solstice, longest day of the year. Many held out hope of finding their mate at the event, if for no other reason than the chance to leave their own pack and live somewhere new. I suspected Emery was hoping he'd find a submissive female at the clan gathering who was closer to his own age. 15 was technically mating age, and many females were more submissive when they were young. Less dominant males tended to prey on them to secure a place in the pack, which was partially why Emery was still unmated. But they were little more than pups at that age. I couldn't imagine finding a 15-year-old attractive enough to mate, no matter how dominant his wolf could be. Emery felt the same way. I was just hoping that there was one wolf among the thousands across our territory that was dominant enough to mate me. Surely there had to be one. Chapter 2. Kalia. We were both lost in our own thoughts when we reached the village, and I swept away my melancholy to force a smile for Emery before we parted. "I'll see you later?" He nodded, brown waves of hair flopping in his eyes before he pushed them back. "Later," he agreed, grinning. With a wink, I grasped the rope ladder and began the climb to my house as Emery continued to his, one tree over. Every pack had their own method for defense against the Night Stalkers. Years ago, ours took to the trees and built a massive network of rope ladders, wooden swing bridges, and tree-hugging houses. They were comfortable enough, if a little crude and simply designed. The logistics made it impossible to use more modern materials for building, but the trade-off was a double layer of protection. The race weren't sophisticated enough to organize an attempt to chop down or climb the trees en masse. Plus, they were terrified of fire, so they couldn't use it against us either. Occasionally, one or two figured out how to climb and killed a few pack members before the guards dispatched them. But overall, we enjoyed a much better survival rate than when we lived on the ground, or so I'd been told. I'd lived my entire life among the trees. As long as we pulled up the ladders at night and didn't climb down until dawn, we were protected. Mostly. I reached the top and ducked into my home, a simple 2-story wooden house with a single room downstairs and 2 upstairs. Bypassing the cozy living area, I snatched an apple from the kitchen counter and climbed the wooden stairs that spiraled around the tree. Like most homes in our village, the house was built around a central massive tree, whose branches intersected the building at some points and served as a floor support at others. Chomping my hothouse fruit, I ducked into my room to strip off the sweaty training clothes. After a quick wash from the pitcher and bowl on my dresser, I changed into a clean set of leather pants and a fresh cotton tunic. My wild blonde hair remained in my signature collection of braids. I didn't have time to wash it right now. Given the difficulty of hauling water to the treetops, we had facilities on the ground where we could warm water for a bath. But privacy was often an issue, and they were only open during the daytime when there was work to be done. I didn't have time for luxurious baths every day, hence the basin. Fortunately, our ground facilities were mostly safe from the night stalkers. The guards did a sweep each morning to make sure there were no wraiths hiding from the sun in our buildings, and they were more interested in killing us than destroying the pane glass of our greenhouses. As we pressed our attacks outward, it became increasingly rare to find them in the morning. Very few made their way to our territory anymore. Now, we bring the fight to them. I buckled my sword belt around my hips, the twin lightning blades more for show than actual battle during the day. After descending the stairs, I crossed a series of rope and plank bridges from tree to tree. I finished my apple on the way and dropped the picked clean core in a compost bucket. I walked onto our Alpha Warren's porch, knocking on the door and waiting for his command to enter. When the call came, I opened the door and crossed to the living area. Alpha's house was twice as large as any other, but no one resented it. He was the Alpha. It was a perk of the job. Warren sat on his wooden chair, holding one of his napping twins while his mate nursed the other on the couch. His broad lips stretched into a smile when he spotted me, mahogany eyes gleaming. "How did training go this morning?" The teasing tone told me he already knew. "Those pups have a lot to learn," I answered, voice neutral. "And yet, from what I heard, you didn't teach them," he replied with a note of reproach. "They wouldn't have survived." My eyes focused studiously on my boots. "I send them to you to be taught, not coddled. It'd be good for them to fear for their lives a little. Some of those pups need to learn humility. It helps them find their place." My eyes raised of their own accord. I was accustomed to my Alpha's unusual leadership style, but this was further out than I expected. It's not a female's job to teach a male his place. "No, but it is my captain's duty to train her troops." A glint of steel flashed in his eyes. "The next time a pup challenges you like that, I expect you to put him in his place. Understood? But no buts, Kalia." The steel moved from his eyes to his voice, all traces of teasing gone. "You are my captain. You follow orders. The next time one of those pups shifts and challenges you, I order you to respond in kind. He deserves whatever is coming to him. Got it?" I swallowed hard. "Got it." "Now," he said, tone brightening, "from what I understand, there are several males we can expect to meet at the clan gathering who may be suitable matches for you, including a couple of the Alphas. I've advised all the Alphas to expect introductions, and hopefully we'll find someone that can keep up with you." In other words, Someone that can lay you flat on your back with his teeth around your throat. I shifted in discomfort, my wolf snarling quietly in my chest. Warren's sharp hearing missed nothing. It is our way, Kalia. I hope you intend to convince your new mate to return with you here. Of course, Alpha. I have no desire to go anywhere else. Good. The infant in his arms stirred, and he stood to deliver her to his mate. Let's go meet with Beta and the other captains. I'd like to discuss pack security for our journey to the clan gathering. We don't have as far to travel as some, but we will spend a lot of time on the ground. I resisted the temptation to flinch. Michael, our Beta, was the last person I wanted to spend my afternoon around. He was a cruel and disgusting excuse for a wolf. No honor at all. Unfortunately, the only one who could bring him to heel was Warren. Beta was a bastard, but he was a dominant bastard. However, as long as Warren was Alpha, he remained in control. There was one good thing about my need to find a mate outside our pack. Whoever I brought back from the clan gathering would be strong enough to dominate Beta and push him down the pack hierarchy. Who knows, he might even find a mate for himself and go to another pack. A girl can dream. If nothing else, any male able to dominate me was definitely on track for the position of Alpha, if he wasn't already in the spot. That was a comforting thought. As long as he wasn't a complete dick. Warren and I descended the ladder and trudged back down the forest path to the challenge ring, where Michael was waiting with the rest of the captains. Captain was a term the Alpha used that didn't carry any power. I suspected he chose it because it sounded organized and militant. It was a leftover term from the ancients and held no meaning for a society that lacked giant armies and war machines. But it was flattering that he applied it to me. As a female, I didn't have any sort of authority within the pack, but I played a key role in the planning and execution of raids on wraith nests. My abilities as a warrior were invaluable to the cause, and Warren made use of me like he did everyone else he called captain. Plus, I used my skills to train new generations of warriors in our tactics to combat the creatures. Michael was pacing in the training ring, agitated and breathing heavily. His short black hair stuck up wildly around his head, as if he'd been running his hands through it moments before. The large man was worked up, his muscular body tight as a wire. Just the look of him immediately got my hackles up. He was up to something. The other captains were nervous, the stink of fear coming off them in waves. As we approached, Michael's dark eyes settled on Warren with intensity. "Alpha," he shouted, "in front of these witnesses, I challenge your place in the pack." Shit. After Michael issued the challenge to Warren, things moved swiftly. One of the others immediately ran to the large brass bell hung on a post by the fence, ringing it aggressively. Pack members began streaming from the forest, crowding the 40-foot diameter ring as the opponents prepared. Their scents commingled, mixing the sharp tang of fear with the citrus scent of excitement. Emery appeared among the crowd, his warm eyes revealing the same trepidation that clutched my chest. Michael paced one side of the training area, amping himself up for the fight. Warren calmly removed his shirt and leather pants, betraying no emotions at this unprecedented move. And it was unprecedented. If nothing else, this challenge should have happened at the clan gathering just weeks away. There was a special ceremony specifically for the clan betas to challenge their alphas. The fact that Beta jumped the gun showed he was impulsive and emotional. Or perhaps unsure he'd win. If he failed now, he could plead for mercy with a smaller audience to witness his humiliation. He'd lose his position as Beta, but no one would discuss his failure among the rest of the clan, and he'd be able to find a mate and transfer to another pack to try his luck there. At the gathering, he'd have thousands of witnesses. Typically, the challenge happened at the gathering whenever possible, to grant the new alpha the respect and legitimacy of the entire clan. Clearly, Beta was not worried about legitimacy. He just wanted power. Nerves swirled in my belly. Warren was a large man, over 6.5 feet and corded with muscle. He was an even larger wolf. He'd held the position for several years, occasionally repulsing challenges. He always granted mercy when asked for, and was well respected in the pack. Michael was not as large as Warren in human form, although they were closely matched in size as wolves. But size wasn't necessarily an indicator of dominance. The size of the man didn't reflect the size of the wolf inside, nor the size of the fight in the wolf. The smallest wolf could be the most dominant in the pack, and the smallest man could shift into a wolf many times his human size. It was for this reason the Alpha Challenge existed, to make sure the strongest wolf was always responsible for protecting the pack. Michael was a powerful wolf, but no one was under the delusion he was fit to lead. He'd always been arrogant and rude. It gave me immense pleasure to destroy him when I was a girl. I still didn't know what he wanted to prove by attacking me then, but whatever it was, he failed. Even now, a note of bitterness tainted his scent when his dark, glittering eyes met mine across the ring. He bared his teeth at me in a poor excuse for a smile, looking even more feral and wild. My heart rate rose, and my wolf snarled. She sensed the unspoken challenge and wanted nothing more than to tear into him again. Apparently, she still had the taste for his blood, even after all this time. But this was not my challenge. Michael challenged Warren, the Alpha, and it was finally time to see this asshole get what was coming to him. I was actually excited, now that I thought about it. Once he got his ass handed to him by Warren and had to plead for mercy or be killed, his personality change would be a pleasure to witness. He hadn't lost a challenge since I'd taken him down as a pup, his ego outgrowing the man with every year. A smile curled my lips to think of him running away with his tail between his legs, like the worthless cur he was. One of the elders stepped into the ring, and the restless crowd grew silent. His dark brown hair was thoroughly mixed with silver, earning him immediate respect for being strong enough to live so long.
A challenge has been issued to the Alpha.
He turned to Beta, who bounced on his feet and shook his hands to loosen up.
Do you wish to follow through on this challenge to Alpha, knowing that if you succeed, you will be responsible for the safety of every pack member, and if you fail, you will lose any position you currently hold?
Yes, Beta answered simply, without his traditionally rude sarcasm. Clearly, he was attempting to be taken seriously. The elder turned to his opponent.
Alpha, do you acknowledge this challenge to your position, and understand that should you lose, you will no longer hold the position of Alpha within the pack?
I do, Warren replied, serene confidence surrounding him like a soothing cloud of power.
Very well. In front of these witnesses, you have both agreed to the terms of the Alpha Challenge. This is a wolf-only challenge. No weapons of any kind are allowed, and no help from another pack member is permitted. This fight will end when one wolf pleads for mercy, or dies.
With that, he turned and exited the training ring, closing the gate behind him. Chapter 3. Kalia. As soon as the elder left the training ring, Michael flew out of his skin, exploding into a giant midnight black wolf. He shook out his coat and growled loudly, lips curling to reveal enormous canines as he snarled, tongue lashing his teeth. Warren turned to share one last glance with his mate, giving her a confident smile before shifting. As he'd removed his clothes beforehand, his change didn't litter the training ring with scraps of clothing as Michael's had. Instead, he expanded rapidly into a medium brown wolf with a thick, lustrous coat. Unlike his calm human persona, his wolf was pleased to reply in kind to Michael's snarls, and the two wolves faced off across the training ring. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone could taste it, scent it. My own wolf rumbled in my chest, reacting to the heightened emotions of the pack. I watched the contest with concern. I knew Warren was a powerful wolf, but Beta had waited until now to challenge him. It's possible something had changed that gave him the confidence to believe he'd win. Warren and Michael circled, watching each other with glittering eyes. Michael's were almost indistinguishable in his black fur, and Warren's only slightly more visible in his brown coat. Noses twitching, they snarled and snapped, tongues tasting the air for weakness. Eventually, Michael was fed up with waiting. He charged across the ring, and the fight began. Warren eluded Michael's attempt to clamp teeth around his neck, and they continued in a series of ducking, skirting, and clawing attacks. The crowd gasped and groaned with every encounter as the massive wolves collided again and again. The two were evenly matched, and every time I thought one got the upper hand, his opponent escaped, drawing out the fight and the dizzying dance of my nerves. Typically, these challenges went on for 5 minutes. At over 10 minutes, both wolves were bloodied and tired, panting, circling each other warily as they tried to seize a break for healing. With a sudden leap, the limping Michael knocked Warren to the ground, clamping his jaws firmly around the Alpha's throat. Warren struggled to stand, but his energy was spent, his will broken. My heart pounded against my ribs at the realization he was about to concede. Eventually he stilled, issuing a low whine as he submitted clearly to our new Alpha. The crowd held their collective breath, waiting for Michael to release his opponent and be declared the victor. But his jaws remained around the brown wolf's throat, growling viciously. The sour stench of confusion and fear drifted through the assembled bodies. The former Alpha had submitted. There was no longer a need to threaten him with death. Surely he wouldn't. The elder that began the contest stepped into the ring slowly, retaining his human form but bowing his head submissively, presenting his neck.
Alpha, your opponent has submitted. Please release him and allow me to declare your victory.
Michael snarled again, dragging the brown wolf a few feet before releasing him, just to humiliate the prone wolf a little more. Dick. Our new Alpha returned to his human form and allowed the elder to declare his victory while he stood completely nude before the assembled pack. It was common for us to be naked in our human form. Changing back and forth into wolves made us very nonchalant about our human bodies and nudity. It was definitely a non-issue most of the time. But the fact that Michael was supporting an enormous erection right now was telling. And disgusting. Whether he was turned on by the violence, the power, or just the attention, it didn't matter. Any of the possible answers marked him as completely inappropriate for leadership. And we were stuck with him. There was no one nearly dominant enough to challenge him now that he'd taken down the previous Alpha. And we lacked a Beta. There would be a series of contests as the more dominant males in the pack issued challenges to claim the spot. Likely they would also wait for the clan gathering. I leapt the fence to tend to our former Alpha, who would now go by his given name again. He'd shifted back to his human form, injured, but healing rapidly thanks to his wolf genes. After checking him over to make sure he wasn't gravely injured, I caught the scent of arousal that drifted from the savage who was now our Alpha. When I turned to glare at him, he was still nude, still fully erect, and once again baring his teeth at me. Pushing back the growl of my wolf, my lip curled in disgust and I returned to tending my mentor and friend while his mate helped with his clothes. As wolves, we were used to nudity, but that didn't mean I found Michael's blatant display attractive or flattering. Fucking animal. Unfortunately, his success emboldened him. We got Warren to his feet and were helping him limp out of the arena when Michael blocked our path. His cuts were already healing, leaving smooth, if bloody, skin across his naked abdomen and drying blood trails down the V-shape of his defined Adonis belt. I refused to let my eyes drift lower.
Will he be all right?
Michael directed the question to me, not a trace of concern flavoring his overpoweringly aroused scent. Clearly he didn't care and was just asking because he knew he should. Yes, he should heal well. No more than a day. I'll make sure to integrate him into our defense plan for the trip to the clan gathering. I stared him in the face, daring him to challenge my lack of submission. He didn't take the bait. If anything, it seemed to turn him on even more, the cloying, overripe scent of his desire nearly making me gag. See that you do. I understand you're in the habit of reporting to the Alpha first thing every morning? Yes, Alpha. Very good. I'll expect to see you tomorrow. Alone. His grin was feral, and I fought down the desire to shudder. I would not show weakness in front of this beast. Yes, Alpha. I gave Warren a light tug, and we sidestepped around Michael, who turned to watch us leave with a wolfish smile. After that exchange, I was definitely taking a bath before dusk. I've never felt filthier. Chapter 4. Kalia. After I helped Warren move from the Alpha house and settle his family in a new place, I had just enough time to take a bath. I needed to wash the filth of the day from my hair and skin before the guards pulled the rope ladders back into the trees. I returned to my house, empty as usual. I should have my own place by now, but as I was yet unmated, I still lived in my childhood home with my mother. The pack didn't provide homes to unmated wolves. Just another way to force us to mate, I suppose. My father was killed by a wraith 2 years ago during a nest raid, and since then my mother had been conspicuously absent. I suspected she had taken a lover among the many widowers in our pack. Now that she had mated and borne children, the pack didn't concern itself with her love life. Must be nice. I began preparing dinner, and didn't have to wait long until the expected knock came. Emery let himself in, knowing he didn't need to wait for my response. After a quick greeting, he joined me in the kitchen, silently chopping the vegetables I'd left out and tossing them in the pan once the meat was cooked. His warm, chocolate cinnamon scent drifted with him and enveloped me with a sense of comfort. Emery started coming over most nights to keep me company when he found out my mother left me alone. It worked out for him, too, since his home life was rather hostile, given his age and lack of a mate. His parents didn't want him around and made no attempt to hide that fact. Over dinner, we chatted about the results of the Alpha Challenge and what it would mean for the pack now our Alpha was a major asshole. I told him about the exchange we had following the challenge, and concern colored his sweet scent. You don't think he'll mate challenge you? He hates you. Emery's cinnamon eyes, always so expressive, were worried. I couldn't stand for you to be mated to that prick. I don't know, I answered honestly. I hope not. I'm not sure he'd succeed, and then what? I nearly killed him when we were kids. If I killed him this time, or even if he's unable to force my wolf to submit, what happens? I'm female and about to age out. I can't become the Alpha. An Alpha who's been defeated by anyone, even in a mate challenge, is no longer Alpha. So what happens when we don't even have a beta to take over? Emery thought it over. His quick mind already leaps and bounds ahead of mine. He could follow different scenarios to their conclusion in his mind and determine the most logical course in an instant. He made for a brilliant battle strategist, but he wasn't keen on fighting. The pack mostly used his sharp mind for improving weapons and helping us strategize our attacks on the wraith nests when we found them. He tilted his head, considering. You'd either be expelled from the pack, or they'd have to make you Alpha. He stated it without emotion. It was a fact, nothing to be upset about. That was Emery. Well, that's comforting, I joked humorlessly. Is it a 50-50 shot, or more 60-40? When I saw his eyes glaze over as he calculated, I added quickly, I'm teasing. I don't really want to know odds. Are you sure? I could tell you. Yes, I'm sure. Come on. I nudged him with my shoulder. Let's clean up. After the kitchen was clean, we sat on the couch, my butt wedged comfortably between his lean legs as his long, deft fingers ran through my hair. When we were much younger, he loved to play with it, and his practice plates had turned into my signature style. He was adept at weaving my long hair into braids, and took a fair amount of pride in his handiwork. He'd tried various styles, but preferred to weave the sides of my head with small, tight braids that clung to my scalp past my ears before separating and ending in tightly woven tails. He left the top and back of my head loose. It flowed freely, and sometimes for battle, I'd pin the front section back. But otherwise, I liked to leave it the way he intended. Of course, I didn't reveal who my stylist was. Female grooming wasn't considered masculine among the males of the pack, but I loved how his simple attention made me feel loved and comforted in a way no one else did. When his fingers began to trace delicately along the flesh of my exposed neck, goosebumps rose on my skin, and I released a shuddering sigh. It wasn't long before his warm lips followed suit, gently pressing to the places he'd just touched and raising my heart rate as he distracted me from all concerns about the new alpha. I let him keep it up for a few minutes, kissing and dragging his soft lips along my neck and shoulder before I'd had enough teasing. Standing, I pulled his hand and he followed to his feet, trailing me up the stairs to my bedroom with that adorable smile that shot straight to my heart. After ensuring the rest of the house lights were off, I closed the door behind me and shoved him playfully down on the bed. Emery wasted no time in getting comfortable, pulling off his shirt before laying back on his elbows. He was irresistible, the chocolate and cinnamon scent of him mingling with a richer scent of dark cacao, evidence of his arousal. I climbed across the bed, straddling him before dropping my face to claim his mouth with mine. My wolf hummed with approval. She shouldn't approve, given that a female should find a dominant male arousing and not the other way around. And yet here we were. Perhaps it was the relationship I had with Emery, our closeness, the way we understood each other, that she approved of. Maybe she was just horny and would take what she could get. The ancients know she's not the only one who's horny. Either way, this was more about Emery and me than our wolves. My fingers tangled in his hair as we kissed, then traced the sharp edge of his jaw and further, down his neck and along his collarbone. Emery lightly stroked the curve of my breasts, bare beneath my soft cotton shirt, before running his hands down the sides of my waist to grip my hips, pressing against me with his own. Our kisses grew deeper and more frantic, my breath coming in gasps as the scent of him filled my senses and spurred my desire. We needed to stop soon, before we got too far. Emery's long fingers slid around my hips and gripped my backside, drawing a moan from deep within my chest. I pinched his lower lip between my teeth, nipping the tender flesh before swooping in with my tongue again. I ran my fingertips down his lean torso, causing shudders to course through his body, then swept my hands behind me to grasp his wrists and pull. After lacing my fingers through his, palm to palm, I pushed them up above his head, pressing his hands into the cushion of the bed while he bucked beneath me. I lifted my head to grin down at him, panting. You know the rules, mister. Above the waist only. We're trying to avoid getting kicked out of the pack, remember? Not speed the process along. Emery's face was flushed, his lips swollen from my kisses. He returned my grin with a devilish glint in his warm eyes. But you like when I grab your ass. Why would you actively stop me from doing something you enjoy? It's completely illogical. He pressed lightly against my palms, but didn't fight my hold. I suspected he enjoyed it nearly as much as I did. That's exactly why, silly boy. One of us has to remain in control, and clearly you're unable to do it. I leaned back down, planting one more kiss on his lips before I released his hands and lay down, snuggling into the perfect nook formed between his arm and chest. He sighed, wrapping his lean arms around me and pressing a soft kiss to my head before he rested his cheek in the same spot. We settled in comfortably to sleep, letting the contentment of our companionship wash away the remaining traces of arousal. We'd been playing this little game for weeks now. There wasn't a night he didn't spend in my room, our bodies tangled together in my sheets. I'd known what he wanted long before he tried anything. I could smell the desire on him, despite his best efforts to repress it. But it took him months to make his first move, lightly stroking my neck and shoulder while braiding my hair one night. It didn't take me any time at all to turn and kiss him in response. I'd heard his heart pounding, felt it against my back where I rested on his chest before the first gentle caress told me he was brave enough to take the risk. I couldn't say if he would have tried anything else without encouragement, but he didn't need to. Gentle and subtle was his way. aggressive and direct, was mine. I adored his sweet, tender demeanor as a lover. If I could choose any mate I wanted, we'd have been mated already. But I didn't have the choice. My wolf did. That was the way of the pack, and unfortunately, Emery's wolf was far too submissive to mate my beast. So I decided to enjoy his company, and his kisses, while I could. Soon enough, we'd have to give each other up. But for now, he was all mine.
Chapter 5. Emery. Kalia rested on my chest, the softness of her body comfortably pressed against mine. Her curves tucked into me neatly, our bodies a perfect fit. I could only imagine how perfectly we'd fit if we made love. I'd be willing to bet No, I needed to avoid that train of thought. I'd just managed to suppress my desire for her, and I didn't need a fresh wave of arousal to reach her nose. Callie wouldn't tease me, but she didn't need another thing to worry about. She already had plenty on her plate. The behavior of our new alpha was disturbing, to say the least. He was the only eligible male in the pack who stood a chance of winning a mate challenge against her, and even his chances weren't good. But the thought of her mated for life to that disgusting excuse for a dog was enough to get my hackles up. Not that I could do anything about it. Once again, I rued my damn submissive wolf. If only I'd been born with a stronger animal, one who could match her, mate her, this wouldn't be an issue. I wouldn't be in love with a woman I could never have. I ducked my nose to breathe her in, her sweet and spicy fragrance making my mouth water. Most females had the same smell, typically sweet, bland scents like apples and vanilla. Kalia's was stronger, like fresh pineapple and a citrus I couldn't place, mixed with cinnamon and something distinctly hot, like chili. At the clan gathering, wolves would line up by the dozens once they scented her. It was an impossible lure, the strong, fresh scent of such a fierce female. She was the rarest of flowers indeed. And right now, she was wrapped around me, her lips swollen from my kisses, her breasts... No, must think about something else. Like getting kicked out of the pack if I don't find a mate. That's enough to kill an erection, for sure. I wouldn't survive on my own. I'm not a fighter. I'm clever, highly intelligent even, but the smartest wolf couldn't kill night stalkers with brains alone. A small, weak part of me wondered what would happen if Kalia failed to find a mate at the clan gathering. Would they really kick her out because of some dumb tradition? She was the fiercest fighter, a true warrior, and an absolutely incredible wolf. Those pups taunting her this morning had no idea how lucky they were she didn't unleash her beast on them. Kali was an invaluable asset to the pack, and everyone knew it. Could they possibly go through with kicking her out just because no one was man enough to claim her? Here, with her body wrapped tightly in my arms and my senses filled with her mouth-watering fragrance, it was easy to admit why I didn't have a mate yet. I didn't want one. I didn't want anyone but Kalia, my Kali, my warrior. As long as she was still unmated, some part of me continued to hope it would work out. I knew it was illogical. I knew she would end up mated to the strongest male in the entire clan, some incredible specimen of wolf that deserved her respect. But that petty part of me quietly hoped no one would be powerful enough, that we would be expelled from the pack together, and then we could finally have each other, for however long we survived on our own. At the very least, I knew her skills and my smarts could keep us alive long enough to allow me to worship her the way she deserved. Slowly, inch by inch, until... Enough, Emery. Enjoy your moment. You don't know how many you have left. My arms constricted around Kali's relaxed body, and she nuzzled me in response. Enjoy your stolen moments with her while you can. It's far more than you deserve.
Chapter 6. Kalia.
Are you sure we should do a sweep now? We leave for the gathering in 3 days. Wouldn't it be better to wait?
Belfer, one of the captains, sounded skeptical. We gathered in our military bunker, a remnant from the ancients that held up surprisingly well in the many years since it had been built from concrete and steel. The expansive facility was concealed underground, and it housed our weapons development and strategy rooms. This particular room held a large table, around which Michael, our captains, and a number of researchers now sat. Michael glanced up at the map displayed on a glowing screen where a wraith nest was marked clearly a few miles from the village. He rubbed his dark, stubbled jaw, then directed his sharp eyes to Emery, who stood by the map, I gulped involuntarily, and my wolf snarled low and deep within my chest.
What do you think, brilliant strategist?
The comment was mild, with only a hint of his typically overbearing sarcasm. To his credit, since becoming alpha a few weeks ago, he'd toned down the assholery and attempted to learn from and listen to everyone. To say I was shocked would be an understatement. Emery glanced at me quickly before refocusing on Michael. He tucked his hair behind one ear and cleared his throat.
Well, on one hand, you'd be risking our best fighters on an unnecessary operation right before we need them for protection on the journey. If several are killed, it might mean we have to rework our travel plans.
He spoke in a rapid clip, delivering his signature analysis with only the added speed to betray his nerves. His scent remained clean and sweet, so there was no sign of genuine fear, just his usual stress from speaking in front of a crowd.
On the other hand, we shouldn't encounter any issues traveling during the day at the height of summer. When we return, we'll have to sweep the entire area, and clearing out this nest preemptively would be a solid strategy to ensure we had a clear perimeter before we leave. Wraiths tend to avoid places we've ambushed recently. We suspect they can smell or sense the deaths of their kind and believe the place to be unsafe. Therefore, this strike would grant us a solid 5-mile perimeter that is virtually uninhabitable to them. Plus, we haven't lost a warrior to the race on the last 3 strikes we've completed.
He swallowed, eyes distant as he calculated.
I would have to conclude that the reward of wiping out this nest before we leave outweighs the risk of losing too many warriors for the journey.
He ended abruptly, fingers tapping on his leg to ease his nerves. Michael stared at him gape-mouthed, as if Emery had just spoken the language of the ancients.
So, we should do it?
Emery bobbed his tousled head.
Yes, we should do it.
Good. Michael clapped his hands together.
I'm glad that's settled. Let's strike tomorrow at first light. The critters are always slower in the morning. Anything else?
He glanced around the room, his eyes landing on mine and staying there.
Good. Everyone's dismissed. Kalia, I'd like to talk with you about something.
He attempted an inviting smile. It was far better than the beastly grins he'd given me before, but I didn't trust it. Since becoming the Alpha, he was better at concealing his intentions. I was having a harder time getting a read on him. Yes, Alpha. I stayed in my seat while the rest of the captains and strategists left. Michael rose and sauntered toward my chair. I'd chosen one as far from him as I could when we entered the room. The sharp, resinous scent of his dominance reached my nose, along with a lighter citrus scent of excitement and a note of sickly sweet desire. He couldn't hide all of his emotions, it seemed. At least he was wearing pants this time.
Kalia,
he began, his deep voice rough and grating on my nerves.
I can't help feeling like we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I know you're friends with Warren, but I hope that hasn't tainted your opinion of me.
Sure, that's why I think you're an alpha asshole, I thought sarcastically. I bit my tongue to avoid saying what I thought and kept my emotions in check. I didn't want him to scent what I really thought of him. My wolf was restless. Even she disliked this situation. Not at all, Alpha. I know the rules of the pack.
Is there anything you'd like to talk to me about? I can be an excellent listener, given the opportunity. How's your mother?
He scooted in closer, his hand nearly touching mine on the table. Why was he asking me about my mother? Mom's great. She loves her job in the greenhouses. I faked a smile, mentally forcing myself to remain calm and not move my arm.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that,
he said without a trace of genuine feeling in his voice.
Well, I'd like for us to be friends. We'll be working very closely together for the betterment of the pack, and I just think it'd be better for everyone if we got along. Wouldn't you agree?
His voice grew lower, suggestive even. As he leaned closer, the trace scent of his arousal grew stronger, and he breathed in deeply, obviously scenting me. I shuddered involuntarily, and he grinned in response. This dog was so misguided. He thought I was turned on right now?
Hey, Kalia!
Emery's voice was loud and nonchalant. I glanced up to find him leaning through the doorway, an innocent expression on his handsome face.
I have those new lightning swords for you to check out, if now's a good time.
Ancients bless him. An escape. Michael growled, the sound a low rumble in his chest as his head turned slowly to glare at the intrusion. Emery straightened, swallowing hard and taking a step back. If it's not a good time, I could— No, now's fine, right, Alpha? I asked with excessive brightness in my voice. I rose from my chair and shifted away from his stench as it turned bitter with frustration. His jaw clenched for a moment, then he put on another fake smile.
Yes, we're done here. Go get your new weapons. You'll need them tomorrow for the sweep.
He grabbed my arm before I could make my escape, and added in a low voice,
Sleep well, Kalia.
When I met his eyes, they glimmered faintly with an indecipherable threat. Will do, I snapped, withdrawing my arm and retreating from the room to the safety of Emery's presence, waiting in the doorway. We walked down the hall, and I restrained the desire to grab his hand and lace my fingers through his. I craved his comfort right now. I knew my anxiety over the situation with Michael was leaking into my scent, but I was beyond controlling it at this point. Emery watched me with concern, but otherwise made no other sign that he noticed. When we reached his office, he held the door for me politely, then followed me in and closed it behind us.
I'm sorry. I was trying to come up with an excuse to stay, but I had to settle for just interrupting. I wish I could have done it sooner. Are you okay?
He reached a hand up to cut my cheek, and I leaned into his touch, relaxing as his warm, sweet scent filled my senses. Yes, I'm okay. He's trying to get on my good side, I think. But he also said something that makes me think he's watching me. We need to be more careful, Em. Technically, we haven't done anything wrong, but our situation is definitely frowned upon. If something happened to you— I couldn't finish the sentence, my worried eyes drifting to his.
I'm fine, Kali. We'll be more careful. But what did he say?
He asked about my mom, then told me to sleep well. I know it seems innocuous enough, but it was more about the way he said it. It felt like a threat. Emery got that thoughtful expression again, as he calculated the possible implications of Michael's words. Suddenly, he snapped out of it.
Well, our cover story is you're here about the new swords, so let's take care of that, shall we? May I have your old swords?
I pulled the weapons from my sides and flipped them around, presenting them handle first to Emery. He accepted the battered blades, then set them aside on a counter, before grabbing a leather-wrapped bundle nearby. When he unwrapped the new weapons, my breath caught in my throat. Emery. They're beautiful. My old lightning swords were plain, no-nonsense blades, infused with our signature weapon against the Wraiths, an internal power source that caused them to jump and crackle with energy, like lightning. These new swords were works of art. From the beautifully wrought hilts to the peaked and wickedly pointed blades, these weapons were the finest work I'd ever seen. I grabbed the hilts, testing the balance and weight, flipping and spinning the swords in my hands. Emery clearly made them specifically for me. They felt like an extension of my arms, part of my body, forming a seamless piece of weaponry. When I hit the igniter buttons, they crackled to life with energy. Except, instead of the signature blue lightning I was used to, these burned with a reddish glow. They were absolutely astounding, and I knew who I had to thank for their unique beauty. My eyes rose to Emery, who watched me with such love and longing in his warm cinnamon eyes, I nearly kissed him right there. I don't know what to say, I whispered. They are just unbelievable. So incredible. Thank you, Emery shrugged, awkward yet casual in his acceptance of the compliment. They suit you. The others weren't worthy of you. Too clumsy. These are as close as I could get to what you deserve. I pressed the buttons to shut off the energy crackling along the blades and slid them into the scabbards on my sword belt. Right now, I didn't care who walked in or what they thought. I was giving him a hug. Thank you, I said again, a hitch in my voice as I pressed my face to his warm chest. His lean arms wrapped around my shoulders tightly, and I held on as long as I could. I knew what this was. A goodbye gift. In 3 days, we traveled to the clan gathering, and then we'd both be hunting for mates. No more dinners, No more braiding, no more kissing and sleepovers. The time had come to give him up, and I just didn't know how I was going to do it. Chapter 7. Kalia. Morning arrived, cool and scented with the distinctly vibrant green of summer. The fragrance of flowers and ripening fruit drifted among the trees, wisps of fog still clinging to the deeper parts of the forest as the rising sun slowly burned off the remains of the night. I'd sent Emery home early this morning. I didn't want anyone to see him leaving my house at dawn, just in case Michael had someone watching me. With so little time left, I couldn't resist having him stay the night, but we'd be as careful as we could. We only had 2 more nights. I stroked the ornate handles of the swords he gave me yesterday, strapped to my hips over my battle gear. They were incredible. Not that I expected any less from him. He always surprised me with the way he saw the world, the care he put into things. I pushed Emery to the back of my mind. Now was not the time to wax poetic about him. The citrus scent of excitement mingled with the weaker odor of fear swirled around me. There were some younger warriors going with us on their first raid. They were excited to prove themselves against the wraiths, but having never attacked a nest before, a little fear was reasonable. It would be stupid to take our track record of defeating the Night Stalkers for granted, but everyone should have their fear in hand before battle. Once my team was loaded into their transport, I jumped in the back, slapping the side so the driver knew we were ready. I turned to face the team, sitting on their benches and leaving a narrow aisle down the length of the truck. The electric vehicle rumbled quietly to life, and we began moving. My eyes drifted across the 12 individuals that stared back at me, noting the ones whose stench of fear sharpened when I focused on them. I wasn't sure why Michael put those 4 on my team, except perhaps as a lesson to them. Or punishment to me. After I humiliated 2 of them a few weeks ago, I hadn't seen hide nor hair of these pups. They certainly weren't ready for a proper battle, and now it was my responsibility to keep their pathetic hides alive. Instinctively, I slipped into my hard-ass warrior vernacular. I know for some of you, this is your first raid. The rest of you know what I'm about to say, so feel free to fuck off and take a nap. A few chuckles. The wraiths will be tucked into their nest for the day by the time we arrive. They will not come out to allow us to kill them with the convenience of the open air. We have to enter their nest and hunt them down to the deepest, darkest parts of the cave, and they will probably leap out at you from all angles, especially above you. The fuckers like to climb the walls for some reason, even though they can't seem to figure out trees. More chuckles. I'm going to warn you now, because I don't want to hear you complaining about it when we're in there. Wraiths fucking smell like nothing you've ever experienced. Their caves are rank with rot and death, and the smell will be overpowering. Try to ignore it. Breathe through your mouth, whatever you have to do. Any noise you make, even the smallest sound, will draw them. Their hearing is sharp, so is their vision in the dark. We see relatively well in the darkness, but as far as we can tell, they see clear as day. They're also extremely fast. Be prepared for it. I slid one of my swords from its scabbard and held it up, hitting the igniter switch. A few whispered comments told me they were as impressed by Emery's gift as I was. These weapons are the best we've come up with to fight the bastards. For one, the light bothers them. They flinch away from it. Second, there's no natural light in the dark, dank nests of night stalkers. The sword provides light, and it will help you see. Just don't stare directly at it like a moron. That'll blind you to the darkness. Third, the electricity on the blade cauterizes the wound, so the fuckers can't put themselves back together. This is why you always want to cut, as opposed to stab. They can still fight with a hole through their gut. Cut off an arm, a leg, or preferably a head, and it's not going back on. The body can't do much once the head is removed, but keep an eye out for the teeth. They can still bite. When not actively in battle, try to keep the sword above your head so the wraiths don't jump on your back. Once they've sunk their fangs in you, you're good as dead. It's only a matter of time. Don't forget, you have to restrain your wolf. You'll be tempted to shift when you feel threatened, but your wolf can't kill the Night Stalkers, and you're more vulnerable without your swords. Stay in your human form. Use your weapons and your training, and don't do anything stupid. Now, you're already divided into your battle units. This is the most important part. Stay together. You are each other's best defense against being jumped from behind. Watch each other's backs, kill the fuckers, and make it home alive. Got it? Even though I'd given the other two teams permission to ignore me, they'd all listened with rapt attention. Now they stomped their feet on the floor of the transport and shouted, "Hell yeah! Kill the fuckers!" The tangy scent of excitement thickened in the air, drowning out the scent of fear and the adrenaline rush of impending battle. Our vehicle slowed, and I drew my second sword, raising them both over my head and clanging them together repeatedly. The veteran warriors knew what this was, but the newbies caught on quickly, clanging their shields with their swords, gradually getting faster and faster until we came to a complete stop. I leapt from the vehicle and ran to meet up with the rest of the raiding party, my team streaming behind me. Michael was waiting with another 36 warriors, all with swords out and ready to party. There were few that fought with 2 swords, as I did. Most preferred a small shield for protection. To me, the best defense was offense. I'd rather end up with 1 sword than a flat disc of metal that wouldn't kill shit. That was a great way to turn yourself into wraith kibble. Once everyone was assembled, Michael spoke, gesturing to a low cave entrance behind him.
"The wraiths are in here. We don't know how many for sure, at least a dozen according to our guards posted in the trees the last few nights. We also don't know how deep these caves go. If you reach any point where there's more than one path, use flares to mark your way back out. If you go over 20 minutes without seeing any wraiths or anyone else from our team, turn around and head back out. Questions?" He glanced around quickly, then clanged his sword against his shield. "Then let's kill the freaks. Kalia's team in first, then the rest as we planned."
I walked forward, not waiting for my team to follow me. When I passed Michael, I nodded in his direction but kept walking. The scent of desire swirled with his dominance and excitement for battle. The assembled wolves kept it from being overpowering, but it was still disgusting. I knew now there was no way I would avoid a mate challenge from him. He was making his attraction plenty obvious to anyone within sniffing distance. It was only a matter of time. But I didn't have time to deal with an amorous wolf right now. I had bigger monsters to slay. Chapter 8. Kalia. I stalked into the cave without hesitating. I couldn't show weakness in front of my team. When the rank odor of night stalkers reached my nose, I grimaced but resisted the urge to gag. The stench would only get worse before we were done. When I reached the back of the entrance, I turned to my team. Group 1, sweep right. Group 2, left. Then 3 down the middle after me. I ordered in a whisper. I'll lead. Keep your eyes peeled. There are at least a dozen. I eyed the newbies. If any of you lose your shit and shift, I'll kill you myself. Got it? They nodded, eyes wide with trepidation, clutching their weapons with white knuckles. I tipped my head toward the yawning mouth of blackness and led forward without another word. My ears picked up the hushed gags as the second wave of rot reached my nose. It was truly foul. Despite what I'd said in the truck, breathing through your mouth didn't help. It just made it easier to taste death. With swords raised above my shoulders, I cast a circle of reddish light around the cave. From the low movement of air, I knew this room was small. I heard a faint clatter of rocks ahead to my left. Ah, there you are, you filthy bastard. Come and get it. I moved left, sweeping my swords together to scissor off the head of the wraith who dove at me from the cave wall. Even though the buggers didn't seem to stop breeding, they didn't get any smarter. The swords crackled when they met his pale flesh, the small amount of fluids in his neck sizzling as electricity cauterized the slice. My new swords cleanly removed his head from his shoulders, and his gaunt white body dropped to the floor like a stone. I traced the rolling head by the sound. It was a peculiar noise, an undead head severed from its body, sort of a gasping hiss that was periodically interrupted when his face hit the ground as it rolled. When it stopped, I held one sword up to defend my back while I verified the location of the head in the light of the other. This was a young one, no more than 12 or 13 years. His nearly translucent skin covered a bald head with long, pointed ears and milky pale eyes. His nose was practically non-existent, reduced to slits that widened and narrowed rapidly as he scented me. Sharp, protruding needle teeth chomped desperately, as if he could sink his fangs in my flesh from sheer force of will. With a hard swing, I hammered my sword through the head, neatly slicing it in two through the jaw and burning the edges to a crisp. It still didn't kill him, but at least it would keep his head from biting anyone that came too close. I followed the sour scent of fear back to my team of pups. They had huddled together in the middle of the cave where I'd left them. The other groups and the rest of the teams had joined us, and I heard the occasional sweep of a sword through wraith flesh. These battles tended to be eerie and quiet. Both sides tried to keep the edge of surprise, so we all made as little noise as possible. "Hey," I hissed to the pup team from outside the reach of their swords, waving my own so they wouldn't freak out and attack me. "Let's go." I moved one sword closer to my face so they could see me tip my head further into the cave. Their footsteps followed me deeper, and I heard my other two groups rejoin us as the sides of the cave merged, signaling the end of this room. "2," someone whispered from my right. "1," another whispered from my left. "1," I replied. So far, we'd killed 4 of the bastards. No telling how many the other teams had taken, but there were likely more deeper in the network of caves. We walked through the narrow passageway, a foul breeze hitting my face as we spread out once again. This cave was bigger and probably had another doorway near the back. I raised my swords for light, just in time to see a pale shape drop from the ceiling. I spun out of the way and swirled around it, preparing to remove the head from behind. Then I paused, choosing to allow our newest warriors the chance to get their swords wet. It was utter chaos, but between the 4 they managed to dispatch the creature. It lost both arms before one removed the head and split it, but at least no one got bitten. We continued our slow, careful passage through the cave, waiting for the other teams to meet us when we reached the end of the room 20 minutes later. The count bumped up to 11, and we crossed into the 3rd cave. The air was distinctly fresher here, and we didn't encounter any wraiths as we crossed the room in 5 minutes. My suspicions were correct. The next room was another cave entrance. Fortunately, we hadn't stumbled across an enormously deep cave, but a cave with 2 entrances gave us 2 places to monitor. My team regrouped, and we exited into the new cave opening. I needed to determine where this cave led out, but I didn't recognize the area. I sent groups 1 and 2 back to sweep the cave, rejoin the rest of the raid party, and inform Michael that my newbies and I were going to make the trek overland to figure out where the cave led out. We crossed the threshold into bright, direct sunlight, the pups gasping the sweet, clean air of the forest to clean their senses from the filth. I breathed in deeply, but was less obvious about it than the rookies. The cave faced east, hit with morning sun and a fresh breeze. After stowing my swords, I climbed the rocks to make my way roughly back the way we'd come through the cave. Weaving through trees until I encountered a trail, the team followed quietly. They were likely still in shock after their first encounter with a wraith nest. It was rough the first time, and it never got easier. You just got used to it. A long time ago, for whatever reason, the ancients created the monsters. The ancients had an incredible society, according to the elders. Few among us could read their texts anymore, but the stories lived on, as well as a few pictures and crumbling tomes that I wasn't allowed to touch. I still remembered the image of one I'd seen as a girl. Giant shimmering buildings of steel and glass, millions upon millions of people driving cars on paved roads, flying in winged metal tubes in the sky, traveling over oceans to lands I'd never see. Because the ancients created the Night Stalkers. No one knows why, whether or not it was intentional, but at some point they developed a serum that turned ordinary humans into mindless, blood-seeking monsters. They grew impossibly large teeth, became incredibly fast and powerful, and supremely sensitive to sunlight. But the worst part? If you survived a wraith bite, you turned into one of them within several days. People suffered horrible deaths, only to be reborn as a night stalker and attack the family that was grieving over their formerly dead body. The self-inflicted disease swept through the ancients' world, and their response was to make another kind of monster. Us. For some reason, wolves seemed immune to the wraith's bite. A wolf, once bitten, did not necessarily die and become a wraith wolf, so they reasoned that wolves had a natural protection against the night stalkers, and that was the world's only chance of surviving the monsters they'd created. They gathered all the remaining humans and injected them with this new serum, creating an entirely new race of humanity. Humans that could shift into wolves to fight the Night Stalkers and remove them from the earth. Only, it didn't work. Not really. We can turn into giant wolves, heal rapidly, and live extended lives. If we don't get killed by a wraith first. But if they bite us, it's a 50-50 chance that we will still die and become a Night Stalker. Ironically, those bitten while they were in wolf form had a lower survival rate of the wraith disease, so we figured out alternative methods to fight them. However, the damage was already done. Now that everyone was half wolf, the ancients couldn't undo what they'd done. Our nature changed, and so did society. The world collapsed without enough people to keep it together, and wraiths emerged every night to add to their numbers with fresh victims. We found ways to combat them more effectively, and pockets of wolf people gathered, fighting back the wraiths to establish territories. Eventually, they started encountering each other, and established the clan, a loose alliance of 5 distinct packs named the Northern, Southern, Eastern, Western, and Central Packs, based on their location. As the Central Pack, our territory was the largest and encompassed nearly a third of the continent, formerly known as North America. We swept the outer bands of the territory regularly, but mostly stuck to the forest. The clan gathering area was the Blackwood Fortress, in the deepest part of the mountains, which had been thoroughly cleared of night stalkers. Our pack suffered mass casualties to make sure it was a safe place for all the clans to gather, and the rest were responsible for making sure their route was clear. The winters were absolutely impassable, but summers were long. We depart 2 weeks before summer solstice, and return 2 weeks after. I smelled something familiar, the steel and rubber scent of our vehicles where they'd passed recently. Sure enough, up ahead, my current path met the trail we'd driven on, leading clearly back to the mouth of the cave we'd entered. I turned to wave the team on and make sure they'd all made it, and I spotted an unwelcome sight. Michael had followed us out of the cave, and the grin on his face was absolutely feral. Chapter 9. Kalia.
"Hey, boys, you doing okay?" Michael asked, no scent of concern mingling with his excitement.
They all mumbled something to the effect of yes, and he clapped one on the back.
"Well, you survived your first raid. You're officially men. Hey, you guys run on ahead and let them know we found the exit of the cave, and we've completed the sweep."
The pups trotted off gratefully, leaving me alone with Michael. He couldn't be attempting to conceal his intentions. The surge of dominance and lust in his fragrance was overpowering. More likely he was trying to warm me up and elicit some excitement on my part before he challenged me. He fell into step with me as I quickened my stride back to safety.
"So, how'd everything go?"
"Just fine, Alpha. The team performed well, and the pups got their first blood. I trust the rest of the raid went smoothly as well?" He stepped in front of me, forcing my steps to pause as he reached out to stroke my cheek. I restrained the urge to gag.
"Yes, very smooth,"
he whispered. Jaw clenched, my hands involuntarily reached for my swords, gripping the pommels while I silently talked myself down. "Easy, Collie. Do nothing he could interpret as a challenge. He'll accept, and then you're screwed." We were nearly back to the group. I cleared my throat loudly. "Good. I'm glad to hear it. I assume they're preparing the burn now?"
"Yes, Squad 3.
"Great. I'd better go check on my team. Congrats on your first successful raid as Alpha." I grinned as I stepped around him, then trotted off to the safety of the pack. My hands shook with nerves, but at least I could breathe again. The scent of wolves post-battle was always sharp and citrusy, a fresh scent to chase away the stench of rot and decay from the wraith nest. I sucked in deep lungfuls of the welcome fragrance to clean out the scent of Michael's desire, whereas Emery's desire was like rich, dark cocoa that made my mouth water. Michael's was a cloying, overripe sweetness that verged on rot. It reminded me too much of the smell of the race and turned my stomach. I assumed the differences in fragrance were meant to be a note of compatibility, perhaps a carryover from earlier times. But now our relationships were built entirely on the mate challenge. Cloying, rot scent or not, if Michael mate challenged me and won, I was stuck with him. Forever. Chapter 10. Kalia. I rejoined my group just in time to see the pyro team exit the foul cave, trailing a stream of flammable goo. They poured the line right up to Michael, who had taken his position in front of the raid party, then stopped and handed him a lighter. Michael turned to the group, grinning broadly.
Team, today we cleared a nest and suffered 0 casualties. It's our last raid before the clan gathering, and I'm pleased with your performance. Let's burn these bastards and get on with the party.
With that, he ignited the small flame and touched it to the incendiary gel, sending a whoosh of fire toward the cave that disappeared into the dark. Suddenly, the puddles they'd left inside caught fire, and a burst of flame shot out of the cave opening. The assembled team cheered and patted each other on the backs while the writhing undead remains of the race inside the cave slowly burned to ashes. The only way we found to truly dispose of the creatures was to burn them. No matter how small the pieces were, previous generations found they could put themselves back together given enough time. The cauterization from our lightning swords prevented the flesh from reassembling, but it still didn't kill the monsters for good. A thorough burning was the only way. Once the flames died down enough we knew they wouldn't spread to the nearby foliage, we packed up our trucks and headed back to the village. Now that we were past the battle, the pups were chatting with animation, reliving their victory over the one pathetic wraith it took all 4 of them to kill. I shook my head. Pups were all the same. A few more months and these would be hardened warriors, ready to mate. I'd seen it so many times over the past few years I knew the process in and out. They were barely past their 15th birthday, but they were already fully grown. Physically, anyway. Emotionally and mentally, however, was another story. Most reached their emotional maturity between 17 and 18, hence why technically mateable 15-year-old females were less dominant and easier prey to older, submissive males. It wasn't often a big difference, and no submissive male was winning a dominant female, no matter what age she was. Those with powerful dominance had it early. I began destroying my opponents in play battles long before I reached double digits, and my strength has only grown. But it was a tiny advantage, and submissive males like Emery needed every edge they could get. My breath hitched to think of Emery mate challenging anyone. I didn't want him to get kicked out of the pack, but the idea of him thinking of another female that way. My wolf snarled, and it curled my lips in an ironic grin. Given his submissive nature, she shouldn't want him at all. In fact, he should repulse her. She shouldn't even consider him, period. He was beneath her notice. And yet, her instincts mirrored my own on this. Emery belonged to us. We were going to lose him, and we could do absolutely nothing about it. I thought I'd made my peace with it, but the closer we came to the clan gathering and the moment he'd be out of my grasp forever, the harder it tore at my heart. Emery was all I had. When our transport rumbled into the village, there would be a crowd gathered to welcome us back, but not to welcome me. They respected me as a warrior, as a trainer of warriors, but that was it. Michael was hardly the only one who had treated me like a pariah in the pack. Every male I'd bested in a mate challenge, or as a pup before I was even of age, treated me with absolute disdain. Most of the males who'd never challenged me just treated me with a level of indifference, or ignored me outright. The only exception, really, was Warren, our former alpha. We'd never fought a mate challenge. He was a couple years older than me and had already chosen a mate when I came of age. The males clearly took issue with my dominance over them, and that was a source of their dislike. Females were more interesting. At first I'd had friends, other girls who supported me and were cheerleaders for my growth and development. Then, one by one, they turned against me. Some when I defeated a male they were crushing on during play, others when they became mated to a male I'd already dominated, perhaps out of loyalty to their new mate. For the last several years, I'd had only Emery and my mom. My father had also treated me with a level of disgust, as if he didn't want to own his role in bringing such a dominant female, a freak of nature, into the world. Instead of being proud of a powerful daughter, he was ashamed of having a daughter who was far more dominant than he could ever be. My mother was moderately supportive, but once my father was killed by a wraith, I just stopped seeing her. I didn't know if she avoided me on purpose, or couldn't be bothered to make time to see me. Either way, the only person in my life for the last couple of years was Emery, and in a few short days, he would belong to someone else. The truck slowed and I hopped out, my team following suit and running to greet their loved ones. My eyes scanned the assembled crowd, landing immediately on the tousled chocolate hair and cinnamon eyes of the only person in the world who loved me. Emery's tense face softened into his adorable smile, and he met me halfway to wrap me in a warm hug.
"Congratulations on another successful raid, Kali,"
he murmured. I bit my lip, a reminder to myself that people were watching, and pulled back. "Thank you. It went well. The cave has a second entrance. We should mark that on the map before we forget." Emery's eyes flashed with curiosity.
"Really? How interesting. That wasn't on our maps at all. Let's go to the bunker and you can show me where it is."
Chapter 11. Emery. I wasn't nervous. I knew Kali would make it back safely. She was the best warrior in the pack, and I had no doubts about her abilities. I had some reservations about the pups that were with her and their ability to protect her back, but she didn't really need them. She could defend herself and the pups without breaking a sweat. Even so, the trepidation coiled in my chest as I waited with the assembled crowd. It would be horribly ironic for her to die in the jaws of a wraith. The most dominant female, the strongest warrior I'd ever met, that anyone had ever met, dead because no one could protect her as well as she could defend them. When Kali hopped off the transport, wild hair blowing in the fruit-scented breeze and the braids my fingers had woven framing her face, my heart expanded rapidly. The scene was like slow motion as my eyes took in every detail, committing the movement of every golden strand to memory. Kali's sharp blue eyes landed on me, and her smile shone like the sun through clouds. This was the last time she'd come back from a raid in search for me. The next time, she'd be fighting alongside her new mate, a warrior like herself, and they'd descend the truck together and go back to their new house to make love in the post-battle haze. Kali had reached me while my mind was uselessly playing out the inevitable future. Her powerful arms wrapped around my torso, face pressed to my chest as I hugged her back, drowning in her wild, spicy, sweet fragrance. I needed to say something. I cleared my throat. "Congratulations on another successful raid, Kali," I choked out. She pulled away, leaving a cold spot on my heart that had been warm a moment before. "Thank you, it went well. The cave has a second entrance. We should mark that on the map before we forget." My brain jumped to analytical mode immediately. "Really? How interesting. That wasn't on our maps at all. Let's go to the bunker and you can show me where it is." We walked to the hidden door, discussing the raid and possible implications of the two-entranced cave. I didn't think it would make a big difference. We knew wraiths avoided places that we'd burned for quite a while. It could have a potential tactical use for us in the future, but other than that, it wasn't important. So I didn't really understand what Kali was after until she ducked into my office. I followed her, confused. "But the map isn't here, it's in the other..." As soon as the door closed behind me, she jumped. I barely managed to grab her thighs when she wrapped them around my waist and slammed me back into the door. Her arms tightened around my neck, and her mouth landed on mine, hot and insistent. As much as I enjoyed this surprise, I wasn't the strongest man, and she was wearing full battle gear. I knew I couldn't hold her this way for much longer, but I certainly didn't want to let her go. Stumbling forward, I angled a few steps to the right to land her butt on my work counter and relieve my shaking arms. She growled deep in her throat, tightening her grip and kissing me with more ferocity. Enveloped in her sweet and spicy fragrance, I couldn't have done a calculation if I wanted to. My mind was completely occupied with Kali, just one of the things I loved about her. She was the only one who could quiet my overactive brain. All I knew in this moment was the taste of her kisses, the feel of her body through the hard yet pliable armor, and the scent of her invading my senses. Eventually she pulled back, face beautifully flushed and wearing a sheepish expression. "Sorry, I was just thinking that we only have 2 more days and I got really pissed off at the unfairness of it all. Being forced to mate on a timeline, not having any choice in who my wolf chooses, it's all such bullshit." I swallowed hard, squeezing her shoulder before I backed away to a safe distance. I knew what I wanted to say, that I agreed with her, that we should just declare ourselves mates and dare them to kick us out. Worst case scenario, we still had each other. But I couldn't do that to her. If I suggested it, she might actually agree, and I'd be dooming her to an impossibly hard and short life. She deserved better than that. So instead I said, "It's for our own good, Kali. To make the pack stronger, you should be mated to a wolf strong enough to mate you. It's the only way to find someone that could possibly deserve you." "And why don't I get a say in this whole thing?" she fumed. "Why does everyone get to decide what I deserve, except for me? Why don't I get a choice?" "There's no point in asking questions that can't be answered, Kali. It's just the way it is. My wolf isn't strong enough for you. I'm not enough for you." My eyes dropped to my feet, fingers tapping on my leg. Hey, don't say that." Kali jumped from the counter and stepped in front of me, her finger pressing my chin up until I met her sharp, sky-blue eyes. "You are the strongest man I know, in your way. There's more than one way to be strong, Emery." The smile that crossed my face was small, but I tried to keep it from being too sad. Perhaps. But in this world, there's only one kind of strength that matters, and it's not mine. "Well, I don't think so," she argued softly. "Your strength is beautiful to me. You are beautiful to me." Her eyes remained locked on mine as her face drifted closer. I instinctively bent lower to meet her. Her breath was warm on my face, and I breathed her in, preparing to press my lips to hers when a loud knock sounded at the door.
Chapter 12. Kalia. Emery and I had just enough time to assume innocent positions before Michael walked in. However, there was nothing we could do about the emotionally charged scents that were flying around just seconds before. Michael inhaled deeply, tasting the atmosphere, and grinned evilly when his knowing eyes landed on mine.
"Kalia, are you finished showing Emery where the cave entrance is?"
The suggestive way he said it left no doubt as to his implied meaning. Emery didn't help matters, flushing scarlet when he understood. "Yes, we're finished. Did you need something, Alpha?" I kept my demeanor calm, forcing my internal rage to remain concealed. His bitter dominance swirled through my nostrils, and Emery cringed slightly, backing away a few steps. Asserting himself over Emery was unnecessary and only made me despise him more. A true alpha didn't need to assert his dominance. The pack followed naturally. He could only be doing it to shame my friend, or to force me to recognize him as a better option for a mate. Either way, he was unsuccessful. Michael ran a hand through his short midnight hair.
"Yes, I'd like to go over plans for our departure tomorrow with you and the rest of my captains."
He glanced sideways at Emery, who was still maintaining his distance, and smirked.
"They're all waiting in the conference room."
"Very well. Let's go," I said, then shot a small smile to Emery before heading out the door. The night before we were scheduled to depart, Emery and I didn't sleep. We didn't cross any lines that would get us kicked out of the pack, but I just couldn't bring myself to give up my last few hours with him for something as boring as sleep. There'd be plenty of time to sleep in the future, when I'd be mated to some alpha asshole who only cared about fighting and fucking. In that order. I knew I'd never find someone with a mind as amazing as Emery's. We lay comfortably, he on his back and I snuggled in his nook, and I listened to him, He talked about the ancients, their societies and their inventions. We hadn't lost all of their technology. We still had electric trucks and some basic things like lights, plus a few things we'd invented, like the lightning swords. But the world he described was just so hard to imagine. They had vast grids of electricity, powered by huge nuclear factories where they split atoms to provide power to millions upon millions of people. Our electricity completely depended on solar power. We had a small bank of meticulously maintained batteries to store it, but if we went more than a few days without sun, we had to conserve energy. Even our trucks ran on solar power, with large panels topping each vehicle to catch the energy as they drove. Our lights were carefully constructed tubes of hand-blown glass with scant wiring. Our ancestors had stockpiled as many resources as they could find, including metals, ancient tech, and instruction books for creating these things. We couldn't replicate a lot of it, but for some we'd found a passable workaround. Sometimes we'd send scouting parties to scavenge more in the crumbling remains of ancient cities. They were mostly overtaken by the wilderness now, but some places, especially in the plains, were easier to salvage. The risk was high, however. Night Stalkers love the ruins of the ancient world. Emery theorized that they remembered some aspects of that society, since many of them had been around since that time. Most warriors saw the scavenging parties as the ultimate chance to prove their skill in battle. Emery, of course, dove into the books as soon as he saw them. He learned to read the ancients' language, and now had a vast wealth of knowledge about how they lived. He was one of the few allowed to touch the ancient crumbling texts. "But I still don't understand," I interrupted. "How did they get such huge contraptions into the air?" Emery chuckled, toying with a strand of my hair. "It's physics, Collie. Velocity plus surface area creates lift. Aircraft had these great big wings and very powerful engines, compared to the relative weight of the craft. Think about birds, how big their wings are compared to their little bodies. It's not exactly the same, since they flap their wings to gain lift, but you can kind of imagine how it'd work. Think about a hawk, soaring high above, wheeling and diving. You've seen them flying without flapping for a while, right?" "Yeah," I said doubtfully. "So they are riding air currents. They catch a breeze that pushes them along, combined with the surface area of all those feathers on their wings. They fly." "I still don't get how it works, but I know you do, so I'll just take your word for it." I pressed a kiss to his bare chest, and his arm squeezed me in response. "Do you think we'll ever have a society like that again?" I was curious what he thought. I knew my thoughts, but he was far better able to weigh the odds. "As long as the race exists, I don't think so," he replied softly. "As much as we like to pretend they are mindless animals, they are still somewhat human, and as such are smarter than the average bear or lion. We can't outsmart them forever." "We outsmart them," I contradicted, surprised at his melancholy. "We raid their nests, and we've put our houses in the trees. They can't reach us here." "But they do reach us here, Collie. We get a Night Stalker alarm at least twice a month. Until now, we've been fortunate that it's only been one or two isolated wraiths that figure it out simultaneously. It's only a matter of time until an entire group of them come together and start climbing. As for the nests, have you noticed that they're getting smaller?" "Yes, that just means their numbers are diminishing. We're succeeding in killing them off." "No, I don't think so," he whispered. "I think they're getting smarter. They stay in smaller groups so our attacks are less successful. They are testing our responses, our defenses. Why do you think they don't resettle a cave once we've burnt it?" "Because they can smell the death of their kind there," I answered automatically. "They live surrounded by the smell of death, Collie. You know what those nests smell like. Do you think there's a worse odor in the world?" He paused, knowing I couldn't contradict him. "It's because they know we've found that cave, and it's not safe. That shows intelligence, something our kind are unwilling to give them credit for. We underestimate them, and it will be our downfall." I was silent as I considered the implications of what he said. "But why haven't you said this to Alpha, to the other captains? We need to know how to fight them. If they're getting smarter, we need to as well." Emery's voice was low when he replied, "I have told Alpha, Collie.
I told the former Alpha, and I told our new Alpha. Neither of them wanted to hear it. They don't want to consider that what's working right now will not work in the future. He sighed. I suppose it's our nature. We live short lives, and are very short-sighted as a result. And I can't tell you how long it'll take for the race to surprise us. It might be 6 months, or a year, or 10 years, but I promise you, at some point, they are going to organize, and when that happens, they will overwhelm us. They are far more numerous than wolves, by dozens to one. I was quiet for a longer period this time, thinking it over. Then perhaps we need to tell someone else. Who else is there to tell? No one is going to supersede the Alpha. Well, I swallowed hard. When Warren was Alpha, he talked about introducing me to the other Alphas. I stumbled over the words, the implication. Maybe we can talk to some of them. Perhaps they'll listen. Doubtful, but we could try. What if I ended up mated to one of them? One of the other Alphas? Emery's chest stilled for a moment as he held his breath, then let it out. That is a likely scenario, he admitted. You're probably more dominant than our Alpha. I doubt there will be anyone who can match you without being the Alpha in their pack. His breath hitched, and he added, Not that they'd deserve you, but it is what it is. Emery, I whispered, do you think, if I switched packs, do you think it would be better or worse for us to be in the same one? It would probably be best for us to be in different packs, he replied gently. I know once we're both mated to other people, we should no longer feel this way. But I don't see how that's possible. I think it would be easier for both of us if we didn't have to see each other all the time. Don't you? You're right, I sighed. I tried to contain the emotion threatening to overtake me, but some of it still leaked out in the form of a single tear. It escaped my eye and dripped onto his bare chest. I knew he felt it. His sweet cinnamon chocolate scent became tainted with concern and sadness. I allowed my emotions to release and mingle with my scent, so he'd know he wasn't alone. When the change reached his nose, he breathed in deeply and squeezed me hard to his chest in response, but didn't say another word. There was nothing left to say. Chapter 13. Kalia. Halt! My command passed along the chain of warriors, traveling down the long line of transports that rumbled to a stop behind me. My eyes rose to the sky. We still had at least 2 hours of travel at the convoy pace, and the darkness would be upon us soon. And with the darkness came the race. We didn't have time for these delays. I hopped off my 2-wheeled cycle and heard the team behind me do the same. We approached the felled tree with light caution. Race only came out at night, but they weren't interested in trees. The animals only cared about one thing: blood. For generations, they had left our gardens, our facilities, anything that was vacant, alone. We occasionally found 1 or 2 hiding from the sun inside a bunker, but they didn't touch or destroy anything. They were only interested in sniffing out fresh blood and avoiding light. So who was cutting these trees to slow us down, and why? This tree was just like the others. It hadn't blown over or snapped. There were clear marks showing that someone, or something, had cut into the tree enough to break it. It wasn't clear axe cuts. I couldn't tell what exactly had made the damage. But I knew it was definitely not random. The tree was far too big for people to move, just as the others had been. My team got to work chopping it into sections that were more easily moved, and several groups of warriors came up to help. My mind darted back to Emery, what he said about the Night Stalkers. That shows intelligence, something our kind are unwilling to give them credit for. We underestimate them, and it will be our downfall. If this was the race, what were they doing? The only thing they want, the only thing they need, is blood. We've swept this trail completely in the last month. These trees weren't here. Between the last sweep and now, they've felled dozens of trees on this path to slow us down. Clearly, they're trying to keep us from reaching the outpost before dusk.
They aim to ambush us on this road. All of our outposts are at intervals we can travel in one day with the entire pack. We keep them manned, swapping out the guard on regular rotations. In the dead of winter, it's a tight journey by solar cycle, but it can be done. In the height of summer, we have more than enough daylight to make the trip with the convoy, which moves slower. Now, thanks to the felled trees, we were in danger of not making it before dark. I didn't want to think of the implications of this level of planning. They knew we'd be traveling through here with the pack this month. That meant they figured out this happened every 5 years, remembered it from 5 years before and the interval before that. That's an incredible amount of planning. We were absolutely underestimating the Night Stalkers. Michael approached me from the convoy. I smelled his particular mix of dominance and confusion before I heard him.
"Another one?" he growled.
"Alpha, this isn't accidental. We're falling too far behind schedule."
"Agreed." He rubbed his dark, stubbled jaw thoughtfully. "What should we do?"
"I volunteer to lead 2 teams to the outpost. We can use solar cycles and pull them over or around trees. We can reach the outpost within the hour and get help to remove trees from that side. We should pull all warriors from the rear and start sending teams ahead to work on trees before the convoy reaches them. No Night Stalkers are going to attack the tail of the convoy while the sun is still up, but we're running out of daylight."
Michael's dark eyes narrowed as he thought it through. "Okay, make it happen. Take the teams that are working the tree now. They'll appreciate the break. I'll send up the rear guard to finish this tree and move ahead."
"Yes, Alpha." We packed up and guided our cycles around the stump of the fallen tree. I refused to look back. The best way to protect my pack, to protect Emery, was to get help. I hated to be proven right, but there was no way to deny it. There were nearly a dozen more trees between us and the outpost. When the warriors at the outpost spotted us, they came out to greet the convoy, only to become confused when no trucks rumbled into view. "Galen!" I shouted. He was the captain currently in charge of the outpost, and he came running with the rest of the guard.
"Kalia, great to see you. We were starting to worry. But where's the rest of the pack?"
"There are dozens of felled trees on the road, and we've fallen behind schedule removing them. No time for more explanations. Gather everyone. We're going to start on the trees from this side and clear the road, hopefully in enough time for the convoy to get here. Send every solar cycle you have with me. We'll jump ahead a few. Bring the rest of your teams in a truck and step on it." Galen nodded and turned, shouting orders. I glanced up at the falling sun, saying a silent prayer to the ancients that we can clear the road in time. I dropped Galen's teams at the 3rd and 4th tree away from the outpost, then led my teams to the 6th and got to work. By the time we cleared a route big enough for the convoy, the sun was less than an hour from setting, and the pain of my aching body was nothing compared to my pounding heart. We had just mounted our bikes, still sweating and panting from removing the logs, when the first cycle from the main pack came into view. Warren rode straight for me, the remaining beams of sun glistening on his dark, sweaty skin.
"The path is clear behind us. Is it clear all the way?"
"There may be one more tree behind us, depending on how fast Galen's teams are working." He nodded, signaling to the rest of his team as they rode up behind him.
"Our work's not done yet. Let's go."
My teams turned and we all blazed as fast as the packed earth trail allowed toward the outpost. When we reached the last tree, the other team was already there, hacking from their side. No commands were necessary. Everyone hopped off their cycle and pulled an axe from the side pocket. I stopped a young warrior and sent him back to scout the convoy and let the lead know what to expect. We worked in silence, the fading light increasing the manic thumps of chopping axes. As soon as we cut a section, we rolled it off, then got right back to chopping, ignoring the pain of blisters and sore muscles. They'd heal quickly, but we couldn't get more daylight. When the sun was close to kissing the horizon, we heard the rumble of the convoy in the distance. Increasing our speed, we cut the last section and rolled it off to the side, just as the trucks rolled into view. I ran toward the lead truck, waving on the leading cycles. "Keep going. It should be clear all the way. Go as fast as you can. Go!" The driver nodded and pressed on the pedal, revving up the output of the electric engine. I waved all the trucks through, then returned to my cycle and my waiting team. We are now the rear guard. It's entirely possible we may not make it before dark. Keep your weapons ready, and your eyes open. I waited for them to take off before I took up the rear. Because that was leadership. First one in, last one out. Always. I just hoped I'd actually make it out. Chapter 14. Kalia. The shadows were stretching. We still had several miles to go, and we were out of daylight. The convoy knew what to do. As soon as they reached the outpost, they would abandon all possessions and climb immediately to the safety of the trees. The lead teams and Galen's would protect the pups and those incapable of fighting, then climb up themselves. Galen should have all the ladders out and prepared by now. He should. Thankfully, the solar energy our cycles ran on was quiet enough that we could hear a lot from the surrounding woods. The trucks were a little louder, simply because they had more metal parts that moved and creaked. We stayed far enough back that we could see the end of the convoy, but not have our hearing disrupted by the noisier machines. The woods surrounding us were quiet and still. Too still. My eyes darted around as I drove, my hair whipping behind me in the wind. The sun had set and the residual sunlight was almost gone. The shadows in the woods grew thicker, converging on the path and racing toward us, even as we sped toward the outpost and the fading light. I gasped in relief when I saw my pack pouring from the stopped trucks ahead. As soon as they were unloaded, the trucks pulled forward, parking next to each other in a clearing and away from the trees. The pack members were streaming like a swarm of ants up the dozens of ladders as we approached, warriors fanning out to protect them while they climbed. My team and I ditched our cycles by the trucks and joined the shrinking circle of warriors with weapons drawn. Sweat trickled down my neck, sticking my hair to my exposed skin and causing a minor itch I ignored. Now was not the time. I focused on slowing my heart rate and keeping my ears open. I threw a quick glance over my shoulder. The outpost was completely engulfed in shadow now, and only half the pack were up the ladders. The rest huddled around in a mass, the sharp tang of fear rising off the younger ones and mixing with the less pungent concern of the elders. I inhaled deeply, but traced no scent of death from night stalkers. Yet, the circle of warriors continued to back up slowly, closing the distance between ourselves and the rest of the pack. Their scents, sweat and toil, blood and concern were clean. No trepidation, just focus. Protecting the pack left no room for fear, and we were out in the open. We had the advantage, despite the deepening shadows. The Night Stalkers would have to approach on foot, on our turf. There would be no diving at our exposed necks from a cave wall. We were in command of this battleground. As the circle closed, we overlapped, creating 2 rings of ready and waiting warriors, while the rest of the pack continued to climb to safety among the trees. I signaled for Michael to climb, and he nodded, jaw clenched. Right now, without a beta to take his place should he die, we needed to protect him. The pack was climbing quickly. Only a few dozen more, and then we could start sending up our teams to rest. I could almost taste the dinner I smelled cooking above. The outpost typically prepared a massive meal for the pack and had it waiting when we arrived. My mouth watered as I considered a hot meal, a quick wash and fresh change of clothes, and maybe I could even sneak a moment with Emery. A shrill wail rose from the dark forest to my left, the distant keen of a wraith on the hunt. I glanced at Warren on my left and nodded to the other warrior on my right. They were here, and we were out of time. Around the circle, lightning blades flared to life, their blue blaze spreading a ring of light as the pack desperately climbed the rope ladders behind us. I hit the switches, flaring my blades up with their distinctive red glow. My lips curled into a grin, and I crouched, waiting for the first disgusting wraith to approach his ultimate death. The first sound did not come from where I expected. Instead of in front of me, the sound came from above. Low slithering and thumping noises made me jump, raising my swords to cast a glow on the threat. Knotted ropes descended from the walkways dozens of feet in the air. The pack was lining the railings, holding literal lifelines for us to safety. A quick glance back told me the last of the non-warriors were well up the ladders, nearing the top. "Warriors!" I bellowed. "At my order, grab the rope nearest you and hold on. Keep your weapon out until you're too high for a wraith to reach you. Even a bite in the ankle will make you wraith meat. Understood?" The warriors huffed their agreement, keeping their eyes on the encroaching darkness that surrounded our ring of light. When the last of the rope ladders were off the ground and the pack safely stowed above, I shouted, "Now!" And every warrior grasped the nearest rope, squeezing the knot between their feet as the pack above pulled them towards safety. I waited until they were all at least 10 feet off the ground before stowing one of my swords and mounting my own rope, my eyes never leaving the forest. I scented him before I saw him. A pale form crouched in the darkness, his milky eyes reflecting the red light from my sword as he watched. He made no move to attack, simply watched what we did with an intelligence too obvious to be overlooked. A stone settled in my belly. Emery was right, and we barely survived this test. We had to get ahead of them next time if we wanted a fighting chance. Chapter 15. Kalia. I kept my sword lit until I reached the railing, then extinguished it and accepted the hands offering me help over. I marched immediately to the outpost building. There was only one. When the pack traveled through here, we made camp on the large, bare platform built specifically for that purpose. The outpost maintained it and prepared it for the pack's arrival, but otherwise stayed in the one large house. When the Alpha was here, it was his house. The outpost guard joined the rest of the pack. I paused outside the door and swallowed thickly. I didn't want to be near Michael. I didn't want to breathe in his pungent attraction, or for that matter, his normal scent. I didn't particularly like the way he smelled when he wasn't pouring out dominance and desire. But there was no way around it. We needed to have this conversation, and we needed to have it now. I sucked in a deep breath of clean, piney air and marched in. Michael was by a low table, poring over maps and running his hand through short midnight hair as he conversed with Galen. They were discussing strategy for the rest of the trip, and I waited for him to notice I was there. It didn't take long. I knew he scented me before he saw me, because his scent changed from concern to a distinct sickly sweet swirl of desire before his eyes even landed on mine.
"Kalia, welcome. What can I do for you?"
"Alpha, may I have a word?"
"Sure," he replied. "Galen will finish this up later."
Galen nodded and left without another word. When the door closed behind him, Michael's scent took on another swirl of dominance mixed with his signature fetid desire.
"And what can I do for you, Kalia?"
Michael's grin was wolfish, even though he was clearly attempting to charm me. "Alpha, I'm concerned about the significance of the fallen trees on our path here," I began. "The sheer number of trees, the placement, which trees were felled. It all leads me to believe that the Night Stalkers have a strategy that denotes a level of intelligence we haven't previously believed they had." My mind ran over Emery's words that I had scoffed at just a day ago.
"So you think the Wraiths did this deliberately?"
"Yes, I do. The trees were not felled by wind, and they were not randomly broken. Someone cut them somehow. I don't know exactly how. I didn't recognize the tool marks, so I know axes didn't make them. But they slowed us down to the point we almost didn't make it to the outpost before dark. What would have happened if they trapped our convoy on the road?" Michael scrubbed a hand over his stubbled jaw as he thought.
"I'm not sure I agree with you, but I don't have another explanation at this point. There may not have been a huge conspiracy behind it, but perhaps—"
"I'm not saying I have all the answers," I interrupted swiftly, fighting the urge to panic. "I'm just saying that it's definitely suspicious. We need to be more on our guard, and we need to get to the bottom of what's going on here."
"Agreed," Michael said. "When we reach the Blackwood Fortress, I'll discuss it with the other Alphas and see if any of them have encountered something similar, or what they suggest. Does that suit you?"
Relief flowed through my chest. "Yes, Alpha. I think conferring with the other packs is a wise decision. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should go lay out my bedroll with the rest of the pack."
Wait, Kalia. There's something else I'd like to discuss with you, Michael began. How are things going with your teams?
My teams?
Yes. Are they giving you any difficulty?
My mind spun, trying to understand what he meant. I never really had any issues with my teams in battle or during training. When swords were out, all the warriors afforded me every due respect. After battle and training time, of course, was a different story. Once we were off the field, it was as if I didn't exist. But that wasn't relevant here. No, Alpha, I have no complaints, I replied carefully. They all listen to my commands and follow them faithfully. Everyone has held up their duties as required.
Good. That's very good. We can't have anyone showing you disrespect.
Disrespect? I felt as if he were trying to imply something, but doing it so clumsily I didn't really understand.
Yes, every wolf under your command should obey you faithfully, Michael said. Another burst of his desire swirled through the air, riddled with dominance and a uniquely heavy tang, like the scent of a wet dog. I tried not to breathe too deeply.
I have no complaints about the performance of my warriors.
He nodded. Very good. Get some rest. It'll be a long day to reach the fortress tomorrow. We'll send out scout teams first thing to determine if there are more trees to deal with on the next leg. I'd like you to lead them.
Yes, Alpha.
Sleep well, Kalia, he said in a low voice that rose the tiny hairs on my neck. It was a suggestive caress of a tone. Paired with his powerful scent, he was leaving very little room to doubt his intentions. I nodded stiffly and spun on my heel, marching back out of the building before gasping for fresh, sweet air. I made my way slowly back to the platform to search for Emery among the hundreds of pack members setting up camp. I hadn't seen my mother for the entire journey, and I had no reason to expect she'd desire my company. Sure enough, Emery was off to the side, a spot already staked out for me, my bedroll in his hands. When his gaze landed on mine, his warm, cinnamon eyes lit up. The tension in the set of his shoulders relaxed, and he waited for me to join him. We indulged in a brief hug before I set about setting up my bed, comforted by the warm, sweet scent of his presence. Even in the summer months, the temperature dropped significantly here in the mountains. However, one factor of our status as half-wolves was a high internal body temperature. We required much less protection from the elements than the ancients had, even in human form. The trappings of ancient society, like stoves and fireplaces and electric heat, helped us feel more civilized. But the truth was, we could just as easily live as wolves, full-time, and sometimes in the colder winters we'd shift for the sake of comfort. Human form had the benefit of opposable thumbs, and it was simply easier to get things done as humans. The wolf was far more exposed to infection by the Night Stalkers, and a lot less productive in general. Once our bedrolls were laid out, our space claimed, Emery and I joined the line waiting for supper being served at the opposite end of the platform. So, he began, those trees were interesting today. He was feeling me out, bringing up the subject in a way that provided me an easy out if I didn't want to talk about it. Yes, very interesting, I replied in a low voice, trying not to attract the attention of surrounding pack members. They wouldn't talk to me directly, but they certainly weren't above eavesdropping and repeating everything I said to someone else. It was definitely intentional, but I'm not sure how. The tool marks didn't look like an axe. I don't know what made them. I have some theories, Emery replied softly, gazing at the ground. Because of the attack, the outpost had fired up their floodlights. The underside of the platform, in addition to all the bridges that made up the compound, were covered with electric lights. We didn't use them often. They burned through a lot of our stored solar energy and would draw Night Stalkers as much as the light repelled them. However, it protected the bases of the trees that were part of the outpost. The race couldn't cross the glowing pool of light to climb the trees, assuming they were smart enough to figure the climb out. We were relatively safe among the branches, but given the obstructions on our way here, we were taking no chances.
The rustle of movement on the ground in the nearby inky forest reached my ears, along with a light trace of the pungent, rotting flesh smell that trailed with the race. They were out there, walking around, studying the compound, assessing our defenses for weakness. My eyes traveled along the paths and bridges, lined with the second shift of warriors. They would protect us throughout the night and rest during the trip tomorrow, to be called up if needed. Hopefully, we wouldn't need them. We shuffled along in the line and discussed the strategy for tomorrow. Emery agreed that sending out an early guard to check the road was wise. If they encountered more trees, we could send out lead teams to chop and move them, and the rest of the pack could remain at the outpost until the route was clear. I couldn't say why, but I had a feeling it was unnecessary. The trees were to keep us from getting here. If it didn't work on day one, they wouldn't bother trying the same thing again. What worried me was trying to guess what their next attempt would be. Dinner was a rich, filling stew with crusty brown bread baked in the enormous clay ovens that were now bathed in spotlights. They were too large and heavy to situate in the trees, so the outpost guard spent the day baking on the ground in the safety of daylight and hauling the bread aloft. We had stoves back in our village, simple one-burners that used electricity, but we used simpler means of cooking whenever possible to preserve the precious resource we had limited means to store. After dinner, Emery and I settled into our bedrolls and chatted quietly. I had a long day, and another to look forward to tomorrow. It was almost painful, being so close and yet unable to curl into his nook and fall asleep with my face pressed to his warm body. At least here I was still surrounded by his warm, sweet scent. Emery fell asleep quickly, the gift of being male, I supposed. With my head pillowed on one arm, I watched his peaceful face until the weight of the long day forced my eyes closed, and I slept. Chapter 16. Kalia. There were no fallen trees on the road to the Blackwood Fortress. My team rose before sunup, so we were prepared to leave as soon as the first weak rays chased the shadows from the road. After several dozen miles, we were satisfied that the road was clear and returned to the outpost. Michael was pleased to receive the news, and it surprised me to find his scent relatively pleasant. The resinous notes of his dominance were muted, providing a piney background to the curious scent of amber, spicy and lightly sweet. I didn't know what to make of me suddenly not finding his smell repulsive. He'd changed since becoming alpha, that much was clear. Where he was all power-mad asshole before, the position had calmed something in him. He was more thoughtful, took time to rein in his emotions more, considered his words more carefully, and right now wasn't swamping me with his dominance and desire. For a change, I still didn't trust it. He'd been a Class A dick since we were kids. Particularly after I beat him so badly as a pup, he took a week to heal. With our advanced regeneration, a broken bone set in hours and was completely healed in a day. The vicious little fucker wouldn't stop coming after me, despite crushed bones and broken ribs. He was in such disbelief that he lost. He almost died. After that, the only thing I scented on him was hatred and revenge, which made this recent development all the more concerning. Had becoming alpha really changed him that much? I resolved to keep my guard up, for now. The convoy rolled out an hour past dawn. We had a straight shot along the mountain trail to the fortress. The site was maintained by representatives from all 5 packs, typically members who volunteered to protect the site for a year. It was only 2 days of travel for us, but several of the packs had to travel for weeks to arrive, hopping from outpost to outpost one day at a time. The journey was far too long for them to swap out often. The gathering made it easier. The new volunteers would remain after the packs went home and wait out their replacements at the height of summer next year. The gathering site itself was a fortress, a large hill or maybe a small mountain that was leveled on top to create an area that accommodated the several thousand clan members. Surrounded on all sides by stone walls and a split river over which there was a single bridge, the gathering site was further protected by a ring of high-peaked mountains that kept their snow even in summer. A single road wound through the protective stone, the road we now traveled. Scouts would spot us before we were within a mile of the place. Our packs had cleared the Night Stalkers from the mountain range and deep into the surrounding areas. There hadn't been a wraith attack on the fortress in 3 generations. It was the safest place we had. Which led to the question about why we didn't just stay there. The winters were brutal, and there was no space to house all clan members during the winter. The temperate summer weather was manageable, pleasant even. We had temporary shelters that were not temperature-controlled, but worked with the warmer weather. The winter was long, and much darker. Plus, we were still attempting to eradicate the plague that was the race from the surface of our world. While they were still out there, breeding and eating and turning our kind, we'd never be free from the threat. So we continued to return to our pack territories, focusing on killing as many wraiths as we could, strategizing, expanding our cleared areas, patrolling, learning, and developing more effective ways to kill the bastards. I still didn't trust that the race hadn't planned any surprises ahead for us, but the ride was smooth all day, and we were nearing the end of our journey. The sun was still high in the summer sky above, hours left before dusk. My mind wandered as I leaned back on my cycle, eyes sweeping the wooded road for hazards. There had to be a more efficient way to eradicate the beasts. The combat we engaged in, cleansing one nest at a time, was not efficient. They were spreading and multiplying faster than we could kill them, just eking out an existence, barely surviving a few decades before inevitably succumbing to the overwhelming odds of the blood drinkers, was no way to live. Perhaps, when I finally found a male who could keep my wolf down, I could start over in a new pack with a new alpha who would be more open to ideas. Emery could come up with some. I swallowed hard, my eyes stinging. Emery and I couldn't end up in the same pack together. He pretty much said he didn't want us to, and I understood. My wolf snarled deep in my chest. I wasn't particularly looking forward to seeing him with another female either. Besides, the odds were the mates our wolves chose wouldn't be from the same pack anyway. We'd still see each other at gatherings, but the next would be 5 years in the future. Surely 5 years would be enough to get over him. A whoop rose from the trees ahead. The first outpost of the fortress had spotted us. The sharp sound was quickly repeated further up the road as we approached the 90-degree curve. It was the last bend in the road before the exposed straightaway that led to our protected camp. I hadn't been here since the summer before I turned 15. Even as a pup who had not reached mating age, my dominance had been a challenge to many older males. Being on the cusp of adulthood and shunned by most of my own pack, I had looked forward to the chance of making new friends, maybe even a potential mate. I spent most of my last gathering being shunned by females and fighting off combative, threatened males. It wasn't exactly the fun party I had imagined. I slowed my cycle as I turned the curve onto the straight road into Blackwood Fortress. A thick lump formed in my throat and my heart rate picked up. Abruptly, the memories of utter disappointment from my last clan gathering flooded me with angst. I had a miserable time that summer. Who was I fooling to believe that this one would be different? Another whoop sounded from the tower immediately ahead, positioned high above the long wooden drawbridge. It was down, of course. There was no danger during the day when sunlight sparkled on the snow-melt river below. It was only at dusk that the bridge was drawn, raised to prevent any stray wraiths from finding their way to our sanctuary. I tried to shake my sudden trepidation as I rolled carefully over the plank bridge. I was not the same girl, not the same wolf that came here last time. I didn't expect anyone to love me, and I wasn't here to find love. I was here to find one wolf among thousands that could hold his fucking ground against mine. Surely there was one beast strong enough out there. And love was not part of that equation.
Chapter 17. Mateo. I scented her long before my eyes could pick out individuals from the arriving pack. I had been running the trails, checking in with warriors in the towers that stood guard for the compound day and night. We were down to our last few days of service to the Blackwood Fortress, and I would not allow my troops to get lazy. This was not the time to let our guard down. I was just ascending the tower when it hit me. The wind blew in with their arrival, and along with the usual vanilla notes of females and bland musk of mid-level males, something different tickled my nose. Inhaling deeply, I tried to capture more of the tantalizing fragrance. Her dominance was deliciously pungent, smoky and hot, but tempered with the sharp, sweet notes of citrus fruit. My mouth flooded, and my wolf growled deep within my chest. This female had potential as a mate. The spice of her latent dominance was a temptation almost overpowering to my beast. She was strong, very strong. I swallowed and adjusted my suddenly tight pants before continuing my descent from the tower. I followed my nose down to the camp, trying to feign casual interest in the new arrivals while my heart thudded fiercely against my ribs. I'd been here for a year with no access to unmated females, and I was over it. I had less than a year to find a mate, and my wolf wouldn't settle for just any female. He needed a challenge. Approaching the rear of the column, I reined in my emotions. I didn't need some insecure dick to scent my dominance and take it as a challenge. My nostrils flared as I prowled past the transports. She wasn't there. Her scent continued on toward the front. Of course, no female that strong would be content to ride in a covered truck. She was a beast, a warrior. Her scent was so powerful I could practically taste her spice on my tongue, and my mouth flooded again at the thought of tasting her more intimately. Once past the last truck, I found a crew of cycle riders, and that's when I finally laid eyes on my prey. Surrounded by nearly a dozen males, she was barking orders about camp setup with hands on her hips. She was average height for a female. Every inch of her powerfully built form was curvaceous and wrapped in the leather and rubber typical of a warrior, down to her thigh-high boots. The swords on her hips were unusual. I'd never seen anyone carry two. Even without the fragrance, I couldn't have missed this female. Her long golden hair was wild, woven in braids of varying sizes on the sides and blowing freely from the top. The hair color was unusual enough, but the startling blue of her flashing eyes, combined with fine, creamy skin, was unique. Most everyone, even those from the northern pack, had a ruddy complexion with brown hair or eyes. Pale blonde hair and blue eyes were recessive genes that had been all but bred out of what remained of our society. Among the southern pack, where most everyone was dark-complected, she would stand out like a flame in the darkness. Whether she scented me or just sensed my eyes on her body, the female's eyes narrowed and landed directly on my gaze. She finished giving her orders and waited for the crowd to disperse, her knowing gaze never leaving mine. My wolf purred. Definitely a challenge. Suddenly her scent changed, the smoky spice of her dominance thickening, choking out the sweetness with a bite of chili pepper. The spice was so strong it tickled my nostrils, tempting me to sneeze while she watched me, a small smile curling one side of her lips as she waited. My eyes remained locked on hers as I inhaled deeply, nostrils flaring as I accepted the challenge. Ignoring the burn, I pulled the uncomfortable sensation deep into my lungs and was rewarded with a strong desire to cough. I tried to swallow the sensation away, but it only worsened. The female continued to stare me down, waiting for my next move. My eyes watered, and I gave in to the need to clear my throat, which led to a full-on coughing fit. She barked a laugh, then gave me a saucy wink before turning on her heel and marching away, the peppery scent of her dominance once again mixing with the citrus-sweet fragrance that was uniquely her. "You haven't seen the last of me, little warrior," I promised silently, drawing in another deep breath of her now sweeter scent before it drifted away. "I'll see you in the ring soon enough, and then we'll see just how strong that wolf of yours really is."
Chapter 18. Kalia. The first day of the clan gathering was quiet. It would be at least 2 days before the second pack arrived, and we had the run of the place until then. We were typically the first pack to arrive, followed by the southern pack, then the western, northern, and finally the eastern pack after a week or so. The Blackwood Fortress Guard set up the shelters. I hesitated to call them tents, because they were made of fabric but had hardened sides and were massively large. The long shelters housed 50 wolves, with an aisle down the center allowing for families to section off areas with curtains as they desired. There were a few smaller tents meant for one-night use only, typically reserved for the new couples that emerged from the near-constant mate challenges that began on the solstice and continued throughout the gathering. That is, if the female allowed it. I wove my way through the long tents, heading toward the smaller ones on the outer ring of the fortress. They were intentionally placed further away, for privacy. Sometimes a female could be so displeased by the wolf who mated her that she put him off for weeks, even months. Few lasted longer when every fiber of their being was driving them to complete the coupling and mate. I heard a legend of a female who'd held out for over 5 years, but I had no idea if it was true. Typically, they were so keyed up by the entire process that they went at it like literal animals as soon as they left the ring. Speaking of keyed up, my thoughts drifted to the male I'd seen when we first arrived. He was dominant. There was no doubt of that. His scent definitely stirred interest in my wolf. The notes of burning sage and sweetgrass, rich and pleasant to my senses, had her purring. When I unleashed the full force of my dominance on him, he didn't run away with his tail between his legs, which was also a good sign. I may have pushed it a bit hard, but I couldn't afford to waste my time with wannabes. If a wolf wanted to drag me into the mate challenge ring, he'd better know what he was in for. The man was as pleasant to look at as he was to breathe in. His rich, tawny complexion set off dark chocolate waves of tousled hair that curled invitingly around his ears. Piercing brown eyes under thick, straight brows never left mine when I challenged him. Full lips framed by facial hair just long enough to show he didn't like to shave, but didn't want to grow a beard either. He wore battle armor. Since he was not with us, I could only conclude he was part of the guard that had been stationed here for the last year. This told me 2 things. After the gathering, he would go home to another pack, and he was lonely. I placed him on my mental list as a contender. I'd have to see who showed up as the rest of the packs arrived, but I suspected he was the highest-ranking wolf in the fortress guard. I had scented no one remotely as dominant since we arrived yesterday. I hadn't seen him again since, but that wasn't surprising. Typically, the guard kept to themselves until the rest of the packs arrived, and they began training in their replacements, allowing them more time to swap out and take part in the festivities. When I was within a few meters of my destination, I breathed in deeply and scanned my surroundings, including the guard towers. I scented and spotted no one. Closing the distance quickly, I darted into the mate tent just as the setting sun kissed the horizon. Emery's chocolate and cinnamon scent enveloped me in contentment as soon as the flap dropped behind me. His long, lean arms wrapped around my shoulders and squeezed me to his hard chest, lips placing a kiss on the top of my head before resting his chin there. "Hey," he whispered. "How are you?" I sucked in a deep pull of his scent, my face buried in his chest and my arms tight around his hips. "Better," I murmured. "Much better now." He held me for a moment, stroking my head, which was currently devoid of its signature braids. When I moved back, he released me immediately, not realizing what I was after. I reached up and dug my fingers into his tousled brown locks, pulling his head down for a kiss that he eagerly returned once he understood. His full lips were so gentle, his kisses so sweet, I melted into him. Eventually, I stepped back for real and met his warm, starry-eyed gaze. "Come on, mister," I teased. "You have a job to do." I pulled him to the bed. It was the only furniture in the tent, although it wasn't really a bed so much as a mat on the floor. The couples who used these tents would bring their own bedrolls, but for now it was bare. Emery settled down on the mat, legs spread, and patted the space in front of him. I sat, pressing my hips against him and wiggling as if trying to get comfortable until he groaned. "Callie, come on. This is hard enough. Give me a break, will you?" I laughed devilishly, then scooted forward enough that he had room to work. His long, deft fingers dragged through my freshly washed locks, releasing the snarls until he was satisfied. I sat in complete bliss, enjoying the sensation of his delicate hands running through my hair. Eventually, he began weaving, and far too soon he was finished. His hand rubbed awkwardly on my back, and I bit back the tingling sensation in my eyes. I knew what that meant. This would not be like the last time he braided my hair, and we both knew it. There would be no kissing, no touching, no comforting sleep tucked into his warm nook. I scooted back carefully, then leaned against his chest. Lean arms wrapped around my shoulders, and Emery's face buried in the hair at my neck. Warm breaths trickling through the strands as he held back his emotions. This very situation was dangerous, and we both knew it. As innocent as it was, just braiding hair, if someone found us here, there was no denying the trouble we'd be in. There weren't technically any rules against having a romance before being mated. Some packs even allowed sex before mating, but it was severely frowned upon. Any romantic feelings that didn't lead to pups was a waste of time that could be spent breeding. Our extenuating circumstances would not grant us any leniency in the court of public opinion, and it put our chances of finding a mate in jeopardy. But I had to see him. I'd spent the better part of the last year sleeping with him nearly every night. The last 2 nights, sharing only stolen glances and sleeping apart, had been torture. Tonight, we'd sleep on our individual cots, next to each other but not touching. So I had to soak in as much of his warmth and sweet, sincere comfort as I could right now. If there were only some way I could bottle it, take a hit when I needed it, perhaps I could wean myself off of him. As it stood right now, all I could do was hope I'd be distracted enough by whichever wolf held me down in the mate challenge that I wouldn't have time to yearn for the man I couldn't have. Chapter 19. Kalia. Arms raised over my head, I clanged my training swords together and shouted, "Again!" The identical resentful looks on the faces of my opponents told me all I needed to know. They thought they were past this kind of humiliation. However, they were still pups who had a lot to learn, and it was unfortunately my job to teach them.
"Break them if you have to," Michael had commanded. "They should be unfailingly loyal to you. Until they are, I want you to hammer them into submission. Female or not, you are their commander. Command them."
And so here I was, in one of the showy training rings, once again beating the snot out of my newest recruits. They were trying new strategies now, attacking in pairs and darting away, out of the reach of my whirling swords. They were learning. I was impressed. That didn't mean they had a chance in hell, but at least they were still alive in the ring. I knew we were gaining an audience. I could sense wolves gathering around the ring, spanning the fence to my back. Since we were still waiting for the eastern pack, there wasn't much to do. The older males enjoyed taunting the pups, particularly about getting their asses handed to them by a female. Clearly these males were not from our pack, or they wouldn't have anything to say on the subject. I'd have already treated them to the same experience. I continued battling, easing my way through the motions just enough to fight them back, but not enough to slaughter them. I was supposed to be building their confidence, not destroying their morale. Despite what Michael said, I didn't want to dominate them. I just needed them to be strong enough to survive. I sensed a change in the audience behind me. The ripple of energy among the gathered wolves was palpable, their sense changing from tangy excitement to a lightly sour note of discomfort. The powerfully dominant scent of cedar and bonfire reached my nose, and my wolf rumbled low in my chest. A strong wolf I had yet to meet just joined the crowd. His dominance was so pervasive, the surrounding wolves were shrinking away in submission. I felt his eyes on my back, tracking my every move. Well, if he was here for a show, I gave up the game and took out my opponents with a few decisive sword strikes and a swift leg sweep. A loud, booming laugh rose behind me, and I pulled in a deep breath before I turned to examine my newest contender. He was big, half a foot taller than Emery's 6'2" and twice his width. Where Emery was lean, this man was bursting with muscles. I had a very clear view due to the lack of a shirt under his crossed arms. He was an enormous bear of a man, with wild caramel hair that fell around his shoulders like the mane of a long-extinct creature I'd learned about once, although the name escaped me at the moment. Some kind of giant cat. The dark golden tones of his hair continued in a full, thick beard, neatly trimmed and shaped along his jaw. Despite his intimidating size, the most powerful aspect of his person was his brilliant blue eyes. They were striking, even lighter than my own, and filled with merriment as they held my gaze.
"Well, aren't you cute?"
he teased in a rich baritone voice, tucking his hands loosely in his pant pockets, perfectly at ease.
"For a fully grown warrior to take out 4 green pups single-handedly. Very impressive."
Despite his casual posture, he wasn't fooling me. He was pressing out his dominance, the powerful fragrance forcing the surrounding crowd to shuffle further away. But he wasn't doing it for them. It didn't have the same effect on me. The smoky cedar fragrance was rich and pleasant, and my wolf wanted to play when I pulled in a lungful. I allowed my own dominance to swirl thickly around me, and I knew exactly when it hit him. His nostrils flared, and shining blue eyes widened, his grin stretching to reveal perfectly even white teeth. "Why don't you come show them how it's done?" I invited, returning his grin with my own. The pups were just dragging themselves off the ground, and I saw one eye the unknown man as if he were out of his mind. But he climbed the fence and sauntered into the ring, accepting my challenge. His dominance kept the pup from speaking, and instead the younger man's gaze darted to me. I shot him a subtle wink and gestured for him to give the contender his weapon. The large man chuckled, dragging his fingers through his wild hair and pulling it up into a bun high on the back of his head, using a strip of leather from his wrist to secure it. He continued to push his dominance, while pulling in my scent in deep, powerful lungfuls as if it were the most delicious thing he'd ever smelled. We circled, our gazes never straying from each other as we each sized up our opponent. I knew his weakness already. He assumed he was a better fighter than me because he was a male and far bigger. It was the same hubris that brought down every asshole I'd ever fought. He twisted his right hand, testing the weight of the training weapon and eyeing my matching swords.
"You get 2 weapons, and I only get 1. That's not very fair,"
he teased without losing his wide grin. I called out to the assembled crowd without dragging my eyes from my target. They'd closed the gap now that the giant was in the ring. "Oh, my bad. Will someone please get my friend a shield? He's afraid of a girl half his size with blunted training swords." I smiled viciously at him. "Or would you rather a second sword? Are you intimidated that I have more steel? I can get you another, but most people find it a hindrance. I happen to be ambidextrous, so it's not a problem for me."
"Ah, I see. Well, I need neither a shield nor a second sword, but I understand if you do."
He shrugged playfully. My eyes narrowed, and the grin turned feral, wolf snarling in my chest. He was trying to provoke me, but it wouldn't work. I spent most of my life avoiding rising to these types of occasions. He'd eventually get bored with verbal sparring, and I'd be ready. Just as I was thinking it, he darted in, swiping at me with a few sharp strokes before shuffling back, testing my response, weighing my reactions, and gauging how to best attack me. I had to hand it to him. He wasn't a basic meathead. We continued circling, he occasionally switching from a casual stance to battle, faking a forward step to force a reaction from me. I kept my cool, sizing him up and waiting patiently for him to make a move. But when he did, it wasn't from the angle I expected. Instead of charging forward with his right hand as he'd done before, he tossed the sword swiftly to his left and moved in. Since I fought with 2 swords, I only needed a minor adjustment, so his little trick had minimal effect on me. His complaints earlier made more sense now. He must throw most opponents off with that maneuver. I wasn't wrong about his style. Once he committed to the attack, he charged in like an angry bear, trying to use his size and reach to cower me. But cowering wasn't my style. I charged forward as well, at the last minute whirling along his right as he passed me and barreling into him from behind, kicking his knee out and landing behind him with his neck scissored between my blades. Kneeling man, neck scissored? What can I say? It's kind of my signature move. Instead of anger or humiliation or any number of other emotions I'd seen males display in this position, this contender did something wholly unexpected. He laughed, great booming peals of laughter ripping from his naked chest as his head tossed back. His eyes met mine behind him with pure amusement.
Okay, I concede. You win, woman.
I withdrew my swords from his neck and stepped around to offer him a hand up. The sweet caramel fragrance of joy swirled with his smoky cedar scent, and I was even more drawn to him. Definitely a contender. At least he seemed to have a pleasant sense of humor. He accepted my hand, then held on when he was on his feet.
If I may, I'd love to know the name of such a woman.
There was still a slight grin on his lips, but his cool eyes were serious. Kalia of the Central Pack, I answered, restraining the blush that threatened to rise under his penetrating gaze.
Well, Kalia, thank you for reminding me that no matter how great a warrior I might think myself, there is always a lesson to be learned.
He leaned in and whispered,
namely, not to discount a woman who wields two swords.
With a wink, he pulled back and released my hand before addressing the pups I'd been wrangling before his arrival.
Don't feel so bad about getting your asses beat, pups. Your teacher just took down the alpha of the Northern Pack. You stand to learn a lot from her if you're smart enough to listen.
He returned his gaze to me, the trace of humor back in his crystalline gaze.
My pack calls me Alpha, but you can call me Steeg. Let's do this again sometime, Kalia.
With a wink, he turned, leaping the fence and striding away as the crowd parted before him like water. Yes, definitely a contender. My wolf hummed in agreement.
Chapter 20. Rowan. That fucking age rule. I hated being forced into this. Despised it. Would beat the creators of that fucking rule to a bloody pulp if I could. I lived my life in service to the Eastern Pack. Everything I did since I was a pup was for the betterment of the pack. I took over as Alpha at 16 because the asshole who had been Alpha was a miserable dog who didn't deserve the position. There was no one better suited to lead in the pack than barely an adult me. And ever since, I'd endured the lectures about being without a mate. An Alpha needs to set the example for his pack, the elders would say. An Alpha should have a pup within his first year, and other nonsense. They wanted me to pick a fertile female and set up a fucking puppy production factory before I even knew how my own damn dick worked. So I'd ignored them, put them off, and did my best to get on with the real responsibilities of being Alpha, namely pushing back the blood-drinking monsters that wanted to kill every last one of us, but also dealing with the stupid bullshit that comes with a pack our size. I knew a mate would help me with those responsibilities. She'd handle some of the pettier crap that turned up in pack dynamics and free me up to cut some wraith throats. But I had yet to meet a female I could stand. At least, I hadn't met an available one. The ones that were mated, that were older and had squeezed out a few pups, seemed to have found some brains. The younger, available ones were pup-crazy. I blamed it on their breeding and genetics. We raised them to bring pups into the world, and that is all they cared about. At least, that's all they spoke about to me when they pranced around, pouring their weak, bland fragrance into the air, hoping to catch my attention. Females always sought a powerful male. There weren't many alphas who remained single for long. Typically, they caved to some bitch who waved their ass at the right moment, and poof, puppy time. I'd had females throwing themselves at me since I turned 15, and it only made me more disgusted with the entire sex. If I could, I'd die a bachelor. I didn't need pups, and I didn't need a female to get off. I could handle that just fine myself, and females were too much damn trouble. And so here I was, the most successful alpha in the history of the Eastern Pack, the alpha who had expanded our cleared zone twice as much as any other, who had overseen the longest period of peace in our area. And yet, less than a month from being kicked out of the fucking clan because I hadn't sunk my dick in a female yet. I had done my job as alpha and was about to get banished for it. I wandered the fortress grounds, taking comfort in my own company as I typically did. I was in too black a mood to take part in the festivities, even though it was only the first day since our arrival. My mind refused to move on to something positive or pleasant. I had a mission, and I needed to get it done. In theory, I could just grab any unmated female on Solstice, pull her into the mate challenge ring, and force her to submit. It would be easy. In theory. In reality, I couldn't bring myself to challenge a female I couldn't stand, and that left me with very few options. And I wasn't the only one in this equation. My wolf was as much of a picky bastard as me. I'd tried once to just get it over with. I chose the least aggravating female in my pack. She was quiet, submissive, attractive enough. Nothing exceptional, but nothing exceptionally annoying either. My wolf refused. I dragged her into the ring at home, and she was positively quivering with excitement. She stripped down and folded her clothes, neatly stacking them on top of her shoes before smiling at me nervously. I went through the same motions, angrily tossing my clothes on the ground and willing my wolf to emerge and put me out of my misery. The bastard refused. I stood there, naked, flaccid, and pissed off for 5 minutes before I gave up. I pulled on my pants, muttered an apology to the devastated girl, and booked it from the ring with the rest of my clothes in my arms. I hadn't tried again since, and I'm pretty sure that was the beginning of the rumors I preferred the company of men, which was ridiculous. Anyone who enjoyed their own sex more than the opposite knew it early. They typically mated and produced pups as soon as possible, just to get it out of the way. There were a few couples in my pack that had just such an arrangement. Both man and woman had their own lovers and just got the mating part done to move on with their lives. Mating wasn't about love, although for most it became that. Mating was about the survival of our species. For us, it was live and let love, as long as you produced at least 2 offspring first. But I couldn't convince my wolf of that. Now I had mere weeks to find a female my fucking wolf would approve of before I ended up out on my ass in the wilderness. That was hazardous to both our health, but the hairy bastard didn't seem to care. It was fucking bullshit. I wandered away from the chow hall, through the fields of tents toward the combat rings. Maybe there was a wolf looking for a fight, someone to put up a challenge that could take a few hits and allow me to get out the mountains of frustration rippling under my skin. As I neared the rings, I heard a cheer rise from a multitude of voices. Someone was putting on a good show and the crowd was eating it up. Sounded like my kind of challenge. I made my way into the crowd, wolves parting before me as they scented my latent dominance. I didn't need to force it. I knew my scent was pungent enough to clear the riffraff. When I made it to the front, I almost laughed. There was a line of males on the inside edge of the ring waiting for their chance to enter the combat happening a few meters away. Eager wafts of lust and desire swirled around them, mixed with a tang of excitement. Several bloodied males, some slightly broken, were crawling their way back to the safety of the fence. At the center was a large male getting his ass absolutely handed to him by a female with long, striking blonde hair. My wolf perked up when her scent reached me, the fiery dominance barely tempered by a citrus sweetness. Nothing like any female I'd ever scented, and my wolf agreed. He rumbled with interest. I watched her more closely. She was a lethal and efficient fighter, light on her feet and smart. She didn't move an inch further than she needed to, using her size and flexibility to stay close enough to throw her opponent off balance. As I watched, she maneuvered behind him and kicked him face down on the ground, crossing her twin swords to press both blades into his neck, ending the fight. After holding the stance for a few seconds, she pulled back and eyed her next opponent, dismissing the loser in the dirt as quickly as she'd dispatched him. Despite the smeared grime on her face, a sheen of sweat made her pale skin shine. She glowed with vitality and power. Fixing her lips in a vicious grin, she beat her training swords over her head and bellowed, "Next!" at the waiting male. This one was pathetic. He barely lasted 30 seconds before he was on his back with 2 swords at his neck. She was a cocky bitch, but she was a good fighter. My wolf was definitely interested, which was a good sign. Her dominance was strong, and that in itself was worth noting. If that's what it took to bring out my wolf, I'd put this bitch in her place and get back to being alpha. It shouldn't take long to put a pup in her belly, and then a second would set me free. I made a mental note to find out who she was as I walked away from the ring, allowing the crowd to surge back into the gap while they continued to enjoy the show.
Chapter 21. Kalia. The first couple days of the gathering were a blur. I spent most of my time in the training rings, either training my pups or kicking the living daylights out of males from the other packs. No matter how badly I beat them, more just kept lining up. For the most part, it was just sport. They wanted to test themselves against me. Once word got around that I'd beaten the Northern Pack's alpha in less than 2 minutes. By the time I showed up to train my troops in the morning, there'd be a line of hopefuls waiting. Most of them were far too submissive for me to consider seriously, and I dispatched them and sent them on their way. It was barely mid-morning, and there were already over a dozen waiting for their turn, joking with their buddies while their friends watched outside the ring. I had yet to fight the dark-haired male I spotted the first day, and while Steek and I had chatted briefly a few times, he had yet to mention the mate challenge ring. Yesterday, I scented a waft of potent dominance I didn't recognize while I was fighting off the submissive hordes, but he never presented himself, so I didn't have time to assess him. I'd recognize the scent when I ran into him again, however. It was a curiously pungent fragrance, and yet richly comforting. It reminded me of exotic trees we had in one of the greenhouses, eucalyptus, blended with lemongrass, sharp, resinous, and clean. My wolf had chuffed hopefully when I scented him, but soon after it appeared, the scent disappeared, and I moved on. Michael came to watch me more than once, his latent dominance mildly blending with the scent of the surrounding crowd. For once, he wasn't pressing his dominance, merely hanging out with the masses and enjoying the show. He said nothing, just watched me for a while and left. I dealt a final blow to the pup I was fighting and swiped an arm across my sweaty forehead, glancing up. It was hot today, and still before noon in the full sun of the challenge arena. The ring here was made with very fine dirt. It kicked up in billowing clouds when we fought, and I ended each day coated with it. There were plenty of bathing facilities, and I could bathe whenever I wanted, but it made me sad to wash my hair, knowing I had to braid it myself. I couldn't do my usual style without Emery's deft fingers. Emery had been busy attending strategy meetings with the other pack representatives and hunting for a submissive female in his off time. I barely saw him for a few moments in the evening when I finally dragged my weary butt into bed. Often he was already asleep, but it was comforting to see him next to me, if nothing else. My eyes dropped from the sun to the line of waiting males, and I sighed heavily. They were all fresh and eager for their chance to prove something, but it was getting old for me. Thank the ancients for our speedy regeneration, or I'd probably be dead from exhaustion by now. I held up my hand, palm out, to tell the next doomed opponent to wait, and jogged over to my pile of supplies near the side of the ring. I snatched up my water skin and squeezed a stream into my mouth, eyes closed, carelessly allowing it to splash down my throat. The scent of an unknown dominant male reached my nose casually, and I only allowed myself a millimeter smile in response. My wolf was far less subtle, rumbling deep in my chest to express her appreciation. This was a different kind of dominance than I'd scented yet, powerful, with notes of sharp pine. But there was something else, something fresh and mouth-watering, like a cool breeze that carried the tang of salt and living things. Plus a touch of something sweet, like nectarine. I opened my eyes to find the source of the delicious fragrance. A striking male with a rich walnut complexion and shining dark eyes was hanging over the wooden fence just a meter away, casually eating the fruit I'd smelled, juice dribbling down his stubbled chin. With close-cropped hair so dark brown it was nearly black, a wide nose and mischievous sparkle in his eye, he grinned at me around the nectarine. His eyes crinkled when he smiled, and a deep dimple appeared in each cheek, setting off the small beauty mark that lived directly below his high right cheekbone. He wore a loose tunic and pants, nothing special, and was definitely not dressed for combat. I could see the hint of wide, muscular shoulders and dark tattoos peeking out from the sleeves of his shirt. I'd never seen a more beautiful man. I knew it instantly. His dark eyes stared without shame, holding me in his teasing gaze while his full mouth tore at the ripe fruit. I didn't know if this was flirting where he came from, but whatever he was doing, it was working. I couldn't look away. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a crowd yet, or that could have been embarrassing. A low cough reminded me of what I was doing before I set eyes on this handsome stranger. My opponents were getting restless. Good. They weren't here for my benefit. They could wait. I sauntered over to the fence, tilting my head in an attempt to be coy. "Are you here to fight, stranger? Or do you just like to watch?" He chuckled lightly, finishing his fruit and tossing the cleaned pit away. Without pulling his gaze from mine, he ran a hand over his mouth and chin, wiping away the juice before he licked his full lips. "I'm just here for the show, beautiful. I get enough action outside of the ring. However, if you want to catch up later, come find me. Just ask for Taika at the Western Pack area." With a wink, he climbed off the fence and strolled away, leaving me ogling his backside nearly as much as I'd enjoyed at the front. Grinning, I went back to dispatching the waiting males even more viciously than before. Seemed like I'd found another contender. Chapter 22. Kalia. I knew the second he joined my observers. A ripple of discomfort echoed through the crowd, the result of a powerful dominance in a gathering of weaker wolves. I was busy dispatching the latest pretender, but I pulled in a deep breath to see if I could detect which of my contenders had graced me with his presence. The pungent fragrance of burning sage, tempered with sweetgrass, wove through the muted, earthy fragrance of mid-level males and bland sweetness of their female counterparts. I smiled despite myself. I hadn't seen him for nearly a week, and was beginning to doubt that he existed. Perhaps my travel-weary brain had imagined the tall, lean stranger with piercing eyes and the tempting fragrance. Yet when I whipped around, there he was, watching me with the barest hint of a smile on his full lips. Chocolate curls just as tousled as the last time I'd seen him, lean, muscular frame wrapped in armor with a sword at his hip. He posted inside the fence, leaning against it casually as if he'd been there for hours. The sun was nearing the horizon, warm golden rays slanting across the clearing and casting long shadows in the arena. I had 2 remaining pretenders in my queue for the day. I broke eye contact with the tempting warrior to gesture the remaining males into the ring. They glanced at each other, confused. My eyes rolled skyward. "Yes, both of you. Let's go." I glanced back at my one-man audience. Obviously, the rest of the riffraff outside the fence didn't matter to me now, and gave him a blank-faced wink before I turned to my prey. The tiny smile grew another millimeter, and he settled in for the show. The 2 males were clearly from different packs. They weren't acting like warriors who knew how to work together, and had apparently just decided to fight me individually at the same time. Idiots. The one to my right rushed me like a wild animal, despite having watched me take out at least a dozen men before him. The one to my left was watching, creeping closer, and waiting for me to get distracted so he could sneak in a hit. I matched swords with dumbass number 1 for a few hits before I landed a kick on his chest that sent him reeling while I turned to deal with dumbass number 2. He was slightly smarter, a little more cautious, but he still overcommitted and underwhelmed. By the time I'd spun behind and scissored his neck between my swords, the first one had recovered and was returning for more humiliation. I let him do a couple of pointless passes, rushing at me as I sidestepped him or spun out of the way and forced him to hit the brakes and turn around. Eventually, I got bored with the game and fought in earnest, landing a half-dozen killing blows before I ended up with my sword on his neck, and he conceded. I didn't have to turn around to know the source of the slow clap behind me. I slid my training swords into their scabbards and returned to my pile of gear for water before I allowed my gaze to return to the waiting man a few meters away. His arms were crossed over his chest now, a genuine smile on his handsome face.
"Why do you do it?"
he called. His voice had an accent I wasn't familiar with, stretching vowels and curling consonants, enticing and intriguing. I swallowed my mouthful of water before fixing him with a stare, one eyebrow raised. "Why do I do what?"
"Why do you waste your time playing with these boys?"
Shrugging, I answered, "There's not much else to do around here." He pushed off the fence, striding toward me with a lithe step that was as sinuous as it was powerful. This was a man who knew his body and knew exactly how to use it. His sharp brown eyes roved the length of my armor-clad, dusty body with his lower lip pulled between his teeth. When his gaze returned to my face, the smile returned.
"I can think of a few things."
The scent of his dominance swirled around me, the balance of sweet grass just enough to temper the bitter sage. I inhaled deeply, obviously, so he could watch me take the hit and refuse to cower. His smile widened, relaying genuine humor at our little dominance contest.
"You really are something unique, little warrior."
He stuck out a hand for a shake, and I accepted. He had long, slender fingers, warm and smooth, not rough as I'd expected. Most people who spent hours at swordplay had calloused pads. Even mine were rougher than his, and they were soft compared to most.
"What is your name?"
His smooth, flowing voice interrupted my musing about his hands. "Kalia," I breathed, then added quickly, "of the Central Pack."
"It's a pleasure to meet you, Kalia. I'm Mateo, of the Southern Pack."
That explained the accent. My original assessment was correct. "The pleasure is all mine," I replied, smiling in what I hoped was an alluring manner. I wasn't practiced at flirting.
"Oh no, little warrior. The pleasure is mine."
He leaned forward until his lips were mere inches from my ear, his voice dropping suggestively.
"But I'd be happy to share some with you. Anytime."
Despite the approving hum of my wolf, I shivered involuntarily at his boldness and stepped back. "Thanks, I'll pass. I have too much on my plate to waste my time." There, that should be clear enough. His head rocked back and he burst out laughing, as if I'd just said something hilarious. My hackles rose. This was no joke. "I'm glad you're amused, Mateo of the Southern Pack. Now, if you're done having a laugh at my expense, I'll be on my way." His hand shot out, gripping my arm to stop me from leaving. His eyes were sincere when he said,
"I apologize, Kalia. I forget that some packs are more strict than others. In the South, we are a little more relaxed with some rules, in particular those pertaining to coupling before mating."
I wrenched my arm from his grasp. "Yeah, I got it. Unfortunately, some of us don't have the luxury." He nodded, allowing it.
"That's too bad. I find sometimes it's the best way to work out a frustration that fighting just doesn't fix."
My thoughts started to Emery. I may have understood that a little better than I cared to admit. "I'm sure I'll figure it out soon enough," I replied sharply. "If you'll excuse me, I'm overdue for a bath."
"By all means."
He gestured toward the gate, keeping step with me along the way. His graceful movements were disconcerting. It was like walking next to a panther stalking its prey. And I knew exactly who was the prey in this scenario.
"If you tire of wasting your time and decide you're up for a real challenge, just let me know. I'll see you around, Kalia."
My name sounded like a prayer when it rolled off his smooth tongue. I swallowed hard, fighting down the rapid beat of my heart. "Goodbye, Mateo," I replied, then turned toward the Central Pack section of camp. I felt his eyes on my back long after I departed.
Chapter 23. Emery. "I don't think you understand," I sighed. "The Night Stalkers are fucking animals," Michael interrupted. "And we're pushing them back. Slowly but surely, all of our territories are expanding." He grinned, glancing around the table to the other pack's alphas and betas. "Yes, but we can't outbreed them, and we are barely keeping our population steady as it is. We can't afford to increase our clearing activities given the level of casualties we sustain annually, and at this rate, we're doing fine, Emery." Michael's potent dominance swirled with his anger. He didn't like being questioned in front of the other leaders. I cringed from the reminder, but I couldn't leave it at that. That's just it, though. We're not doing fine. They are strategizing. The trees on the road prove they're operating with a higher consciousness than we had previously believed, and we should adapt our strategies to this new threat. My fingers tapped on my thigh of their own volition, working through the anxiety that assaulted me whenever I was required to speak in front of an audience. The Northern Pack Alpha chuckled.
There's no new threat. You just happen to have one or two that are a bit smarter than the rest. Send a few teams to your outpost to flush them out and be done with it.
My head shook. No, it's not an isolated incident. They have changed their patterns, and I'm sure if we compared to other regions...
That's enough, Emery. You may go.
Michael's dominance thickened, choking me with the desire to get away. Sweat broke out on my neck, dripping down my back as I fought the overwhelming pressure of the Alpha. I didn't win. Caving, I gathered my papers and shuffled from the room, gasping lungfuls of dominance-free air when I reached the hallway. This was getting ridiculous. They meet here to discuss issues and strategies, and none of them want to talk about either. Lately, it seemed like their favorite subject was which of their pack members Kali had destroyed the day before. Not that she didn't deserve the recognition, but the way they talked about it, it wasn't flattering. The Southern Pack Alpha was practically a Neanderthal in how he talked about her. Compared to the others in the room, he wasn't very dominant. His own mate was incredibly submissive, which led me to believe he was lucky to still hold the position. His beta controlled his dominance tightly. He didn't press it out once in all the meetings we had, which made me believe he was far more dominant than he let on. He was biding his time on challenging his alpha for some reason, but I had a feeling time was running out. The Northern Pack Alpha was relaxed enough, but he seemed dismissive of most anything that didn't involve doing everything exactly as they had done it over the last 3 generations. He was a giant of a man, but more like a giant boulder when it came to considering something new. The Western and Eastern Pack Alphas were both quiet, but for completely different reasons. The Western Alpha appeared bored, as if he just didn't give a shit about anything. His beta pretended the same attitude, but something about his sharp eyes and the few pointed questions he asked told me he was not as blasé as he let on. The Eastern Pack Alpha just brooded. He acted as if he had a million things to do, and this was lowest on his list. He wasn't paying close attention, but it wasn't boredom. He just appeared to be somewhere else. My Alpha, of course, was eager to fit in with the others. Being the newest Alpha in the group, insecurity oozed from him with every forced laugh, even though he pretended to be confident. I shoved off the wall, heading down the hallway to the freedom of the great outdoors. This was my last meeting for the day, and I was eager to get away from the testosterone-fueled backslapping that was the Alpha/Beta conferences. Instead of proceeding to seek a mate of my own, my feet followed the familiar trail to the challenge rings, where Kali was certainly fighting. Even though I expected it, it still hurt to watch. Every unmated male in the entire fortress was finding his way to the training ring to throw himself at Kali in a useless attempt to catch her attention. Unbelievably, she had no clue. Ordinarily, she was very astute, but when it came to this, she had no experience. She only knew derision and disgust from insecure males she'd beaten soundly when she was barely 15. The last several years, she was nothing more than a warrior, so she thought this display was about the Northern Alpha. After she told me about the first day, when random guys started hopping in the ring and lining up to take a swing at the she-wolf who beat an alpha, I had to go see what she was talking about. She didn't notice I was there, and that's how I wanted it. I could observe her throngs of admirers, to hear what they said in low voices, how they speculated about what was under her armor and commented on her looks. They joked about getting close enough to scent her, how her dominance was so powerful it burned their noses. After that first day, I started pretending to be asleep when she returned to our tent. I didn't have a good reason, really. I just didn't want to hear anymore. I knew it was just a matter of time. Even so, I still went back every day to watch her. I let her believe I was busy with strategy meetings and hunting for my own mate. There was some of that, but not much. I knew I should work on fixing my situation, but the truth was, I couldn't imagine myself with anyone but Kali. After sharing my bed with a woman like her, every other female on the planet would be settling, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. She was insanely dominant, but her fragrance didn't make my eyes water as it did others. It made little sense, given how submissive my wolf was, and I dismissed it as a fluke because our situation growing up. It was stupid to waste my days here. I was running out of time before the solstice to find a suitably submissive female, but it was like watching someone bitten turn into a wraith. I couldn't look away from the horror of reality. I went back again and again. I spotted the alpha of the Eastern Pack watching her fight. I cringed away from his powerful dominance like the rest of the crowd and scented his trace desire as he watched her. I watched her flirt with the Western Pack beta, as well as the beta from the Southern Pack and the alpha from the Northern Pack that she beat in the ring. He was absolutely massive. Human form didn't reflect the wolf inside, but it was hard to believe she wasn't at least a little impressed by his physical form. She clearly admired the other two. I was so attuned to her fragrance, I caught a hint of her desire each time she encountered one of them. This was what we expected, what we planned for, what we had to do in order to survive. So why was I so upset? They were all strong, capable males, dominant and able to stand at her side in combat. They were exactly what she deserved. My wolf snarled angrily, and I laughed without humor. It made no sense. Her dominance should repulse my wolf. He shouldn't find anything but the blandest, most submissive female appealing. And yet, they didn't even register to either of us. My wolf wanted nothing to do with the females I should be mating. Perhaps it was time for me to just accept that I was destined to be banished from the pack and greet my fate with open arms. If it weren't for Kalia's chances of being far better than mine, I would just say fuck it and pull her into one of those tiny tents. What did it matter? I had nothing to lose. But she did. She clearly had several good, worthy options for a mate. I couldn't jeopardize her chance of landing a mate worthy of her. Anyone was better than our alpha. I knew he was keeping tabs on her. I'd seen some males from our pack reporting back to him on her activities. Given the conversations among the alphas and betas, he was clearly aware of their interest in her, but I didn't know what he planned to do. It wouldn't be long before one of them would stake a claim. Wolves don't like to share their toys, and clearly several were very interested. It was inevitable, like the change of seasons. Soon they'd start posturing, and it was only a matter of time before someone stepped up to the challenge. The only question I had, who would it be? Chapter 24. Taika. Her scent reached my nose long before she came into view. It was so different from the fragrance of females I knew. Our pack carried scents of the coast, mostly floral, blended with the salt air of the ocean. It was comforting, home to be among them. Other females I'd encountered here were blandly sweet, their fragrances blending together into a background note of apple blossoms that barely registered my notice. The powerful spice and sharp citrus sweet of this female, Kalia of the Central Pack, was unusual. Once I'd scented her in the training ring, I knew I'd recognize her fragrance anywhere. I'd dreamed about that scent more than once since we'd met, waking with the overwhelming desire to rip my way into her tent and drag her into the challenge ring, sinking my teeth into the flesh of her neck and claiming her. My mouth watered now to think of it. I was sitting with several members of my pack around a fire, enjoying the camaraderie that came from the clan gathering. At home, we couldn't relax this way, at least not this many of us at the same time. Our pack had cleared and claimed an island off the coast from the mainland, and we were safe there. The wraiths had yet to learn how to swim. However, we had a long series of outposts to man on the road. We had one of the largest packs in the clan, but with so many outposts, we had the fewest number here. The Eastern Pack had the same problem. The further away the pack, the more thinly we were stretched. We left minimal troops in position on the way, which meant this was the largest gathering our pack had seen in 5 years. Kalia's fragrance mixed with the smoke of the bonfire in an interesting way, and I watched her approaching from the other side of the fire. She hadn't yet spotted me. She was just following her nose. Out of her training gear, she was just as striking as I remembered. A soft cotton shirt and leather pants that hugged her thick hips. Hair a wild golden mane with shining blue eyes that reflected the firelight. She inhaled deeply, sampling the unfamiliar fragrances around her while she followed mine, eyes searching through the surrounding wolves. Her coloring attracted the attention of my pack even as they pressed away from her. The fragrance I found deliciously spicy with just the right amount of sweetness was too pungent for most. I wasn't surprised. Like attracted like, most of my pack found my aroma too strong, too. I could tone it down with effort when I was around others, but it wasn't easy. I imagined for such a dominant female it was exhausting, just to keep it bearable for the rest of her pack. The first thing you learn about being dominant is how to shut it off for the comfort of others. Even toned down, her fragrance was still too much for many wolves. But this was more than just dominance. Her face was closed, a careful mask she had adopted in self-preservation. It confirmed my original assessment. She was a warrior, buried in layers of armor no matter what she wore. I wore mine with less ferocity, but in the end, we were the same. Like recognized like, and I saw in her the same ghosts that haunted my soul. I continued to watch until her searching eyes found mine. She didn't slow her stride when met with my stare. Her feet followed the curve of the fire, gaze never leaving mine until she stopped scarcely a foot away. A small, sultry smile curled her lips, and her hands moved to the hilts of her unusual swords. "Found you," she teased in a low voice. "Now what?" My wolf rumbled his approval.
Kalia. My palms were sweaty. I rubbed them subtly on my pants, then disguised the movement by placing them on my sword pommels. My wolf hadn't stopped purring since my eyes landed on Taika, sitting casually around the enormous bonfire with what appeared to be half his pack. He was more handsome than I remembered, the light and shadows from the fire playing spectacularly on his dark features. The smile he gave me, complete with heartbreaking dimples and megawatt white teeth, positively shone against his russet complexion. Even the beauty mark on his cheek was intriguing. The fresh, salty pine scent of him was powerfully unique. Even though it shared elements with the rest of his pack, I didn't have trouble tracing him through the western camp, and it was doing interesting things to my body as I stood there, waiting for him to say something. What I felt around Emery, which is the only attraction I'd ever known, was as different from this feeling as the two men were from each other. Emery was warmth and caring and comfort. This man was irresistible in his casually sexy, laid-back demeanor. Some part of me wanted to sample it, this casual feeling of strength. A droplet of sweat trickled down my spine. It took a Herculean effort to stop myself from dipping closer to run my nose along his skin, devouring his scent like an animal. Which is precisely what my wolf wanted to do. Finally, he broke eye contact, glancing to the companion on his left, who promptly stood and offered me a seat. The rough wooden chair was old, but surprisingly comfortable, and I settled in, mimicking his posture, leaning back with one ankle crossing my knee. Even though the night wasn't chilly, the fire was absolutely roaring. Heat fanned my face, which was helpful. I could brush off the flush of embarrassment as just a factor of the fire. I had no idea what I was doing. I knew he was tempting to me and appealing to my wolf. I wasn't certain of his level of dominance, as he'd kept it tightly contained. I only knew it was high. However, I saw the deference others gave him, and his coy invitation had rattled around in my brain for 2 days. Anything was better than Michael, and I could certainly do worse than the darkly handsome man next to me. Taika watched me, light from the flames flickering in his dark eyes, amusement plain in his expression. More sweat trickled down my back, soaking into the fabric of my shirt. I tugged my lower lip between my teeth in discomfort. My swords were awkward in this leaned-back chair position, but I wasn't sure how best to deal with them. Should I take off the belt, or just remove the swords from the scabbards? Just as I'd resolved to take the whole thing off and set it aside, Taika's eyes dropped to my lap. "Those are very unusual," he gestured. "May I see one?" Unfastening the buckle, I pulled the belt off and handed him the set. "They're new," I commented, grateful that he'd finally said something. I rattled on. "Our weapon development team is always coming up with new stuff. These were custom. My friend Emery made them especially for me. He knows my signature move. I suspect he shaped the blade especially for that purpose. He's clever that way." Raising one eyebrow, but not following up with a question, Taika withdrew one sword from its scabbard, twisting it so the shining steel reflected firelight on the flat of the blade. A low whistle cleared his lips as he examined the custom grip and guard. "This is excellent work, truly. Your friend is an artisan. A lean brown finger stroked the igniter switch. May I? I nodded, trying not to look too proud. I loved my swords, and I especially loved that Emery had made them for me. I would have to tell him his work was being admired. The sharp ping in my chest reminded me that Emery may not want to know exactly who was admiring my weapons right now. Taika pressed the switch, and electric red currents shivered across the blade. A gasp rose from several people around the fire who had clearly been observing our exchange. Red. Taika's eyes flashed to mine, questioning. I don't really know why, I admitted. He said nothing about it being better than blue for any reason. I assumed it was just decorative. He didn't say anything, but his expression turned speculative. After pressing the switch and sliding the blade back in its scabbard, he wrapped the belt around the pair and handed them back to me. Very nice weapons, although I am curious about why you wear them here. There's no threat within the fortress. Taika gestured around him. Here we can relax. Here we are all friends. I couldn't help the dark chuckle that rose from my throat. No offense, but I don't agree. We are surrounded by threats. Some we see and others we don't. I like to be prepared. His eyes were sharp when they snapped back to mine, though his tone continued to be playful. I would expect you to rely on your wolf for anything that threatened you within the fortress. He knew what I meant. It wasn't only race I was wary of. Typically, disputes between wolves were settled with fur, teeth, and claws. My wolf is, well, let's just say that I prefer to handle things myself. His dark eyes narrowed, deep voice dropping to a lower volume as he leaned in. I reacted instinctively, mirroring his movements. Surely your wolf is more than capable. I don't mean to be uncouth, but from the scent of you. He gestured, lightly turning over a hand as he inhaled deeply. I swallowed to keep my voice from trembling. My wolf was reacting very strongly to this line of conversation, and it took effort to keep her within my control. Yes, well, she handles business a little too well. I'm sure if you asked anyone in my pack, they'd be happy to tell you all about it. His expression intensified, smoldering as he focused more intently on my eyes. I don't care what anyone in your pack has to say, Kalia. I want to know why you keep your wolf so contained. She is part of you. You should have a healthy balance between the two by now. He leaned back, head tilting to the side. So I wonder why you're so afraid to let her out. My wolf rumbled in agreement. She certainly didn't want to stay locked up. The back of my shirt was soaked with sweat now. Whether from the heat of the fire or Taika's gaze, I couldn't be sure. I glanced away to the surrounding members of his pack, but they were all engaged in their own conversations. Trembling with nerves, I leaned in further, and he joined me. There's a reason I don't have a mate yet, and it's not because no one's tried. I keep her locked up tight because people die when I let her out. With that, I stood, grabbing my swords and nodding in his direction before I strutted off. His expression was impassive. He didn't react at all to what I told him. I waited until I was out of his hearing before I let out the breath I'd been holding. Fuck, that was stupid. I was trying to get this man to mate challenge me, not scare him off. Great job, Kalia. Cross a line through that one and move on to the next. I returned to my tent, hopeful that Emery would be up. I could use his sympathetic ear, his warm, comforting embrace right now. I wondered idly if we could sneak off somewhere for him to braid my hair. I still hadn't been able to do it myself. It just felt wrong. But he was sound asleep when I reached my cot. Sighing, I stripped off my cold, sticky shirt and pulled on a clean one before tucking down into my bed. My mind drifted to my remaining contenders. There was the mysterious one I'd scented but had yet to meet, Stieg, the alpha of the northern pack, and the intriguing Mateo of the southern pack. Perhaps it was time to take him up on his offer of a challenge. Hopefully, this one involved swordplay instead of wordplay. I was much better at that kind of battle.
Chapter 25. Mateo. She came looking for me just as the sun's rays shot across the treetops from the east. In full armor, Twin swords on her hips, she marched toward me with intent. My eyes dropped to my feet, an involuntary smile spreading across my lips before I glanced back up. I'd just finished with my visit to the bathhouse and was wearing little more than a pair of light cotton pants with a rough towel thrown over my shoulder, hair still damp. She paused a few meters away, hands on her hips. Her sharp blue eyes raked my naked torso before settling on my face with a mild look of shock. I raised my hands in question, closing the distance between us. "Are you here to battle, little warrior? As you can see, you've caught me off guard."
Sorry,
she stammered. "I just assumed—" "That because you like to fight before breakfast? The rest of us do. Sadly, where I come from, we prefer to sleep when the sun is down." I couldn't help myself. She was far too innocent. I dropped my voice an octave and leaned in, adding, "Or at least, we prefer to be in bed until the sun rises, particularly if we have company." Indignation crossed her face, the fiery scent of her dominance rising in response to my innuendo. A chuckle rumbled from my chest. "But I take it that's not why you're here. I confess, when I suggested you come find me for a challenge, I didn't mean the kind that we use swords for, little warrior. If you want to dance, we don't need those weapons." I tilted my head toward the challenge rings, enjoying the rise of her frustration. "I'd be happy to give you a dancing lesson over there if you'd like." Her arms crossed defiantly, and she stared me down with contempt.
"That's not what I'm here for. You said I should come find you for a challenge, and you were wearing the armor of a warrior. If you aren't up for a fight, I get it. But don't say I shied away from the challenge."
Her golden hair was pulled back in a single braid today, sparkling strands already escaping to frame her pale face. She raised one eyebrow as she waited a moment, then sighed heavily.
"Never mind, this was stupid. Forgive me for wasting your time. And mine."
She turned on a heel, whipping her braid around. I stepped aside to avoid getting hit with the tail. "Wait!" I chuckled again, and she turned her fiery expression to stare me down. "I'll fight if that's what you want. I just need to get my gear. I can meet you at the ring." Kalia shook her head.
"I'll wait here. There's already a line forming to waste my time. I figure if I march in with you, they'll bugger off, and maybe I can actually get a decent fight out of the deal. If you're as good as you seem to think you are. Frankly, I'm skeptical."
She recrossed her arms and settled solidly into the position to wait. "Would you like to come with me? At least then you could sit—"
"No thanks. I'm fine here."
Her face was a blank mask, just waiting. I shrugged. "Have it your way. I'll be back." She didn't say another word as I walked away. My wolf rumbled. We were both excited at the prospect of the contest, but this wasn't the challenge we wanted. "Soon," I promised him. "You'll have your teeth around her neck soon."
Kalia. Mateo was certainly a challenge. My heart pounded, eyes tracking his movements and brain calculating his intent. He didn't broadcast it the way most men did in battle. I can usually read where a fighter will end up 5 steps before he gets there. He either moves a certain, predictable way, looks where he intends to go, or looks at his intended strike point. This man did none of those things. He moved about me sinuously, his piercing brown eyes locked on mine. It was distracting. He shut my brain down with that look, and then his movements barely registered in my peripheral vision, and I had to battle him off until he danced away. Dance was the best word to describe how he moved. Every movement, every step and motion was fluid. Most men, particularly the larger ones, preferred the chop and stab method of battle. All power, no finesse. I felt as if I were the wild animal, and he the hunter, flying around me lithely, his intense gaze holding my attention while I may as well have begged for the kiss of his steel on my body. He'd almost gotten me once. I knew it, and he knew it. His full lips turning in a taunting smile, eyes twinkling while he danced a circle around me, tempting me to chase him. I realized the only way to beat this one was to refuse to play his game. I stayed away from his snake charmer's eyes, focusing on the movement of his body and waiting for it to betray his next move. I watched the pattern, listened to his breaths, and figured out his tells. He went nowhere directly. He would go 4 steps forward, 2 back, then another 4 toward his goal. He wanted me to believe he was moving back and forth, but he was in fact slowly working his way in one direction. He also released a slow breath before he struck, as if preparing himself for the attack, centering his focus on his next move. Once I figured out his tell, it didn't take me long to wrap up our little contest. I could have finished him the same as others, but this one had toyed with me, and I wanted to return the favor. Instead of ending with my foot on his spine and sword scissoring his neck, he wound up weaponless on his back. I straddled his chest, both blunted swords at his throat as I leaned forward, grinning down at his stunned expression. My braid fell over one shoulder, tail trailing along his cheek. A deep growl rumbled in his chest, expression changing from surprise to intensity in an instant. His hands flew to my waist and squeezed so hard I felt it through the stiff leather of my armor. He bit down on his lower lip, the dominant sage and sweetgrass scent of him swirling with rich, chocolatey desire. I stared down at the fire in his eyes, my breath coming in heavy pants. The battle had been intense, but this was more so. My heart thudded in my chest, his scent causing a delicious tremble through my belly. If I didn't have blades at his throat, I was certain he'd be kissing me right now. His eyes were clearly expressing their intent, nostrils flaring as he pulled in my reciprocating attraction, straining against the swords at his throat. I suddenly became aware of our audience again, having forgotten them in the blaze of battle. Swallowing hard, I whispered, "I win," before hopping back to my feet and withdrawing my steel. Replacing my training swords in their scabbards, I offered him a hand up. He accepted. Once standing, he ran a hand through his chocolate curls, dislodging the trapped dirt from his time on the ground. When he bit down on his lip again, his eyes held me mercilessly in the intensity of his gaze. Abruptly, the scent of eucalyptus and lemongrass, sharp and clean, stroked my senses. It was confusing, mixed with the sage, sweetgrass, and chocolate desire of the man standing close to me. Confusing, but not unpleasant. Somehow, despite being 2 distinctly dominant fragrances, they blended well together. Matteo didn't seem to agree. He sniffed hard, as if trying to clear his nose, and glanced up sharply. My eyes followed his gaze, my wolf eager to find the mysterious source of this dominant scent I recalled from days ago. At the fence stood a man alone. The rest of the crowd pressed away from his pungent dominance. He was white, the light tan he sported doing nothing to disguise his naturally pale skin. The most unusual thing about him, however, was his fiery red hair. The color was shockingly deep, nearly the color of blood, with coppery highlights. It stood up from the top of his head in an apparently intentional disarray, cropped more closely down toward his neck. His neatly trimmed beard was even brighter than the hair on his head, almost entirely copper. He gazed at me intently from under low brows, ignoring the blatant stare of Matteo as we walked toward the fence. He had an elegant, straight nose, framed by deep-set eyes of a striking golden color. The high, sharp cheekbones sealed the deal. He was a beautiful, unusual-looking man. I'd never seen hair that color, nor golden eyes, nor anyone as pale-skinned as me. I swallowed, my body confused and mind muddled by the gamut of hormones I'd experienced in the last 24 hours. A casual cotton shirt hugged his wide shoulders, pectorals pressing through the soft fabric that clung to rock-solid abs. His arms were crossed, feet resting wide, and he waited until we were less than a meter away. "Matteo," he barked, without looking away from my face. "Aren't you going to introduce me?" A low growl rumbled in Matteo's chest, and the unfamiliar man's sharp gaze dropped mine, flashing to my companion in warning. The grumbling stopped immediately. "This is Kalia of the Central Pack," Matteo said, resigned. "Kalia, this is Rowan, Alpha of the Eastern Pack." "It's nice to meet you," Rowan said, unsmiling. His jaw worked, teeth clenched in an obvious contradiction to his words. "I admire your work." "Thank you," I answered. "I'm afraid I can't say the same. I have yet to see yours." His golden eyes narrowed, and he studied me for a slow minute. My pulse raced under his penetrating gaze. It left me feeling stripped bare despite my heavy armor. Soon. And he turned and marched away, the rising sun catching the coppery glints in his striking hair. My wolf purred with pleasure. Soon indeed.
Chapter 26. Emery. Hey, Emery. Damn it, I'd almost escaped. I sucked in a deep breath before turning around. The Western Pack Beta, Taika, was loping toward me with his long, casual stride. Out of all of them, I liked this one the best, or at any rate, I disliked him the least. He was always relaxed, never pressing his dominance or trying to prove something. He took it all in stride, observing, listening, and asking questions, but never getting his feathers ruffled. What can I do for you? I saw your friend, Kalia, last night. She had some pretty interesting swords. She said you made them for her. My jaw clenched. That's where she'd been last night. My earlier feelings of charity toward this man disappeared. Yes, I did. My response was terse. They are beautiful work, especially the red lightning instead of blue. But I was curious about something I was hoping you could clear up for me. Sure. The blades have an interesting shape, with curved peaks on the sides. Kalia said she thought you'd shaped them that way because of her signature move. I wondered what that move is. You didn't ask her? Taika chuckled. The first time in the last week I'd seen him react to anything more than a bland smile. Well, as I'm sure you know, she's not exactly the most loquacious individual. I suspect, given her situation, that it's a defensive mechanism. My eyes narrowed with suspicion. What do you mean, her situation? He glanced backward, towards the meeting room we'd both just exited. The rest of the betas and all the alphas were still there. I could hear their guffaws echoing out into the hallway. I'm not an idiot. Clearly your alpha is intending to challenge her. She's quite dominant, and given what she said last night, I take it she has repulsed more than one attempt to mate her. She has a respected place in your pack as a warrior, but you're the only person she mentioned as a friend. I suspect you are her only friend. I was impressed. He was far more astute than I gave him credit for. Perhaps he was a much better match for Kalia than I'd thought. I considered for a moment, but didn't see a way I'd be giving him any sort of advantage. She'd demonstrated this move plenty of times in the training ring since we'd been here. Her signature move is to catch her opponent's neck between her swords and scissor it off. It's a very effective way to disable Night Stalkers. I designed the blades to suit that move. I ignored his other statements. There was no need to confirm what he'd already observed. Taika nodded thoughtfully. It's unusual to fight with two swords. Why doesn't she use a shield? My fingers tapped at my leg, nerves causing a slight tremble I needed to exercise. It felt as if I were divulging personal details about my friend to a relative stranger, and yet it was really innocuous. I cleared my throat, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. She told me once that if she had to be caught with only the item in one hand, she wanted it to be a weapon either way. Very practical of her. I chuckled nervously. Yes, Kalia is definitely practical. So what is the issue with her wolf? My heart stopped in my chest, and I chose my next words carefully. What do you mean, issue with her wolf? His sharp eyes missed nothing. He could see the change in my expression, despite my best attempts to hide it. She told me last night that people died when her wolf came out. What did she mean? Oh, golly. Of all the assholes to tell that little detail, you had to pick the one who might actually be worthy of you? I swallowed hard. If that's what she told you, I think you know everything you need to know. Taika nodded again, then flashed me a brilliant grin. It hurt to admit, but he was an objectively handsome man. Unfortunately, that was the way it seemed to work. The more dominant the wolf, the more powerful the man, the more gifted he was in other areas. No wonder Kali was so damned beautiful. The other man clapped me on the shoulder. Quite the challenge, isn't she? Thank you, Emery. Sure. He held my gaze for another moment, then turned and loped back toward the meeting room. Well, at least that didn't appear to scare him off. That was good, but I needed to have a talk with Kali. If she was going to leave here with a mate, other than our asshole of an alpha, she needed to step up her game.
Kalia. I was just pulling my latest kill up from the dirt and sending him off to his buddies when I spotted Emery. He had pushed his way through the crowd at the fence and was staring at me with intent. I knew that look. "Okay, guys, I'm done for the day. Show's over." The line of waiting opponents started grumbling. My head turned slowly in their direction, wolf growling in my chest. I narrowed my eyes in warning. "Sorry, what was that?" I spoke in a dangerously low tone. They'd be idiots to argue. Of course, there was one.
"Hey, babe, I've been here for 2 hours waiting for my chance to dance with you," drawled the first one in line. "It's fucked up to make me wait that long, then blow me off." My eyes flashed to the rest of the line, who wisely backed off and returned to the safety of the crowd. I schooled my features in an apologetic expression, sidling up to him with hands behind my back. "Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry." He smirked at me, trying to press out his weak dominance. The stench reminded me of dirty socks. It's very unfair of me to fight dozens of assholes for their own egos and the entertainment of the crowd and not give you your chance after you waited so patiently. Could you ever forgive me? By now I was close, very close. I batted my lashes up at him, barely a few inches taller than me, and his smirk grew. Whipping a hand up, I smashed his nose with the heel of my hand, then grabbed his shoulders to hold him in place while I drove my knee into his groin. A weak groan was the only noise he made as he collapsed on the packed dirt. A few laughs rose up from the crowd, and more than a few applauded, before they turned away and found something else to do. I met up with Emery at the fence, grinning. It had been days since I'd seen him, and I missed his sweet face and warm smile. "Hi, how have you been? I feel like we haven't talked in ages. How's your quest for a mate going?" "Kelly," he smiled half-heartedly. "Look, I'm not here to talk about me. You need to have more care about what you say if you're trying to get someone to mate challenge you." My smile fell. "What do you mean?" Emery's intuitive cinnamon eyes searched my face. "Did you really tell the Western Pack beta that people died when your wolf comes out?" "Taika is the beta? I didn't know that. I mean, I knew he was dominant, but you're avoiding the question, Kali." "Well, it's true. I can't afford for that to happen again." "You can't afford to get your ass kicked out of the pack, out of the clan, just because you're not mated. I'd rather that than the alternative." "Kali, don't say that." Emery's expression turned pained. "You don't deserve it. You're amazing, and trust me, lots of people know. But you can't go pushing away your best options, or you're going to end up in the ring with our alpha. He's made it clear he intends to challenge you." "Yeah, I know. You need to get someone else in that ring first, Kali. Taika is a good option. He's destined to be alpha, sooner rather than later. His alpha is a waste. I'm not sure why he hasn't just done it already, to be honest." "Fat chance of that now," I grumbled. "I wouldn't say that," Emery answered. "He asked me about you today. He's sharp and seems very interested despite what you told him. He's not the only one, but he's at least tolerable." "What do you mean he's not the only one?" Emery sighed as if he wished I didn't ask that question. "You're a pretty popular topic of conversation among the alphas and betas of the clan. Most of the strategy meetings I present in, you come up at least once. Alpha is pretty clear about how he feels on the subject, but I can tell a couple of them don't care." "Good. I would never want a mate who would be cowed by that." "Kali," Emery interrupted sharply. "We're not alone here, and he is our alpha," he reminded me. "And it's not about what you want in a mate. It's about finding one that can handle your wolf. That's all." I nodded. "You're right. Okay, but that goes for you too. Have you found someone to challenge yet?" "I'm working on it," Emery replied dismissively. "I'd feel better knowing you were taken care of." "Well, you know what would help?" I said with a half-smile curling my lips. "What's that?" "I could really use someone to braid my hair for me. As you can see, I'm hopeless at it myself." I gestured to my head. My hair was in a simple ponytail today. I didn't have enough patience for the intricate braids Emery wove, despite how much I loved them. He rolled his eyes, chuckling despite himself. "Okay, I think I know a place we can do it. But you need a shower first, lady." Chapter 27. Kalia.
The challenges officially began on summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Leadership challenges were open as soon as sunlight touched the ground of the contest rings, and mate challenges were open at high noon. For 3 days leading up to the solstice, the clan held a series of contests and games in the rings I'd been occupying for the last week. Those games began today. It was a relief to be free of the constant battling. As much as I enjoyed a good fight, I was beginning to feel more like a sideshow, entertainment for the masses, rather than a respected captain of the central pack. I'd signed up for a few of the contests, namely the sword-fighting ones. There were other weapons, but I didn't see the point. We never fought race with anything but lightning blades. There was nothing as effective in killing them. So I didn't waste my time learning to fight with anything else. There were tournaments for long staffs, archery, and hand-to-hand combat, among others. I ran a hand over my freshly woven braids, smiling to myself as I walked toward the fort greenhouses. Emery had snuck me into the empty meeting rooms and sat me in Michael's chair while he tended my mane. There was nothing intimate about it. We slipped out as soon as he finished, but it was still done by the caring hand of a friend, and a few stolen moments in his presence comforted me. There was so much stress, so much to worry about as the solstice neared. I had yet to secure an invitation to the mate challenge rings, despite several promising encounters with suitably dominant males. It was impossible to tell if they were dominant enough. That would only reveal itself in the ring. However, they all had potential. I was fairly certain most of them were more dominant than my alpha, which definitely increased their appeal. Michael, meanwhile, was still hanging around. I'd spotted him a few times, watching me fight as his eyes tracked my body possessively. Whenever we talked, his scent was tempered, not as offensive as I remembered. It was also not nearly as appealing as that of the other males I'd met. Emery said he'd already stated his intent to the other alphas and their betas. This worried me. Out of respect, they shouldn't issue a challenge when he's already selected his mate. The real problem was, I didn't believe he'd gained enough dominance to best my wolf, and that put us at an impasse. Any wolf who defeated the alpha in an official wolf challenge became the alpha. The rule was meant to apply to alpha challenges only, but the wording was vague. There'd never been an instance in which a female was potentially more dominant than the alpha. It just wasn't something that happened, but he'd already put us in this situation. There was no backing down. If he challenged me and lost, that officially made me alpha. There were no specific rules against female alphas, but it only complicated things. A female was expected to have her wolf dominated by a male in order to complete the mate challenge. If a female became alpha, it meant there had to be a male that dominated her, making him alpha. If she was unmated, she only had until her 20th birthday to be dominated by a male who would then become alpha. The entire system was set up to make it impossible for a female to become, or at least to remain, alpha. For me, it was even worse. My actual concern was that if I somehow became alpha, there might not be another male dominant enough to mate me. Particularly if the most dominant wolves in the clan, the other alphas, had already selected mates. After being proven the most dominant female that ever existed, I'd be the first female alpha in clan history. I'd also be the first alpha to be kicked out of the clan for lack of a mate. It was insane. The only solution I could come up with was to get the other dominant males I'd met to challenge me. Since I wasn't part of their packs, if they failed to dominate my wolf, there were no repercussions to their positions if they lost. Plus, they were my only hope of someone suitably dominant enough to make it work, which brought me back to getting around my alpha's challenge. Emery seemed to think that Taika was a good option. I still didn't understand how he could consider it, given what I'd said. But it was Emery. I'd just have to trust his opinion for now, because he hadn't steered me wrong yet. But that didn't mean I couldn't develop more options. Mateo of the Southern Pack was interesting. The moment we'd shared in the ring was intense, but I didn't have a good handle on his level of dominance either. Plus, I still wasn't convinced he wasn't just a horrible flirt. Maybe he just enjoyed riling girls up and had no actual interest in me. The mysterious Rowan of the Eastern Pack was a good option. He seemed very dominant. I didn't find him particularly appealing as a partner, but right now satisfying my wolf's need for a dominant mate was more important. I could learn to live with anyone, if that's what it took. However, I was now on my way to meet up with Stieg, the Northern Pack Alpha. He was a beast of a man, but he had a sense of humor and must have a powerful wolf. I just hoped it was strong enough.
Chapter 28. Stieg. The nervous glances of my pack alerted me to her presence before her spicy, sweet scent reached my nose. They were wary of her in a way I'd never seen before. Something about the unknown of a dominant female made my people treat her with a healthy level of respect. And she had definitely earned it. After teaching me a lesson in the ring, she'd battled off dozens of middling wolves who thought they would beat her. Perhaps they assumed I'd let her win, or that I'd been careless. My tendency to laugh gave many the impression I was reckless. In truth, I was far more calculating than I let on. I just didn't find it necessary to brood all the time like Rowan. If anyone needed to lighten up, it was that guy. As an unmated alpha myself, we had plenty in common. The moody bastard couldn't spare me a minute to compare notes. Regardless, Kalia had sought me out again, and I intended to make her feel welcome. I brushed the soil from my hands and stood, turning to find her directly behind me. Grinning, I reached out a hand to greet her. "Hello, Kalia. To what do I owe this honor?" Her small hand gripped mine, then released it and returned to the pommel of her sword.
"I just wanted a word."
Her sharp blue eyes flashed to the garden bed I'd been working in, then back up to mine.
"Do you often waste your time playing in the dirt? I would think you had more important things to do as an alpha."
Her stinging comment made me chuckle. As a warrior, she believed killing wraiths was the only concern of an alpha. It was a common misconception. Oh, trust me, there's nothing more important than gardening. One sharp eyebrow raised, and she regarded me skeptically. "Ah, you don't think so? But tell me, what do your people eat?"
"Fruits, vegetables, eggs, an occasional chicken or pig, wild game when it crosses our path."
Her response was quick, militant. I nodded. Exactly. All things we grow, and creatures we feed with what we've grown. We're fortunate the wraiths have no interest in our greenhouses. They're very vulnerable to destruction. I know your winters get cold, but they are far more temperate than winters up north. We depend on the greenhouses for survival. My people would starve without our gardens. Which is why it's important that I, as Alpha, make sure my people know how to feed the pack, and that includes gardening. I finished with a wink. She considered it for a moment.
"I hadn't thought of it that way. I've always said we need more warriors because you have no need for food if a wraith turns you into a carcass. But if there's no food to sustain the pack, there's no one to fight the wraiths."
Exactly. So tell me, Kalia of the Central Pack, what can I do for you? I know you aren't here for gardening tips. I gestured for her to lead the way between the beds. Today my pack was planting fresh crops to sustain the Blackwood Fortress Guard over the winter. We were the best versed in crops that endured the low light and steady chill of snowy winters. The greenhouses helped a good deal, but they couldn't keep it all out. She strode forward a few paces, hands flexing on her swords. Her scent was clean, untainted by emotion. Even so, I could tell she was nervous. She glanced around, verifying we'd left the members of my pack a fair distance away. I tracked her steps, waiting for her to spill it. Finally, she stopped and turned to face me, blocking my path. More than a foot shorter than me, she stared up at me fiercely, holding her ground like she owned the space.
"I want you to mate challenge me."
I couldn't hold in the laugh. It burst out of my chest, rumbling along with the growls of my wolf. He was definitely interested in her proposal. I still had questions. Her arms crossed her chest in response, and her brows dropped, expression turning cold.
"Sorry, I see nothing funny about it."
I cut off the chuckles. "It's just not the most romantic proposal I've ever received, woman." She sighed, casting her eyes skyward as she threw her head back.
"I don't have time for romance. I need to find a mate before I age out.
A mate whose wolf can handle mine. She added the last part pointedly, staring me down once again. I don't have a lot of options. Now it was my turn to lift an eyebrow. I find that hard to believe. You seem to have quite the line of suitors in the ring every time I've seen you. Why would you choose me for such an honor? My wolf has outmatched every male in my pack. She held up a hand, anticipating my next question. Yes, even my alpha. If that's the case, why has he said he intends to mate challenge you? He's a year younger than me, and it was just before my 15th birthday. Somehow he's deluded himself into thinking his wolf has grown stronger and mine hasn't. I nearly killed him then. I can't guarantee that it won't happen this time. I need someone stronger. I'd prefer someone I could actually stand in human form, too. I ignored the backhanded compliment. Oh, so you don't like him either. Either? Her sharp blue eyes questioned the word. I sighed. He's an ass, but he's your alpha. Hopefully, after the leadership challenges, you'll have a promising beta that can challenge him sooner rather than later. Right now, however, you're stuck with him. Exactly my point. I don't believe he'll win if he challenges me. And then what? Even if the clan doesn't specifically forbid a female alpha, the fact that I'm unmated and soon to age out means I'll be kicked out when I turn 20. No one other than an alpha could mate me, or at the very least a seriously dominant beta. If I defeat him in the challenge while the other alphas are busy with their own challenges, there may be no one left. She uncrossed her arms, running her hands across her face. When she returned her gaze to me, a hint of vulnerability had softened her expression. I'm asking you to help me because I believe your wolf is stronger than his. I watched her closely, even as my wolf snarled. He'd love nothing more than to face her in the mate challenge ring. There's another unmated alpha, I reminded her. Why have you chosen me for such an honor? Her gaze didn't falter, but it hardened slightly. I picked you over the Eastern alpha because I think you'd be easier to live with. Another laugh burst from my chest. Wow, you really know the way to a man's heart, woman. Here I thought you'd say it was because I'm sexier, or you like my hair, or even just that I'm bigger than him. But no, I'm just the least offensive option. I slapped a hand on my chest. Ouch. She sighed heavily. Look, you're unmated, and I'm guessing soon to age out too. I have a hard time believing you waited this long because you were wishing for a romantic proposal. I suspect that you, at least on some level, feel the same way I do. That this whole situation the clan demands for mating is bullshit. Our human side gets no say in this antiquated mating ritual. But if we have to live with it, can't we at least steer towards someone we can stand? I like you. I like your sense of humor. I like how you care about your pack, and I've enjoyed the few times we've talked. I'm out of time to develop a romance, sorry. I'll age out a few weeks after the gathering ends, and this is my last shot. I stared down at her stubborn face, so fierce and determined despite my continued attempts to dissuade her. The fact remained that she was right. I was running low on options and hadn't wanted to force myself into companionship with someone I didn't admire. And I could admire this woman. There were many things about her to like, as there were several that I found infuriating. Despite what she said, I wasn't sure my wolf was strong enough to defeat hers. The Central Pack Alpha was a strong bastard, and if I was more dominant than him, it was by a hair. People overestimated my dominance based on my human size, even though it wasn't a factor in the wolf. It always seemed to sway their opinions. But I couldn't bring myself to tell her that. Instead, I nodded. I'll think about it. Realizing that was the most she'd get, she nodded once sharply, then turned on her heel, marching away without another word.
Kalia. 1 down, 2 more to go, and 3 days left. But for now, I was doing the contest rings. I followed the crowd along the trail from the greenhouses to the challenge area. My first contest this morning was a surprise when I heard it announced. Instead of starting among the female warriors or in the lower classes as I'd expected, I was starting out among the highest-ranking warriors. My first match was the beta of the Eastern Pack. I hadn't met him, but I figured this would be a great opportunity for me to figure out if he was another contender. having his alpha as a contender wasn't a conflict. I had no way of knowing if he'd challenge me. And besides, betas weren't always weaker than the alpha. A lot of times they just hadn't challenged their alpha yet. Michael was proof of that. I slipped through the crowd surrounding the largest training ring, passing through the gate and making my way to the unoccupied side of the ring. Once I removed my decorative sword belt with my actual weapons, I palmed my blunted training swords and turned to face my opponent. The scent of cedar and cloves drifted across the ring, tickling my nose with the sweet, earthy spice fragrance. My positive impression of the man continued when my eyes landed on him. He was tall and muscular, with close-cropped brown hair and mischievous brown eyes. The grin he gave me was both fierce and playful, and my wolf hummed in approval as we closed the distance to the center of the ring. He held a sword and shield, as allowed by the contest rules. The rules didn't explicitly exclude 2 weapons, and he raised an eyebrow at my twin swords but didn't say a word. I wasn't really one for pre-contest banter, and it seemed he wasn't either. We nodded to each other in tandem and waited for the official to announce the start. While we waited for rules to be read, I pulled in a lungful of air, trying to determine the dominance of the man across from me. It was strong, but I couldn't be sure how strong. He was withholding his potency from me, a defensive maneuver in battle. I respected him for it. Another scent reached my nose, one I recognized, eucalyptus and lemongrass, the Eastern Pack Alpha. It made sense that he'd come to watch his betas contest, given that the conferences were on hold until after the solstice. Most of the alphas didn't enter the contests. They were already at the pinnacle of power, and there was no need for them to prove anything else. It would just be unnecessary and a little showy, so they had a lot of free time on their hands for the few days leading up to the solstice. The official wrapped up the rules, and I refrained from scanning the crowd to spot the alpha with curious red hair. I had one job at the moment, and that was to destroy my opponent in this sword contest. I crouched forward, smiling viciously as I waited for the order to begin. My opponent returned my grin, and my stomach fluttered. I was actually looking forward to this.
Chapter 29. Rowan. I almost felt bad for Dante. He'd never seen this bitch fight and had no idea what he was up against. Between the alpha/beta meetings and other jobs I'd given him, this morning was his first time near the rings. I could have warned him to be on his guard when I heard the schedule announced. Not that it would have made a difference. She made wraith meat out of the idiot, as I expected. Dante was thrilled that I'd come to see his fight. I let him believe it. There was no need to tell the pup I was actually there to watch his intriguing opponent. I knew she'd win. I had no doubt that her skill with swords was unmatched among the clan. And swords were not Dante's strongest weapon. He was better with the feather staff. He'd insisted on signing up for most of the contests, trying to prove something to me, I suppose. Or to the rest of the pack. He was less than a year in the position of beta and still looking for acceptance. I'd gotten past that my first month as alpha. I didn't need the pack to accept me or love me. I needed them to fucking respect me. Of course, once they respected me, the rest came naturally. Well, perhaps not the love part. But I still didn't need that to lead. No, I wasn't here to see if she'd beat him. That was inevitable. I wanted to see how my wolf would respond to her, to see if his earlier interest was a fluke, or if this was the female I needed to pull into the challenge ring to get him to emerge. Her fragrance was powerful. I could tell the difference immediately. The preceding week she'd been holding back, perhaps attempting to be diplomatic as she faced down dozens of low-dominance males, treating them like the pups she'd trained. Now, her spicy, sweet fragrance filled the ring, and she all but obliterated Dante in battle. My wolf snarled, saliva flooding my mouth as an intense ripple of desire swept through me. That was the only approval I needed. Dante couldn't have been happier about having his ass handed to him by this female. I could scent it on him, his desire mixed with the dominance he was pushing out, trying to match her. He knew he was going to lose, and he couldn't care less. He just turned 18. He had 2 more years to find a mate, and I just hoped this little infatuation he was nursing didn't become a problem. I needed a mate soon, and this one was my only option in the entire clan. I just hoped I didn't need to fight my beta for her. Emery. Kali beat her way through the sword contest, as I knew she would. She found a few new admirers, in particular the beta of the Eastern Pack, Dante. He'd enjoyed the stories of the other males getting beaten during the strategy meetings, but apparently hadn't seen her with his own eyes. By the time she had him on his knees with her swords to his neck, he was already infatuated. He stayed to watch the rest of the sword contests, remaining ringside for every one of Kali's matches, until she defeated her last opponent to claim first prize for sword fighting. The prize was a new sword which she graciously gave to the runner-up. She told him she already had 2 swords and didn't need another, catching my eye when she said it. My throat was thick with emotion when I swallowed. If nothing else, at least I could give her those swords. Something to remember me by. That she treasured them was just a bonus. The Eastern Pack Beta congratulated her before he left to prepare for his next contest. No wonder he wasn't upset about losing the sword contest. Apparently, he was in 4 other competitions. He was nice enough. Nicer than his alpha, at any rate. When he spotted me in the crowd, he stopped to say hello.
Emery, how's it going?
The larger man beamed and held out his hand for a shake, which I accepted. At roughly 6.5 feet, he was several inches taller than me and far more muscular. I'm good, I answered. Better luck next time?
Nah, if I had to lose to someone, I'm glad it was that one. She's from your pack, right?
I nodded, jaw clenched.
Well, if I have anything to say about it, she'll be from my pack soon.
Dante winked, grinning, before patting me hard on the back and loping off.
Gotta go. See you later.
Later, I muttered, turning my eyes to the ground. It was difficult not to hate every man who desired Kali, especially the muscular, handsome, dominant ones. At least this one was objectively nice. The scent of bitter jealousy reached my nose, and it wasn't mine. I glanced up to find Michael staring after Dante with his fists clenched, knuckles white with tension. His face was absolutely livid, the scent of his dominance pervasively bitter. He had announced he intended to mate challenge Kali to all the other clan leaders. It wasn't a hard rule, but typically an alpha or beta wouldn't go after another's chosen mate out of respect. If there was something Michael craved from the others, it was respect. And he just discovered how little he had. That wasn't a good sign, particularly for Dante. Chapter 30. Matteo. The weapons skills contests weren't particularly interesting to me. I didn't bother to enter because I had no actual interest in winning prizes. I had nothing to prove. My interest in the sword competition was just to watch Kalia win it, and I wasn't surprised when she did. She was fierce, strong, and cunning. Everything I admired in a woman. It wasn't in her to lose, nor was it in me. Michael intended to challenge her, which was an exercise in futility. She'd beat him. Her dominance was far stronger than his. I knew it like I knew my own sword. She restrained it well, but I just knew. I couldn't explain how. In the same way, I knew she was the one my wolf had been waiting for. I was as of yet unmated for a reason. My wolf expressed little interest in females. As a man, I'd enjoyed my time with them. The lush curves and wicked tongues of the Southern Pack females were legendary among the clan, and for good reason. But their wolves were not exceptional, and mine just wasn't impressed by what they offered. My wolf needed more than just an attractive female. He needed a powerful mate. I'd made my way around the camp in the last 2 weeks just to see if I encountered another female that rivaled my little warrior. I hadn't found a single one, which left me at an impasse. I was not the only male interested in her. In fact, it seemed every unmated alpha and beta in the clan was circling her like vultures scenting the kill. Clearly, none of them were put off by Michael's claim, either. But to even have a chance, there was an issue I had to resolve. I was not alpha of the Southern Pack. Our alpha was a waste. I hadn't challenged him yet simply because it suited me to remain out of the limelight. There were things expected of the alpha that people allowed to slide for the beta. I had enjoyed my unmated time with the affections of plenty of females. Alphas were expected to pair and mate and produce more wolves. However, the time had come to stake a claim. Once I defeated my alpha and took charge of the Southern Pack, I'd bring Kalia into the challenge ring. I just had to be the first.
Kalia, I'd done all I could. The way the Eastern Pack Alpha watched me left little doubt as to his interest. I didn't plan to encourage him, but I hoped he was at least considering jumping Michael's claim. He didn't make himself approachable enough to talk about it, and I'd barely spoken to the man once. I knew he had been taking the measure of my wolf. It was only logical. His wolf would want the most dominant mate he could handle. In the entire clan, I hadn't met a woman close to my level of dominance by half. I still didn't have a measure on his wolf, but I had learned he became alpha at 16 and held it ever since, which meant he was strong. Taika, the Western Pack Beta, was still an unknown. Emery encouraged me to speak to him again, and while I hadn't ended with a discussion of how my wolf likes to kill people, I'm not sure it went much better than the first. He remained unflappable, outwardly calm, observant, and even-tempered, polite, but not overtly welcoming or interested. I couldn't get a read on him. I stated my best case with Stieg, but still had no guarantee on that end either. The man was eternally jovial, which I suspected he used to hide his genuine feelings about things. Either way, he made no promises. The only one who had stated his intentions was Dante. He had approached me last night to tell me he wanted to challenge me, and, I suspected, feel out my receptivity to the idea. He was attractive and seemed dominant. It was impossible to tell how dominant until we were in the challenge ring, but it cheered me to have at least one possibility. I was here at the ring now to watch his last contest, the final for the feather staff. Strangely enough, he was facing my alpha. I didn't realize Michael trained with the feather staff, but it was an excellent opportunity to see the two face off. If I were going to pin my hopes on the lower-ranking man, it'd be beneficial to see how he handled the other one. I'd watched a few of these contests now, and there was always a risk of injury. Even though they blunted the weapons, certain types couldn't be rendered completely safe. A blunted training sword could still break bone and cut flesh, if wielded hard enough. The feather staff was a puncture weapon, and even though the arrowhead on the end was blunted, it could still poke a body full of holes. I'd seen more than one person leave the ring today with a bloody puncture wound. Thanks to our accelerated healing, they sealed up within a few hours, but the fact remained that they were still dangerous. I felt the bodies around me shift away from the fence where I stood. Seconds later, the distant fragrance of burning sage and sweetgrass reached my nose. Mateo sidled up next to me, a casual smile curling one side of his full mouth.
"Not in the ring, little warrior."
"Swords are my weapons," I shrugged. "I have no need to play with anything else."
"Then why are you here?"
"The feather staff is the last contest tonight, and tomorrow is solstice. There's nothing else going on. I figured I'd check it out." No need to mention why. Chocolate curls bounced on his forehead in the light breeze, piercing brown eyes assessing every minute change in my expression.
"And I imagine you're here to support your alpha? I see he's competing."
I held in the laugh that tried to burst from my lips, disguising it as a light cough. "Not exactly." Mateo's eyes narrowed, his grin spreading to the other cheek.
"Ah, so not here to see him succeed. Perhaps you're here to see him fail?"
I didn't stop my answering grin from curling my mouth. Perhaps. My eyes roved back into the arena. The contestants were ready in the ring. Dante was similar in size to Michael. Both men wore armor, the goal to strike their opponent in several key places and earn enough points, as counted by the official, for the win. The armor should help them avoid too deep of a puncture wound, while still allowing the required strikes. The official called the start, and the two men began circling, their staffs out. Dante was clearly a warrior. Even though I'd beaten him in the sword contest, that didn't make him an unworthy opponent. He seemed at ease with the staff, even taking the opportunity to cast a grin and wink in my direction. Michael was nothing but single-minded determination, staring down his opponent with ferocity. The scent of their dominance swirled in the ring, tendrils reaching the crowd as they neared the fence. It wasn't a pleasant combination. Their individual scents didn't mix well. Perhaps most disturbing was the emotion that tainted Michael's scent. It was pure, unfiltered hatred, tinged with the bitter odor of jealousy. There wasn't an earthly possession the Eastern Pack Beta had that the Central Pack Alpha did not. What could he possibly be jealous over? My heart thudded in my chest. Somehow, I knew this was about me. Dante hadn't been shy about his interest in me, and Michael had apparently stated his intention to challenge me tomorrow. Suddenly, the potential injury of the blunted weapons was far more sinister. If Michael wanted to make sure Dante didn't interfere with his plans tomorrow, he'd have to injure him severely enough that he wouldn't heal in time to challenge me. Or severely enough that he'd never recover. I couldn't help it. The dread crept through my body, and I knew the exact moment the change in my scent reached Mateo's nose. He turned to me, eyes wide as his nostrils flared. He picked up on my concern and took only a minute to understand what had just occurred to me. We locked eyes for a second, then turned back to watch the contest as one.
Chapter 31. Taika. It happened so quickly the crowd didn't understand, but I knew exactly what took place. I smelled the murderous intent rolling off the Central Pack Alpha in waves. The hatred and jealousy so potent it could only be inspired by one thing: a woman. That very woman was at the fence across the ring from me, anguish and horror written plainly on her face as she watched her alpha thrust his feather staff through the other man's heart. It was over in an instant. There was no recovering from that injury, no matter how fast you healed. The heart had to be pumping to heal, and a heart with a hole that big would never pump again. The victor left his staff standing in the prone body of his victim, crowing his victory at the cheering crowd before setting his sights on Kalia. I couldn't see his expression, but it was easy enough to read hers. Brows lowered and jaw clenched, she whipped around and pushed her way through the suddenly silent crowd. People had finally caught up, realized the runner-up was not standing. The pool of blood beneath him spread out in the dirt, his lack of movement and open eyes clearly telling the story. Michael, the Central Pack Alpha, had just killed his opponent in a competition with blunted weapons. These were not meant to be deadly, and even though it had happened before, it was not a victory to be proud of. The point was to demonstrate skill and celebrate the abilities of our best warriors, not to murder them. My stomach churned. The brute was still celebrating his win, grinning around at the somber crowd. Rowan kneeled next to his fallen beta, having jumped the fence to see if he could save the wounded man. From the expression on Rowan's face as he glared at the other alpha, there was no saving the beta. Rowan's gaze was murderous fire on the other man's back. Michael was completely oblivious. He seemed genuinely confused about why the people who watched him murder his opponent were not cheering his victory. I hopped the fence to assist Roman with collecting his beta. He hadn't moved an inch and was still glaring coldly at the retreating figure. Michael claimed his prize and was heading for the exit. When I reached Rowan, his gaze snapped to mine and I nodded. That man could not remain an alpha of the clan. He had no honor, and his pack would suffer, which meant we had work to do.
Kalia. I couldn't stand it. The beast continued celebrating through the evening and into nightfall, as if he'd won some glorious battle. The night before solstice, all the packs held their own bonfires, and tomorrow we'd have a giant gathering of the entire clan. They would complete all the leadership contests in one day, and the mate challenges would go on for several days. After tomorrow, it was just a week of celebrations, then another week of strategy before we all headed back to our own territories. I did the best I could to get away, but I couldn't escape him. Even if I could slip away from my pack, I wouldn't be welcome among another pack. I had to stay in our area of the fortress. And so he tracked me down where I'd tucked away behind my tent, as far from the party as I could get. I smelled his self-satisfaction, commingled with his dominance and undisguised desire before I spotted him. His fragrance was absolutely wretched to me now. I had no idea how I'd found it almost tolerable just days ago.
"Why aren't you celebrating with the rest of the pack, Kalia?"
His voice grated on my nerves, and I sucked in a deep breath, attempting to reclaim my calm. "I don't feel like celebrating."
Why not? You won your contest, I won mine. We both have something to celebrate tonight.
He sidled closer, invading my space with his size and pervasive scent. The malt alcohol in his breath told me everything I needed to know. He was dangerous. And now he was drunk. Not a great combo. I couldn't help the edge in my voice, my eyes flashing to his face in warning. I wouldn't say murdering someone is a reason to celebrate. The taint of disgust wove through my scent, despite my best attempts to restrain it. The emotion was now too powerful to hide, and he could smell it. Michael sneered, ignoring my warning look and creeping closer, leaning down to place his lips at my ear.
I've waited 5 years to get my revenge, Kalia. And no one can stop me now. I'm the strongest alpha in the fucking clan. Tomorrow, I'll drag your furry ass into the challenge ring, and I will beat you. I don't even care if you survive. Although it would be a bonus to have you under my thumb, broken, subject to my every whim.
He paused, rubbing a hand over his stubbled jaw in mimed consideration.
In fact, now that I think about it, I hope you survive. Leaving you broken in the ring would be fun, but watching you live with it every day would be even sweeter.
He barked a humorless laugh, no doubt imagining some sadistic scenario in which he made me pay for past wounds to his ego. I snorted, not moving an inch. I wasn't about to back down now. You're delusional, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. You aren't that strong of a wolf. I've beaten you before, and I will do it again. If you know what's good for you, you'll find another female to challenge and be satisfied with her. If you challenge me, you will lose. Michael pulled back to his full height, glaring down at me with an absolutely manic expression. He was smarter than I had given him credit for. He'd hidden his true intentions for weeks, even years. Now that he was drunk on power and alcohol, the scent of his actual emotions swirled around me. His rank dominance mixed with the putrid scent of sadistic desire threatened to make me gag. He didn't just desire me. He desired to hurt me. He'd hidden the worst parts of his obsession until now, but he was so close and so certain he'd win, he couldn't help himself. The pre-celebratory gloat made that impossibly clear. I had nothing else to say to him. I simply glared, waiting for him to make his next move. Chuckling darkly, he tipped his cup toward me and winked.
I'll see you tomorrow, mate.
Turning, he strutted back into the darkness from whence he'd come, leaving me to my own company at last. As soon as his scent cleared, I drew in deep lungfuls of sweet mountain air. Chapter 32. Kalia. Summer solstice dawned bright and clear, the cool mountain air warming rapidly even before the sun crested the trees. The entire clan rose early on solstice. The challenge rings would be busy as soon as the first ray of light hit the dirt, and no one wanted to miss the action. Technically, these challenges could be issued whenever. Given that the gathering only happened once every 5 years, they couldn't always wait. However, when possible, most waited for the ceremony of this location. It had become a ritual of sorts, and getting it all completed at the same time was convenient for many reasons. New alphas and betas took part in the strategy meetings the last week of the gathering and established a continuity of leadership. The priority was always to establish clear lines of command in the future and forging relationships between the packs. That's why the alpha challenges were always first. There were 5 rings in a large circle, each one dedicated to a corresponding pack. Dawn's first light was the opportunity for any beta to challenge his alpha for leadership of the pack. In the event there was no beta, the challenge was open to any member of the pack. The only rule was that you could only challenge the alpha of the pack to which you belonged. The only way to switch packs was after a mate challenge, if your mate was from another pack. Otherwise, you remained with the same pack for the rest of your life. Once the alpha challenges were over, and the alphas either took or retained their position, the beta challenges opened up. There were no other official positions in the pack, and many were hesitant to openly challenge their alpha. Instead, they battled to determine who was the most dominant below the alpha, and that typically ended up being someone who challenged for alpha in the future. If a beta didn't challenge his alpha for whatever reason, the rest of his pack was open to challenge him for the spot as beta. If he became the new alpha, his position was now open, as with my pack. Or, as in the case of the Eastern pack, the beta position was open because the beta was dead. I joined the crowd streaming from the shelters to the challenge rings, ignoring the bubble of space that naturally formed around me. Emery was at my side. He wasn't put off by my dominant fragrance. I normally tried harder to restrain it, but there was too much on my mind right now. We'd discussed my conversation with Michael in whispers last night. Emery was pinning his hopes on the Eastern Pack Alpha, Rowan, or Taika. I was leaning heavily on Stieg, Alpha of the Northern Pack. I didn't doubt Emery, but I didn't have any promises from Rowan, and Taika was a beta. In order to jump the claim on our own Alpha, my challenger also had to be an Alpha. Then I just had to get really, really lucky. Once the Alpha challenges ended and the betas were done, the mate challenges would begin at noon. If any of the Alphas were unmated, they got first choice for the mate challenges. Those that weren't interested in gaining a mate at the time bowed out, and those who intended to challenge a female would draw to determine who went first. Typically, they discussed their plans early on, so no Alpha had designs on another's intended mate before the solstice. But I was setting my bet that this time was anything but typical. The unmated Alphas were all due to age out in the next year. The logical move was for them all to take a mate today. Having already spoken to Stieg, I prayed he would win the drawing and choose first. Second choice, of course, was Rowan. Anything but my own Alpha. So if I had luck on my side, Stieg would be unchallenged by his beta, would win the draw, and challenge me first. If I had a small amount of luck, Rowan would win the draw and challenge me. If I had no luck at all, I'd end up in the ring with Michael. If that happened, I'd just be choosing the manner of my own death, slowly, at the hands of a monster who wanted to drain the life from me, or from the race when I got banished. Even I could appreciate the irony here. Winning that contest will get me banished either way. In the best-case scenario, I won, was declared Alpha, and banished in less than a month on my 20th birthday. Worst case, they banished me immediately for being female and daring to beat an Alpha in the challenge ring. I would have laughed at the absurdity if it wasn't my own doom I was considering. Emery and I joined the throng that surrounded the challenge rings, people pressing out of my way and clearing a path into the center where the Alphas stood shoulder to shoulder. We chose a position right in front of the crowd where we could see everything. Michael, of course, was grinning like a cocky dick. His midnight hair stood up at all angles, and he positively preened in front of the crowd. He didn't expect to be challenged. Stieg, his wild caramel mane flowing around his broad shoulders, was several inches taller and more muscular than the jerk next to him. He appeared as immovable as stone, his sharp blue eyes scanning the crowd passively, just taking everything in. I hadn't met the Southern or Western Pack Alphas. Both men appeared to be of middling height, unimpressive as humans, and not particularly engaged in their surroundings. They looked as if they couldn't care less whether or not their betas challenged them. Rowan stood on the end, slightly apart from the others. His blood and copper hair was striking, even without the beams of sunlight to bring out the lighter tints. His golden eyes glared straight ahead beneath lowered brows, and he glowered into the distance, apparently lost in his own thoughts. A ripple ran through the crowd. Across the circle, bodies moved to create a path for an approaching figure. Two men with salt and pepper hair and long ceremonial robes entered the ring of people. Elders. I remembered this part from the gathering 5 years ago. Their age was impressive, but they were not the key event here. I waited impatiently. Behind the two men walked a woman I recalled vividly. Long, silvery hair, face a mask of papery wrinkles with dark, shining eyes. Sheila was the eldest of the elders. She remained here with the other two, cared for by the fortress guards in the most secure place we had. She presided over the challenges and was here to start the events of the day. Just as she stepped foot into the circle, the first ray of light peeked over the trees high above and landed at the foot of the alphas.
"Welcome, everyone."
Her gravelly voice was powerful. Despite her apparent age, she was not frail.
"Today is the summer solstice, and in celebration, we will start with the alpha challenges. Betas, please come forward."
Sliding out of the crowd, 3 figures strode into the ring and took up positions a few feet in front of their alphas. Taika, Mateo, and the Northern Pack Beta I hadn't met all lined up quietly, waiting for the next cue from Sheila.
"Do any among you wish to challenge your alpha for position?"
The Northern Pack Beta held his place, dipping his head slightly in respect. However, both Mateo and Taika stepped forward. In unison, they delivered their statements clearly.
"Alpha, in front of these witnesses, I challenge your place in the pack."
Things were about to get interesting.
Chapter 33. Emery. That Taika challenged his alpha wasn't shocking. I expected it. The Southern Pack Beta was a little more surprising, but the cause didn't escape me. He did it for Kali. I'd seen the way his clever gaze tracked her, and it brought a lump to my throat. Even though I knew we were getting everything we'd hoped for her, it didn't make it any easier. I was used to having everyone else impossibly immune to her multitude of charms. She had gone underappreciated for so long. I'd grown comfortable being the only one who truly saw her. Now she was finally getting the attention she deserved, and I was jealous. What kind of friend was I? Once Sheila opened up the challenges to other members of the packs and no one came forward to challenge the 2 without betas, the crowd dispersed to watch the 2 contests. I cast my gaze sideways at Kali. "Which alpha challenge do you want to watch?" She didn't hesitate. "The Southern." Now that surprised me. Given my assessment of the Western Beta's interest in her, I expected her to be most invested in the result of that contest. That she wanted to watch the other forced me to adjust my thinking. She was more interested in Mateo than she'd let on. I bit back the sharp pang of jealousy, gesturing forward, and we set off for the Southern challenge ring in silence. It made sense she was interested in the man. He was handsome, with dark, curling hair and symmetrical features. About my height and lean, but more muscular and more defined. He moved with a distinct grace I'd never acquired. I suspected he was an excellent warrior, and an even bigger flirt. The males of the Southern Pack were very forthcoming in their attentions to the opposite sex. Perhaps he had worked his magic on Kali under the guise of a sword fight. By the time we reached his ring, the object of her interest was nearly nude, removing his clothes for the challenge. His back was to us as he removed his pants, leaving only a pair of light cotton shorts as he turned to the center of the ring. I watched Kali surreptitiously. Her eyes were glued to Mateo's tan, muscular body, her expression fiercely rigid and jaw clenched. Kali's hands flexed on the pommels of her swords, but otherwise she stood completely still. The elder repeated the traditional statements and questions that I'd heard every time the pack had an alpha challenge, with the only exception being the clarification that this was for the Southern Pack. The alpha seemed resigned, as if he already knew he would lose. The beta was calm, singularly focused on the competition in front of him. Once the elder cleared the ring, both men returned to their corners to remove their remaining garments before shifting. The alpha shifted first. He was a rather small wolf, plain in appearance, mottled brown and gray. Once shifted, he sat and watched his opponent calmly. The beta was larger, with a silver and white pelt. He shook out his coat and approached the center of the ring with confidence, growling low in his chest as the alpha joined him. A quick glance at Kali from the corner of my eyes told me she hadn't shifted an inch. Her sharp blue eyes darted between the competitors, narrowing as she gauged their movements, assessing the possible outcomes in the way only a warrior could. The fight began in earnest now, the wolves responding to each other's growling with heightening snaps and snarls. It didn't take a brilliant warrior to determine who would win this competition. Mateo was definitely the aggressor. And even though aggression wasn't necessarily a determining factor in dominance, the way his alpha responded was telling. Instead of rising to the challenge of fighting back a lower-ranking wolf, the alpha appeared to be shrinking. He snapped and slavered as they circled, but his body crept lower to the ground. By the time they made first contact, it was all but over. A few swipes with the paw, a couple of missed bites, and the Southern Pack had a new alpha. I glanced at Kali and immediately wished I hadn't. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. Excitement they never held for me. The sharp pain in my chest was hard to ignore, but I could hardly blame her for it. Anyone was better than our alpha. One more unmated alpha, one she apparently had a connection with, was a good thing. I just needed to remember that. Taika. I reached down to help my former alpha from the dirt. He accepted my hand with a small, humorless smile. The elder got on with declaring me the new alpha of the Western Pack, and my eyes scanned the crowd while he finished. I vaguely heard the bell clang, signaling the end of the alpha challenges. She wasn't here. There was only one other alpha challenge in progress. It didn't take a genius to figure out where she went. A twinge of worry stabbed my heart. Perhaps I'd been mistaken. No, I reassured myself. She sought me out more than once. And like desired like. Her wolf was powerful, and it needed a powerful mate. That was why she'd sought me out. She recognized on some level that I was her best chance. Perhaps her only chance. I returned to my clothing, dressing quickly to clear the ring for the beta challenges to begin. They shouldn't take long for the Western Pack. There were only 3 or 4 wolves suitably dominant enough to try. And then we'd wait until just before high noon, when Sheila would assemble all the unmated alphas. Knowing the Southern Pack alpha and beta, I could only conclude there would now be 5, and we'd draw for the right to challenge our future mates before the other alphas. This was the part that concerned me, the part over which I had no control. If I didn't get to choose first, would another challenge her? I knew her own alpha intended to, but I wasn't certain about the other alphas. It seemed likely that at least one was interested. Probably they all were. Which begged the question, what happened if more than one wanted to challenge the same female? All I could do was hope that my best guess was correct. Either way, we had bigger problems than a female. I ducked the congratulations of my pack members, following the tree-lined trail back to the principal building and walking straight into the Alpha/Beta strategy room. The Northern and Eastern Pack alphas were already here, waiting. I glanced between their impassive faces. Did one of you talk to Mateo? Talk to me about what? The new Southern Pack alpha strode into the room with a grin, locking the knob behind him and taking a seat. Rowan cleared his throat. Let's make this quick. We all understand the problem. I'd have been happy to take the fool out last night, but with no beta, the Central Pack would have fallen into chaos. Once a beta is declared from the challenges, he'll be in the ring again for the mate challenge. I'm assuming we all will. He paused, sharp golden eyes glaring around the table. So we won't be able to take care of it until tonight. I vote that we help him inebriate himself, then make sure he takes a fall that he won't recover from. Stieg glanced at him sharply. I still don't follow how we're going to make that happen. He's strong, even in human form. Odds are that he could survive quite a fall. Mateo leaned back in his chair, sighing. We're going to make sure he's dead first, Stieg. He drawled in a bored tone. We'll get him drunk, bash his skull in, then pitch him down the cliffs by the drawbridge. I'll distract the guards posted there. It shouldn't take the 3 of you more than a minute or 2 to take care of it. Stieg shook his head. I don't like it. It's dishonorable. Surely there's a way to remove him officially that doesn't involve murder. You know the clan rules. Rowan's tone was brusque. He's an asshole, but he's a dominant asshole. Only a more dominant wolf can depose him, and the only one that's close to his dominance in the Central Pack is the alpha he defeated. What about a female? My voice was low, measured. 3 pairs of glaring eyes whipped in my direction. What do you mean? Mateo's voice was equally low, soft, barely above a whisper. Dangerous. You know what I mean. She may very well defeat him. I don't intend to leave that to chance, he purred darkly. Stieg's voice was gruff. So you intend to challenge Kalia? I do. Despite Michael having already declared his intention. I don't give a shit what that oaf wants. He'll be dead before sunrise. Rowan's eyes narrowed, and he glanced back and forth between the other 2. Finally, his piercing gaze landed on me. Do you also intend to challenge Kalia? I held his eyes calmly. Yes. All four of us glanced around the table, taking measure of our competition. Well, this is interesting. Mateo chuckled darkly. I guess it's a good thing we have to draw straws. Stieg nodded. Yes, interesting indeed. Mateo stood, his dark smile still in place. Gentlemen, I think this concludes our business for now. Given the circumstances, I think we'd all better find a backup plan for a mate. There's only one Kalia, and that's not nearly enough to go around. I'm off to seek a second option, and I suggest you do the same. He unlocked the door and exited without another word. The other two nodded at each other and at me, then took their leave as well. Interesting. Definitely interesting. Chapter 34. Mateo. Like hell, I was looking for another option. There was no other option. I'd circled the fortress dozens of times, sniffing every available female, and my wolf didn't so much as chuff. But the second her peppery sweet fragrance hit my nose, he woke with a vengeance. As did the beast in my pants. No, there was no one even close to her. Just thinking about our match, where she ended up on top of me, grinning down at me like a jackal, was enough to make my pants tight again. I nearly tried to roll and kiss her right then, despite the steel at my neck. The blades weren't sharp enough to slice through, and stealing a taste of her lips was worth a little bruise. Of course, Rowan had interrupted us. I suspected days ago he was interested in Kalia. Rowan played everything close to the vest, but she was the only female I'd seen him speak to of his own volition. It didn't appear as though he even saw females. He just ignored them as he walked by, always brooding. For someone on the hunt for a mate, he didn't seem to be trying. I could handle a little competition, but Rowan offered little enticement for her, as far as I could tell. Surely she was far more attracted to me than that perpetually sour man. Females wanted to be admired. They didn't want to guess how a male felt. Rowan notwithstanding, I didn't realize that I'd have quite so much competition. Stieg was a giant of a man, but I'd seen him fight. I could beat him in a contest easily. He had no finesse. I could tell Kalia found him attractive, but she didn't pick her mate. Her wolf did, and I was confident he wasn't strong enough. If she didn't realize it yet, she would, once he got her in the ring. Obviously, I wasn't concerned about Michael. He was the weakest among us, and at any rate, he'd be out of the picture in a matter of hours. Taika was an interesting ingredient in the mix. He was always calm, always relaxed on the outside, but if my experience had taught me anything, it was the quiet ones you had to look out for. A man knew when he had nothing to prove, and those were inevitably the most dangerous ones. I knew because his attitude was very similar to mine. So my plan remained the same. I needed to win the first draw and challenge her myself. If I didn't, I'd start the line and challenge her once she defeated whichever unfortunate soul thought he could tame her beast. I hoped it would be the Central or Northern Alpha. I was reasonably confident she'd defeat either of them. I wasn't as certain about the Eastern and Western Alphas, but I'd cross that bridge when I reached it. I set aside any concerns about what would happen if she defeated Michael. Once I mated her, she'd become a member of the Southern Pack, and the newly crowned Beta would become Alpha of the Central Pack. There was no need to consider any other outcomes. The only potential outcome that mattered to me was the one where I'd end the day with Kalia as my mate. One way or another, she'd be mine.
Kalia. Emery and I watched the Central Pack Beta challenges for a while, and were unsurprised when Warren came out the victor. I didn't know how long it'd be until he could reasonably issue an Alpha challenge again. Typically, a wolf, once beaten, did not attempt it. If the Alpha had been anyone else, I was convinced he would have happily stepped down and tended to his family. But our current Alpha was so terrible, Warren clearly couldn't live with the guilt. It was as good an outcome as I could hope for. If nothing else, Warren could temper the baser instincts of Michael and perhaps steer him in a better direction for the pack, since arriving at the fortress, He'd grown more comfortable with his station, revealing more and more of the hideous dog he'd attempted to hide for the last few weeks. He cared nothing about the betterment of the pack. Everything he did was to stroke his own ego. That didn't bode well for our survival if he started making selfish decisions that got people killed. Once Warren was declared the victor, and we took our opportunity to congratulate him, we wandered off along the perimeter path. Emery nattered on about race and new tech he was planning to build, having learned a lot from his cohorts in the other packs. I suspected he was trying to distract me from the impending contest, and my heart warmed with gratitude as I watched him. He spoke with energy, hands gesturing and cinnamon eyes sparkling the way they always did when that fantastic brain of his started running away with an idea. I watched his sharp jaw work, a lean hand reaching up to tuck a stray lock of tousled brown hair behind his ear. I wasn't paying attention to where we were. I was just enjoying my last few moments of camaraderie with the only friend and lover I'd ever known. Suddenly alert, Emery's eyes darted around us. Then he grabbed my hand and pulled me into a tent. Once through the flaps, he tied them swiftly as I watched, confused. We were in one of the mate tents. They were still mostly unoccupied, as the mate challenges would start at noon, and the occasional mated couples who used them beforehand were likely down watching the beta challenges. Emery, shh! He grabbed my shoulders, pulling me into his lean chest for a fierce hug. He crushed me to his warm body, and I listened to his rapidly hammering heart as I drank him in. This was our last chance. Our absolute last time to be alone together like this. Once we were both mated, our scents would change subtly, our hormonal makeup adapting to our mate, and they'd know if we'd shared intimate contact with another. There were rules against that sort of thing, and a jealous mate could get someone kicked out of the pack. All of this struggle would be for nothing. After a moment, Emery's grip loosened, and his fingers reached up to cup my cheeks. His face lowered, and he pressed soft, familiar lips to mine. The slow, languid kiss tempted my knees to buckle. No rich cocoa desire swirled through his cinnamon and chocolate scent, just a single note of bitter sadness as we kissed. Far too soon he cut it off, releasing my mouth to look down on me with sparkling eyes. "Come on," he mumbled, a catch in his throat causing his voice to pitch sharply, and he coughed to clear it. Grabbing my hand, he towed me over to the mat, sitting and patting the space between his legs. Moisture gathered in my eyes, and I sat, turning away before the first tear fell. Emery released the basic ponytail I'd fashioned with my hair, threading his deft artist's fingers through the tangled strands and clearing away any snarls. I reveled in the sensation of his hands stroking my scalp, neck, and shoulders while I enjoyed these last moments of intimacy with my best friend. He worked slowly this time, weaving each plait with care, tugging and adjusting until the braid was perfect. He produced leather strips from his pockets to tie them, and when one dropped over my shoulder, completed, I examined his handiwork. They were beautiful, individually embroidered with colorful threads, delicate patterns worked into the leather. I stifled the tiny sob that rose in my throat and allowed another tear to run silently down my cheek, dripping onto the clasped hands in my lap. When he finished, Emery wrapped his lean arms around my shoulders and pulled me back against his chest, hugging me loosely. "There," he breathed into my hair. "Now you're all ready to face your destiny." I didn't have words, so I just soaked in his comfort for the last few moments I'd have it. In the distance, a bell clanged, signaling the end of the beta contests. I sighed, and Emery squeezed tightly one more time, then released me. I stood, offering him my hand without wiping my cheeks. I knew he could smell the taint of despair on my scent. There was no point hiding it. Instead of breaking my heart with an equally mournful expression, he cheered me with an encouraging smile. His hands rose to cut my cheeks once more, thumbs wiping away my trailing tears. "Come on, Kalia. It's not all that bad. You have a 4 out of 5 chance that anyone but Michael wins the draw.
and whoever wins it is clearly going to challenge you. I'd say those are pretty good odds." I didn't agree. The dread in my stomach was a heavy living thing. Somehow I knew there was no luck on my side today. However, I forced a smile back for him. "You're right, Em. I'm sure it will work out." My words were hollow, but sometimes you had to fake it and convince yourself what you said was true. We made our way to the flap and untied it, checking to make sure the path was empty before we exited and started our walk back to the challenge rings.
Chapter 35. Rowan. When the bell signifying the end of the beta contests rang, I was already in the Eastern Challenge ring to congratulate my new beta. This one was older, already mated with 2 pups. He barely eked out the win. I suspected a few of the sub-15 youngsters that couldn't compete now would knock him aside soon. The clanging of the brass sent a jolt of excitement through my system. It brought the impending contest of wills to the forefront of my mind. All 5 alphas were intending to challenge Kalia to mate. I'd never heard of such a shit show, but the elders didn't exactly share a lot with the younger generations. Similarly, no one really knew what happened in the alpha/beta meetings until they were in the room. For all we knew, the same thing had happened 100 times before. Fucking doubtful, but it was possible. So now we were all going into this tiresome ceremony hoping to get first choice because every alpha in the clan expected to put the bitch on her back and take her home. If it were any other female, that might be the case. Something told me, however, that this one would be more of a challenge. A dark grin took up residence on my face as I joined the throng of people pouring into the clearing between the 5 rings. It had been a long time since I'd had a real challenge. The adrenaline coursing through my system was heightening my senses, making me feel alive in a way that only battle could. I longed for the chance to actually fight Michael, but there was no real reason to engage him in the ring. It would accomplish nothing aside from allowing me to vent my disgust for the filthy dog who intentionally killed another person for daring to covet the same female he wanted for himself. Although I didn't believe either of them could handle her. Truthfully, I wasn't even sure my wolf was up for the task. But I was more than ready to find out. And my wolf hadn't stopped humming since the bell clanged. I was the first alpha in the clearing and took up position to wait for the others with my legs spread, arms clasped behind me. Stieg followed soon after, nodding brusquely in my direction and crossing his arms over his chest. I continued to stare out at the crowd, ignoring their growing excitement. The alpha mate challenges were the highlight of the gathering. Once they were completed, the challenge rings were open to every wolf, and the shoddy tents in the perimeter of the fortress became permanently occupied with couples. The swirling hormones and heightened sexual energy of the clan grew steadily until solstice, and broke like a wave on the shore today. Coupling would be
You've come far in the story. Let this quiet melody carry you through a moment of peace. Thanks for being part of our audiobook family.
frenzied, the stench of 1,000 randy wolves pervasive for days until the challenging slowed down and people sorted themselves out, eventually regaining something of their humanity. There was a reason we took a week break between the strategy meetings. A dominant male with a new mate was only going to have one thing on his mind, and that wasn't a strategy to fight wraiths. A brief image of the female in question flashed through my mind. Creamy skin, laid out naked and staring up at me with lustful blue eyes. The bulge in my pants tightened in response. Fuck. Now was not the time to explore those ideas. I kept all thoughts of sex repressed for the last 3 years. I could keep them down for a few more hours. Grimly refocusing my attention, I caught Michael striding into the clearing, all smiles for the assembled clan. Idiot. He actually thinks everything is about to go his way, that he eliminated his competition and his path forward was clear. He stood a ways apart, leaving a gap between himself and Stieg, and continued grinning like a fool for the crowd. I looked forward to wiping that fucking smug smile off his face tonight. A low growl to my left told me Stieg's thoughts mirrored my own. The man was enormous. My head barely reached his chin, and I was no midget. He was at least a head taller than most every male here. I refused to turn my head and look at him, but my wolf grumbled in agreement. The crowd ahead of me parted, clearing the way for Taika to lope in and take position next to Stieg. He was an interesting character, quiet, thoughtful, and outwardly calm, as if nothing bothered him. Something told me he had a carefully adapted facade. I'd seen his alpha challenge. His alpha went down in less than a minute, which led me to question why he'd waited so long to challenge him in the first place. He was far more dominant than the former alpha of the Western Pack and had obviously been for some time. It was clear what the motivation was now, of course. I'd wager it was the same for Mateo. Only an alpha could jump the mate claim on another alpha. As soon as the Southern Pack alpha slid casually into the ring, the energy in the atmosphere thickened. His perpetual smile irked me, like the asshole always knew the punchline to a joke that no one had told me yet. He glanced meaningfully down the line of waiting alphas, then took up a position to my right instead of next to Michael. Asshat. Not that I blamed him, of course. The scent of self-satisfaction rolled off Michael in putrid waves. I avoided breathing near him whenever I could, too. Mateo leaned toward me, commenting in a low voice. Lots of females here. I hope you found an acceptable backup plan. My wolf rumbled low. Don't need one. I growled through clenched teeth. For your sake, I hope you followed your own advice. The aggravating grin didn't falter. Well then, may the best man win. You're wrong, pup. It's not about men at all. Only the wolves matter. He chuckled softly. We'll see. Fucking infuriating Southerner. I continued to stare out at the crowd sightlessly. Their emotions charging the air with electricity. It was so potent the fine copper hair on my arms was standing at attention. They were laughing, joking, flirting, and celebrating while they waited for the entertainment to begin. I envied them their ease. I didn't know how to be so casually joyful. It was as foreign to me as the idea of the casual sex the Southerners engaged in. Of course, that could have something to do with his easy, confident charm. Maybe I'd find some relief in having a mate, a warm body in my bed at night. Angrily, I snapped my thoughts back to the matter at hand. Any minute now, the elders would appear, and I needed to be ready. Chapter 36. Stieg. I spotted her bright golden hair as soon as she neared the rings. Being a head above everyone else had its benefits. Kalia was, of course, in the company of her skinny, submissive friend, Emery. He was smart, although I'd argue a bit too alarmist. The crowd bubbled around them, clearing a space for her to pass through as they cringed away from her scent unconsciously. She stopped just at the front, where she had an unobstructed view of us, her fierce blue eyes scanning the line of alphas. My heart beat heavily against my ribs when her gaze met mine, eyes narrowing slightly in her pale face. Grimly, she nodded at me once, eyes boring a hole through my skull, as if she could bend me to her will. I knew what she wanted, and so help me, I wanted it too. I tried to think it out clearly. rationalize the best course of action for both me and my pack. But every rationale turned to justifying the plan of picking her. She was a fierce warrior. She'd make an excellent mate, a leader in the pack, an inspiration to other females, a powerful wolf who would make strong pups. It didn't need to be said, but she was also attractive as a woman. Her light hair and blue eyes, when mixed with my complexion, would make some beautiful, unique offspring. Very few remain with that coloring, and really we had no idea what sort of benefits were tied to the recessive genes of light eyes and hair. Honestly, it was our duty to retain the traits for future generations. Shaking my head, I chased that line of thought from my mind. Right now, my only concern was getting the right draw. I didn't like my odds if I fell behind some of the other males in the priority of choice. I was one of the lowest in dominance among the alphas. Higher, of course, than Michael, but I wasn't sure if I was more dominant than any of the others. My size had always played to my advantage. Even as a wolf, I was large, which was fortunate. At my size, to have a normal-sized or even small wolf would be rather embarrassing. However, it wouldn't be enough to help me today. I needed luck, and lots of it.
Kalia. There they were, all lined up like a veritable buffet of powerful, beautiful, unmated males. My alpha notwithstanding, of course. I couldn't stand his smug grin. My eyes traveled down the line, wondering which would win first pick. Any of them. I'd take any of the clan alphas. Except mine. Once again, the two elders entered the circle, followed by Sheila with her long, silvery hair and flowing robes. The crowd was in a near frenzy of excitement, but silenced immediately at their appearance. The surrounding scents swirled in a confusing mixture: excitement, desire, envy, and lust, and a tiny but potent amount of sour fear. It was too difficult to pinpoint the source of any one scent, but I suspected the fear was from males who hoped none of the 5 alphas would pick his intended mate. It seemed as if the elders moved impossibly slow, at least compared to the frantic beating of my heart. They shuffled, one tortuously slow step at a time around the circle, until they came to stand in front of the assembled alphas. Sheila turned to face the crowd, her beaming grin showcasing the multitude of enviable wrinkles in her visage. "Welcome. We are here to begin the mate challenges, which of course start with the clan alphas. This year is especially exciting since every alpha will select a mate. They have told me of their intent to challenge, and so we will go forward with the drawing for position." From within a pocket of her flowing robes, she produced 5 thin pieces of gleaming steel. Holding them up, she announced, "I hold 5 rods of all different lengths. I will present the tips to the alphas, and they will all select one. The alpha with the shortest rod will select his mate first, and so on, with the alpha who draws the longest rod selecting last." She turned to face the line of alphas. "Do you all understand the rules?" They nodded, and she turned back to the crowd. "Very well. We shall begin." Facing the crowd so the men at her back couldn't see, she carefully arranged the rods so the same amount of material stood above her hand, their actual length concealed within her palm. When she turned to present them to the waiting men, she strode to Matteo first. A brief scowl crossed Michael's face. He clearly thought he'd get to choose first, and it pissed him off. Good. Now he'd only get whatever was left. I sucked in a breath, teeth clamping on my lip as Sheila's body blocked my view of the rods. My hands tightened on the pommels of my swords, squeezing them reflexively. Matteo had a small, knowing smile on his lips. Clearly he knew he'd get to choose first. He winked at Sheila before dropping his eyes to the proffered metal rods, and after a few moments, selected one, holding it up for the crowd to see. I pushed out the breath I'd been holding. It was short. Was it the shortest? I wasn't sure. It was hard to tell at this distance without the others to compare it to. Sheila moved down the line, offering her diminished collection of rods to Rowan. His appeared to be longer than Matteo's. My heart pounded against my ribs, blood rushing in my ears. I couldn't hear the crowd anymore, and every moment seemed an eternity. Sheila continued to stig, whose was smaller than Rowan's. Was it smaller than Mateo's? I thought so. My heart leapt. Surely that was the smallest one. My breaths were coming faster now. Only 2 rods left, and then we'd know. When Taika pulled his selected rod, his expression grew more terse. The rod he held up was definitely longer than Stig's, and his sharp glance to the one held by his neighbor only tightened his expression. Ever one for ceremony, Sheila approached my alpha as she had approached the others, holding up her hand with the rod concealed within, forcing him to draw it out to see the full length. My heartbeat was almost painful in my chest. The seconds it took him to pull the rod seemed a lifetime. His scowl deepened, and he thrust the rod into the air. It was long, longer than Taika's. I sucked in a deep, shuddering breath and turned to grin at Emery. His cinnamon eyes were tense, but he returned my smile. "Okay, here we go," he encouraged. The 5 men moved together, pressing their bodies close to hold the small metal rods near enough to see which was shortest. Sheila's voice called out, "The order of selection will be Northern, Southern, Eastern, Western, then Central." Yes, Stig would choose first. It was all over. I nearly cried for relief, wishing insanely that I could throw my arms around Emery and kiss him in celebration. Sheila boomed out, "Alpha of the Northern Pack, name the female you wish to face in the mate challenge." Stig's crystalline blue eyes locked on mine, caramel mane flowing around his broad shoulders with his thick arms crossed in front of his massive chest. In a clear, deep voice, he announced, "I challenge Kalia of the Central Pack." My knees weakened, but I tightened my fists on my swords and with one last glance at Emery's shining eyes, stepped forward. I couldn't help the smile on my face. This was exactly what I hoped for. Now I just prayed his wolf was strong enough.
"No, she's mine!"
Horrified, I watched my alpha approach Sheila with murderous intent. The rest of the alphas jumped in front of her, her elder escort, the last line of defense, producing matching blades from within their ceremonial robes. Sheila didn't react. "The rules are very clear. The order of selection was randomly chosen, and the Northern Alpha won the right to choose first." Michael stared her down, seething.
"He knew I intended to challenge Kalia. She is of my pack. I've already claimed her."
Sheila's dark eyes glittered, and she glanced between the 2. "Interesting. However, there is no such thing as pre-claiming a female. What about the preference of the female?" Mateo's rich, accented voice interjected. "I also intended to challenge this female, as I believe did the Western and Eastern Alphas." He glanced at Taika and Rowan, who nodded. "Are we to let the decision to be left to a simple random chance? I thought we were a more civilized society than that. Shouldn't Kalia have a choice?" While I appreciated this sentiment, I could tell it wasn't entirely benevolent. Mateo's sly grin betrayed his belief that I would pick him, given the choice. Glancing down the line, I knew several of them believed that. Obviously Stig, but also Taika appeared pleased by this suggestion. Rowan, as usual, continued to glower. My alpha was absolutely livid. Sheila, on the other hand, was highly amused. "All 5 of you desire the same female?" Her dark eyes sparkled. "That is most unusual." She turned to where I was standing, just a few steps in from the surrounding crowd. "Are you Kalia of the Central Pack?" I nodded, dumbstruck. "Come here, child." The crowd was absolutely silent, and my steps seemed to echo across the clearing as I walked to Sheila. She inhaled deeply as I approached, a smile creeping across her wrinkled cheeks, crinkling near her sparkling eyes. "Ah, I see," she breathed. "Well, in this case, there is only one thing to do."
Chapter 37. Taika. The crowd held its collective breath, hanging on every word from the wizened female.
She was clearly enjoying the intention, drawing out the suspense as long as she could, glancing slyly around at the 5 alphas crowded together. Kalia's eyes darted between the old woman and the other elders, her jaw clenched and knuckles white with tension.
It may surprise you to learn that there is actually a precedent set for these situations. If an alpha's desired mate is also desired by other alphas, we give the first choice of refusal to that female's alpha. After that,
Michael didn't hesitate. I challenge this female. My eyes darted to Kalia. Hers widened with a brief flash of despair, where she'd been positively triumphant moments ago. Steeling herself and reclaiming her warrior's calm, she spoke.
And what happens if he loses?
Sheila ignored the fierce rumble that rose from the central alpha. Her darkly intelligent eyes turned to Kalia, assessing her carefully.
That's a bridge we must cross when we reach it.
Kalia nodded, resigned, and turned away. She marched directly to the Central Pack's challenge ring, and the crowd moved as one, swarming in to surround the single ring after Michael. I glanced down the line of alphas. Mateo, as usual, looked smug. Stieg appeared slightly concerned, and Rowan more terse. We all moved toward the ring, the bodies clearing a path for us to the wooden fence of the ring. Kalia was on the closest side of the ring to my position and Michael on the far side. She was outwardly calm, but I could see the storm brewing in those fierce blue eyes. Suddenly, the words she'd told me at the bonfire flooded back into my mind. When she talked about her wolf, she said,
I keep her locked up tight, because people die when I let her out.
And now, the entire clan was about to see what happened when Kalia's wolf was unleashed.
Emery. I elbowed my way to the fence closest to where Kali was undressing, ignoring the rumbles of wolves far more dominant than me in my quest to be near her. She was tense. I could see it in the set of her shoulders, the tendons standing out from her neck. Not that I blamed her. She kept her wolf locked up for 3 years, ever since the last mate challenge she'd won. I knew she'd hardly call it winning. That male had brought it on himself, refusing to concede, and her wolf grew tired of him. It was hardly Kali's fault that her wolf snapped the man's neck. She still wore the guilt every day and had refused to let her wolf out ever since. She hadn't been mate challenged again, and even when confronted with situations that anyone would wolf out, she refused. Now she was in front of the entire clan, about to unleash her wolf in the contest that held the highest stakes she'd ever faced. End up mated to our brood of an alpha or defeat him, and possibly get kicked out of the clan for daring to be stronger. Kali! She didn't hear me over the crowd. I cleared my throat and tried again. Kali! Her head jerked up, eyes landing on me just as she removed her second boot. A brief show of emotion flashed through her countenance before she hardened her expression again. She trotted over to the fence, to me, resting her hand on a slat of the wooden barrier. I reached forward, getting caught be damned, and placed my hand on top of hers, rubbing the back of her hand in comfort. She didn't say a word, just stared at me, her fierce gaze conveying more emotion than a tearful outpouring ever could. When Kali got emotional, she got angry. The more upset she became, the more threatening her countenance. Kali, it's time to let go, I began. You tried to warn him, and now he's brought this on himself. You need to let your wolf take over and do her part. Another flash of emotion behind her steely eyes. You'll only get yourself hurt, trying to hold back. I clapped my second hand on top of hers, squeezing desperately as I leaned toward her, wishing I could give her something more. Just let go and trust your wolf, Kali. She will protect you. She pulled her lower lip between her teeth, biting down hard, then gave me a curt nod and withdrew her hand, walking back to her small pile of belongings on the ground. She resumed undressing, as if without a pause, and my heart lurched. We were out of time.
Kalia. I ignored the desperate pounding of my heart while I undressed. It had been years since I'd last stripped down in front of an audience, and despite nudity being a common occurrence in the pack, I was not used to feeling quite so many eyes on my naked flesh. I knew I was uncommonly pale compared to most others, and my milky complexion was always a source of curiosity. Over the years, I'd heard more than one muttered comment about whether the hair below my belt matched that on my head. I hoped everyone was getting their curiosity sated now. I did my best to tune out the press of bodies outside the fence, their voices and mingled scents. In particular, I ignored the 4 alphas who were now, without a doubt, ogling my backside. Instead, I turned and walked to the center of the ring where my nemesis waited. Disgusting as ever, he made a big show of raking his eyes over every inch of my exposed skin possessively, as if he already owned me. I refused to let my eyes drop below his navel. My nose told me he was aroused, and I had no interest in encouraging him. When I reached Michael and the waiting elder, I went to assume my typical posture with hands resting on my sword pommels. However, since I wasn't wearing my sword belt, I had to settle for resting my palms on my naked hips. They were uncomfortably soft compared to what I was accustomed to, but it was better than crossing my arms over my chest. Then I'd just appear as if I were trying to hide my breasts. I had nothing to hide. I was not ashamed of my naked body, any more than I was ashamed of my strength as a warrior or my skill with swords. Michael could look all he wanted. I'd be damned if I let his filthy paws touch me. The elder male eyed me curiously. He was one of those who escorted Sheila everywhere. I suspected this was the first time he'd gotten a whiff of my unrestrained scent. I got curious looks a lot when I didn't rein it in. Also, a lot of coughing. I had to let go of all my holds now, and scent was one of those I typically kept a tight fist around. Now, I unleashed the full force of my fragrance and watched the reactions as it drifted throughout the ring. Michael was trying to act as if it didn't bother him, but his eyes watered, and he sniffed as if trying to clear his nose. Good, I thought vindictively. Just wait until we get started. The elder cleared his throat.
A mate challenge has been issued by the Alpha of the Central Pack. He turned to Michael, who grinned at me wolfishly. Do you wish to follow through on this challenge, knowing that if you succeed, you are selecting your lifetime mate?
Yes. Michael's eyes were glittering darkly, his odor pungent with hate. If the elder found that aroma unusual for a mate challenge, he didn't say so.
Do you understand that if you fail in this official wolf challenge, you would lose your position as Alpha of the Central Pack?
I do. He was confident. The elder turned to me.
Kalia, do you understand that should this male succeed in dominating your wolf, he is your chosen mate for life?
I nodded. He almost seemed to pity me, adding,
Even so, it is your choice as to when to seal the pairing. You may not choose another mate, but you will choose when to mate. Do you understand?
He said all of this as if it were a foregone conclusion I would lose. I swallowed hard, nodding again. Yes.
Very good. Should he fail in dominating your wolf, we will address it after the contest.
Another nod.
Very well. In front of these witnesses, you have both agreed to the terms of the mate challenge. This is a wolf-only challenge. No weapons of any kind are allowed, and no help from another pack member is permitted. This fight will end when one wolf pleads for mercy or dies.
Chapter 38. Mateo. I couldn't stop my gaze from raking over her body as she undressed. Creamy, unblemished skin, thick, rounded hips, the powerful legs and muscular shoulders of a warrior, soft, shapely breasts with deliciously pink nipples. My pants tightened in an unexpected wave of arousal, and I mentally beat back the emotion before the others could scent it. Now was not the time to ogle her. There'd be plenty of time to enjoy her body after she was my mate. At these points, I'd done all I could, and everything else was up to her. I was 99% certain she'd defeat Michael. He was a waste as Alpha, not worthy of the position and certainly not dominant enough to hold it. Kalia's spicy fragrance thickened as she approached the center of the ring, drowning out the weaker scents of the surrounding throng. I pulled in a lungful, ignoring the burning in the back of my throat. I was almost beginning to enjoy the sensation. The elder finished the scripted speech for the mate challenge, then stepped away, heading for the safety of the gate. All eyes were now on the two naked individuals in the center of the ring. The central pack alpha devoured Kalia's naked form with a look so repugnant I almost pitied her. Kalia glared back at him coolly, hands resting on her lush hips, waiting. The male shifted first, snout stretching and body sprouting midnight black fur, rapidly doubling in size as he dropped to all fours. The change took seconds, and the man was gone. In his place, a giant, snarling black wolf remained. Kalia was still in human form, staring down the beast. She dropped her hands to her sides, closing her eyes and breathing deeply, calling on her wolf. I didn't know what to expect. From the rumors, I'd expected a monstrous beast of a wolf, similar to what now faced her in the ring, perhaps bigger. When her wolf finally took shape, I was surprised, but only at how wrong I'd been. Kalia as a wolf was no monstrous beast. If anything, she was on the small side, very average. Her coat was exceptional, thick and silvery gray, absolutely gleaming in the bright sunlight as if she were made of the precious metal. Her tail, pure silver and thick as a bottle brush, whipped back and forth as she stared down her competition with cold blue eyes. Despite her ordinary size, everything about this wolf screamed predator. Even her dominant scent thickened, and through my peripheral vision I saw weaker wolves cringing away from the fence. The silver wolf shook out her coat and sat, staring at the large black wolf with a disdainful air. In response, the brute snarled, jaws snapping and tongue lashing the air. He kept sniffing loudly, trying to exhale the burn from Kalia's peppery dominance. He tested her, faking a few charging steps forward before pacing back and forth on his side of the ring. Kalia's wolf remained seated, waiting. Was this the big, scary beast I'd been told to fear since I'd first asked about her? Hardly the bloodthirsty animal I'd been expecting. Michael's wolf continued to snarl, threaten, and otherwise attempt to antagonize Kalia, who refused to respond at all. Finally, she tilted her head back and let out a long, leisurely yawn, pink tongue curling and falling, before she settled her belly down on the dirt, resting her head on her paws and closing her intelligent canine eyes. Laughter rose around the ring. A chuckle poured from my chest, and a glance down the line of other alphas told me they were also amused, some of their heads thrown back in mirth. The entire clan had run the gamut of emotions in witnessing the lead-up to this contest. When the two finally shifted and faced each other in the ring, Kalia's wolf thought so little of her own alpha that she laid down for a nap when threatened with his beast of a wolf. Michael was not amused. The lack of response by Kalia enraged him, and he ceased his pacing to charge across the ring, growling and slavering to make his displeasure known. She had planned on this, of course. I watched her haunches tense as soon as he began charging, and when he was nearly on top of her, she jolted to life, jaws opening wide and clamping around his throat. In an instant, Michael was in trouble. The much smaller wolf had a firm lock on his throat. The more he pulled back or thrashed, the deeper her sharp canine teeth would rend his flesh. Typically, a lock on the throat was the end of a challenge if the loser wasn't suicidal. However, no one would accuse Michael of being intelligent. Thrash he did, swinging his head around. Kalia's smaller wolf swung through the air, hanging from the black wolf's throat by her teeth. He carried her around the ring, her lean, silvery body dragging through the dirt between his massive black paws. Blood had leaked from his wounds. It wasn't visible on the black wolf, but it stained Kalia's muzzle crimson and splattered on her silver pelt as Michael continued to thrash wildly. Suddenly he collapsed, laying down on top of her. I thought at first that he was giving up. Kalia clearly thought so too, because when he jerked up suddenly, she lost her grip. She rent a small piece of black fur from the alpha's throat, but otherwise lost her control of the beast. The wound was much worse now that I could see it. Kalia's teeth had cut deeply, and the black wolf's entire chest was wet with blood. I could see red, exposed flesh where she'd bitten away his fur. He retreated to the far side of the ring to catch his breath, furious eyes glaring around at the crowd watching him lose. And he was losing without a doubt. She'd nearly had him. One more firm clamp on his throat and he was done. Kalia lay down in the dirt, calmly wiping her bloody muzzle on a silvery paw, as if she were supremely unbothered by the entire situation. When finished grooming, she watched her opponent with calculating, intelligent eyes, waiting for him to try again. I wondered what he'd do this time.
Clearly, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Assuming her casual posture meant she was unprepared for an attack. The crowd grew silent, watching the giant black wolf regain his composure and the small silver wolf wait, the image of patience for her attacker to return. Emery. It was typical of Kali's style. She was always patient, always smart. She used her opponent's size against him, choosing instead to make small, precise movements, conserve her energy, and wait for the right moment. It was working for her. Unfortunately, her wolf was becoming impatient. Despite the outward show of boredom, the twitch of a silvery tail and darting blue eyes betrayed the wolf's anxiety. She was running out of patience, and Kali didn't do well when she got frustrated. Her best weapon was her cool intellect, her clever choices in the face of a dangerous foe. Michael watched her with dark, wary eyes. He paced on his side of the ring, the drips of blood slowing as he healed. His strategy was obvious. He would waste time, allowing himself to heal before he attacked her again. If she refused to attack first, he'd wait until his skin was mostly knit back together, and then he'd be essentially good as new again. Another twitch of Kali's fluffy tail, her intelligent eyes tracking his every move, told me she knew it too. My pulse was elevated, pounding in my temple as I waited along with the rest of the crowd for something to happen. When Kali stood on all fours and stretched, I sucked in a deep breath. Here we go. She began by trotting around the ring playfully, darting from side to side, bowing with a wolfy grin on her muzzle, as if tempting Michael to play with her. His dark, glittering eyes watched her, following her movements, likely trying to understand what she was up to. As were the rest of us. She worked her way closer and closer to him, continuing with the playful maneuvers, ignoring his increasingly hostile response and sending up billows of dust. Michael bared his teeth, snarling low and snapping his jaw when her backside was nearly in his face. She danced away, then returned, circling closer and closer, darting left and right, bowing with her ears back before jumping up and scampering off a few yards just to return a minute later. At one point, she was so close that her tail whipped him in the face when she turned to dart away, and the snap of his teeth was audible. If she was trying to provoke him, it was working. Finally, the giant black wolf had enough. Kalia darted in, bowing and taunting the much bigger wolf, and he threw himself on top of her, pressing down with his enormous body to bite at the back of her neck as if she were a misbehaving pup. My heart caught in my throat. Kali whimpered in surprise, wriggling futilely under the weight of the beast. He snarled, biting down harder, and she whimpered softer, now pressed into the dirt on her side with his jaws around her throat. "Come on, Kali. Don't give up now. Fight back." Kali cried again, painfully, and the black wolf chuffed, amusement in his tone. She wriggled more, kicking up a cloud of dust around the pair that obscured the view of the action from the crowd. Another low whine, and then a sharp, pained bark of surprise had me nearly faint. "Ancients, please don't let him kill her." Suddenly the back of the silver wolf appeared in the dusty cloud, and the black wolf dropped to the ground. The dust settled slowly, and the crowd rumbled, speculating about what had happened as they watched anxiously for movement. Kali's wolf walked a few painful steps away from Michael, dark blood matting the silvery coat around her neck, and she favored her back right paw, although there were no visible wounds. She turned and faced the black wolf, growling low in her throat. Michael rose slowly, blood trickling down his legs. It looked as though she had gotten her hind paws up, clawing at his soft belly from underneath and forcing him to relinquish his hold, lest she gut him completely. He was badly wounded. If he was smart and gave up now, perhaps the healers could hold him together until his natural healing did the job. But it didn't appear as if he were going to make this smart move. Dark, glittering eyes focused on the smaller wolf. He snarled, tongue lashing the air in challenge. Kali issued another low growl, warning him to back off and concede, but he refused, slinking closer and trailing blood in the dirt. Creeping forward, he suddenly charged her wounded limb, sinking sharp white teeth into her flank and drawing a piercing shriek that absolutely gutted me and drew a gasp from the crowd. Kali escaped, her fluffy silver tail firmly between her legs, blood spreading thickly through the coat on her hind quarter as she limped away. The wound encouraged her tormentor, and his growling grew louder as he followed her around the ring. Now, both wounded, both tired, they were both desperately trying to find their endgame. Despite her painful limp, Kali's eyes continued flashing behind her to Michael, calculating her next move. His eyes never strayed from his prey, convinced he was about to triumph and claim his revenge. With a burst of speed, he rushed her from behind, leaping toward her back. His intent was clear. He would land on top of her and crush her under his weight again, grasping her neck with his teeth and forcing her to submit. My heart beat painfully against my ribs. Every movement seemed to be in slow motion as the entire clan held their breath. Kali was ready. Either her wounded leg wasn't nearly as bad as she'd let on, or her wolf was ignoring the pain. She twisted, springing up from her hind legs and meeting Michael in midair. The two wolves crashed together and Kali landed on top of the larger wolf, her jaws clamped around his neck once again. She snarled savagely, demanding his concession in front of the clan. But the stubborn bastard refused. When she sunk her teeth deeper, shaking him and growling more fiercely, he returned her growls, no hint of a whine emanating from his frothy muzzle. Kali issued one more warning, a deep growl that rumbled in her chest and echoed across the silent ring. The assembled onlookers holding their breath for the high-pitched whine that would signal his forfeit. None came. With a last, savage growl tearing from her chest, Kali bit down hard and twisted, the sharp snap of breaking neck and loud rip of rending flesh ending the fight. For good. Chapter 39. Rowan. Relief flooded through me, the emotion as unexpected as it was unwelcome. We would no longer have to kill the bastard, which was a bonus, but that wasn't the source of my relief. I was happy Kalia won. As the fallen asshole shifted back to human form in a spreading pool of blood, the graceful silver wolf limped to the center of the ring. Her shift back to human was slow, and when her fur receded, I could see why. The tooth marks spanned her backside and hip, wrapping around to the front of her abdomen and bleeding profusely. Her pale neck was also collared with bleeding puncture wounds. The amount of blood she'd already lost, making it appear as though she wore a shredded red shirt that trailed down to her knee. She rose from her crouched position to stand and wait for the approaching elder. He was flustered. He hadn't expected this outcome. Instead of declaring her the victor and presenting her to the clan, he awkwardly patted her on the hand and gestured for her to walk back toward her clothing. Kalia walked stiffly with her head held high, refusing to show any sign of weakness. The watching clan grumbled, questioning what this meant for the central pack and the rest of the clan. My eyes never left the female, my wolf snarling in admiration. I felt the sharp glances of the other alphas when they heard it, but I ignored them. We all had our cards on the table now. There was no sense in trying to hide it. When Kalia reached her possessions, her submissive male friend rushed out with a thin towel, his naked concern written plainly across his face. She accepted the rag stiffly, cleaning her face before wiping away the blood and allowing him a better look at her wounds. They were deep punctures. As soon as she cleared away the blood, I could get a brief, unimpeded view of dark red marks before the trickle started again. Those bites would need some help to heal. Clearly her friend felt the same. He called out for healers, hovering around her with concern. He kept stopping his hands from touching her bare flesh, at war internally between what he clearly wanted and what was appropriate in front of the crowd. Curious. She was far too dominant for him to even consider. It was a miracle, to be honest, that he could withstand her spicy fragrance. A male that submissive should cringe away from the heat. I glanced at the other alphas while the healers worked. They were all watching the events in the ring with single-minded focus. Now that she had defeated the alpha in an official wolf challenge, that technically made her alpha of the central pack. But the elder hadn't declared her alpha. What did that mean? None of the other alphas wanted to admit what we were all thinking. If the bitch was strong enough to defeat one alpha, were any of us strong enough to dominate her? Could we still challenge her, now that she was alpha? What would happen if we tried and failed? It didn't matter, at least to me. This female was my only chance at a mate, and I was determined to have her.
Kalia. The bites were painful, but I was far more focused on calming the smashing of my heart against my ribs. Flesh wounds would heal. What was far more uncertain was how the pack would react now that I'd defeated an alpha. And I was relieved, to an extent. I'd won. I beat that monster, and my wolf had removed him from the pack for eternity. I was out from under the threat of his revenge, and the pack was free of his selfish whims. but the elder hadn't declared me the victor. Under the guise of tending to my injuries, he just forewent the usual declaration. I wasn't fooled, and neither was the rest of the clan. We all knew what was supposed to happen, and their rumbling told me they were as frustrated with the hold as I was. What did it mean? The healers finally arrived, and the water they used to rinse my wounds was cold. My flesh prickled with bumps, but I refused to react. It was important to be calm now. Whatever happened. The healers began applying a sticky substance that would hold my punctured flesh together and stop the bleeding while I healed. The bites were deep enough it would take several hours for them to seal on their own, so it was wise to let the healers close them up. I bore their ministrations in silence. There was nothing more important now than winding down my wolf. Internally, she was preening, still looking for the next fight despite our injured body. Staring into the blurry distance, I ignored the thousands crowded around the challenge ring, watching my healing session and mumbling. When I finally received the go-ahead, I allowed Emery to help me into my clothes, then turned back to the elder stiffly. He was no longer alone. The other elder had joined him, along with Sheila, and they were conferring in rapid whispers. They gestured to me and the assembled alphas, whose eyes I occasionally felt boring a hole through my back. I refused to look at any of them. I didn't have space in my head to consider one more aspect of this tangled mess. The first question we needed answered was, am I alpha of the central pack or not? Sheila cut the other elders off with an abrupt and angry exclamation, her dark eyes glittering beneath the wrinkled folds of flesh that made up her droopy brows. She turned and gestured for me to meet her in the center of the ring, and a moment later sent the same invitation to the other alphas. I allowed myself one brief squeeze of Emery's hand before I marched forward, the reassuring weight of my swords back on my hips. I could smell their excitement as they neared. The alpha's individual scents, each so unique, somehow blended together into a rich, fiery, earthy, and masculine perfume that I found pleasant. The males came up to walk alongside me, 2 on each side, and we approached the elders together in silence. Their presence calmed my angry wolf, and she settled down considerably. I flexed my hands on my sword pommels and waited. Sheila's darkly intelligent gaze landed on me first, then traveled the length of the row before resettling on my eyes. You have defeated the Central Pack Alpha in an official wolf challenge. It wasn't a question. I have, I agreed calmly. The rest of you. Her gaze darted around to my escort. Do you all still desire to mate this female? Yes. Steek's answer was immediate and succinct. My heart jumped. I do, Taika answered at nearly the same time, his voice overlapping Steeg. Yes. Rowan's answer was, as usual, terse. Of course. Mateo sounded as if he were smiling. I didn't turn to check. My heart rate picked up again. All of them still wanted to challenge me? What would that mean? We didn't have a precedent for 2 alphas. A wolf not of my pack couldn't challenge my position as alpha. If I were mated to another alpha, I'd become a part of his pack, but it still wouldn't remove me as alpha. And we didn't do stepping down from the position. It always required a challenge. Sheila's papery skin crinkled more noticeably around her deep-set eyes, her mind following the same path mine traveled. In that case, I propose that we hold off on this decision for a day, and allow the rest of the mate challenges to continue. Kalia of the Central Pack is wounded. She needs time to heal, and we have no guidance for this situation. I will need to confer with the rest of the elders. Of course, this will mean that you will all have to agree to forego your right to choose your mate first, and allow the rest of your packs to begin their mate challenges. This could drastically reduce your options for a mate. Are you agreed? The responses were slower to come this time, and were accompanied by a few shuffling feet, but after a few seconds they all agreed. Very well. Let's commence with the rest of the mate challenges, and I suggest you all enjoy the clan festivities tonight. We will meet here at noon tomorrow with our decision. Turning to the crowd who'd been watching our quiet discussion with heightened tension, Sheila shouted, "Clan, owing to the special circumstances of this challenge, I must confer with the rest of the elders. The Alphas have agreed to allow the clanmate challenges to begin on schedule, and we will continue with all planned festivities. We will address this contest tomorrow in the central ring at high noon. Best of luck with your challenges, and happy solstice." A whoop sounded from the crowd, and quickly multiplied until the excitement of several thousand wolves drowned out my own thoughts. Sheila's dark, knowing eyes captured my gaze once more, then she turned and departed in a swirl of robes and silvery hair. I glanced to my right and left, meeting 4 separate pairs of anxious eyes. They closed ranks around me, forming a small circle, and the discussion began quickly.
"I don't understand. Is she the Central Pack Alpha now or not?"
Rowan's voice dripped with disdain.
"Thank the ancients that Moron is dead. One less thing for us to do. And now we can enjoy our solstice."
Mateo's amused expression matched his suggestive tone.
"I think we'd better have a meeting."
Taika's voice was steady, neutral.
"Agreed,"
the other 3 said in unison.
"Alpha room. Shall we say sunset? That ought to give you enough time to heal, Kalia."
Did I hear that right? I'm sorry, you want me to come to your Alpha meeting? Taika nodded once firmly. But I haven't been declared Alpha by the elders yet. Why?
We have a few things to discuss, and they mostly involve you.
Rowan interjected, arms crossed over his chest, golden eyes dark.
Is sunset good, or do you need more time?
No, sunset is fine. I'll be there.
Good,
Mateo smiled.
If you need direction, I am happy to help.
I can pick you up. I know where it is. I cut him off quickly. I'll see you all there. I turned and started my painful march back to Emery. He'd been watching our exchange with worried eyes, and I craved his comforting presence. After the morning I'd had, I deserved it. Just as I reached him, another thought flashed through my mind. Emery, shouldn't you be dragging a female into a challenge ring right now? He swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing.
It's okay. It can wait a little while. You need tending.
My eyes narrowed. Are you sure? You can't afford to miss your window. Do you have someone in mind?
Yes, it's all taken care of. Don't worry about me. Let's focus on making sure you get cleaned up, okay?
Okay, I sighed. Sometimes it was such a relief to let go of the constant need to be in control, to let someone else take charge for a while. Emery was the only one who provided me that respite, and I was selfishly pleased to have him for a couple more hours. Soon he'd pin his new mate, and I wouldn't see him again.
Come on, he flashed me a tight grin. We might have time to get your hair done one more time, if we can wash all the gore out.
I rolled my eyes, but allowed him to lead me out of the ring. Chapter 40. Kalia. By the time Emery finished with my hair, I had mostly healed, and my injuries had been reduced to a dull ache. Surprisingly, he risked braiding my hair in the same tent we shared with 50 other pack members. The entire pack was down at the challenge rings, either enjoying the show or taking part in the festivities. It took him longer than I expected. He was taking his time, drawing it out as long as possible. His fingers were more delicate than usual, deftly weaving perfect plaits, and I was grateful for his quiet affection. After my adrenaline rush from the battle faded, it had left me with the shaky nerves of a woman unsure of her future. I just couldn't see a path forward that benefited me. If every alpha intended to challenge me, the absolute best I could hope for would be that one of them made my wolf submit, and I trotted off to another pack for a happily mated ever after. If they declared me alpha of the central pack, would the pack actually follow me? The warriors I led gave me a modicum of respect as their captain, but that was a far cry from alpha. For the most part, the pack ignored me completely. No one could ignore the alpha. Was it even possible that they could fight or stage a mutiny by just refusing to follow me? My instincts told me no. We had a hierarchy determined by the same rules the entire clan followed. No one could change that. My nerves, however, reminded me that there was a first time for everything. A female beating an alpha in a wolf challenge was definitely a first. When Emery was finally satisfied with his styling, I stood and pulled him up, stealing one last hug. "Thank you," I whispered. He didn't answer, just buried his head in my hair and inhaled deeply. "Okay, mister," I joked lightly. "It's time for you to go claim your true love. I hope you've stashed her away somewhere safe and no one else has claimed her yet." Emery flushed with embarrassment and coughed lightly. "Yeah, I'd better go. Best of luck, Collie." His eyes shone in the low light of the tent, his sweet chocolate and cinnamon scent filling my senses. "You too, Emery. I hope she deserves you." I couldn't help the choked sound in my voice. Emery's eyes were sad, but he smiled anyway. "I'm sure she deserves far better than me." His shoulders hunched as he walked away, and my heart thumped painfully. I already missed him, and he'd barely left the tent. He may as well be miles away for all the good it did me.
Taika. We'd all been in the conference room for some time before Kalia arrived, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Rowan was seated and brooding silently as usual, but Stieg also seemed angry. The giant refused to sit, preferring to lean against the wall with his arms crossed over his massive chest. His sharp blue eyes glared daggers at the rest of us, but he didn't speak a single word. Matteo, unsurprisingly, reclined in his chair perfectly at ease, as if he already knew everything that was going to happen, and it was all according to his master plan. There was a tightness around his eyes, a hardness to his mild smile that made me suspect he wasn't quite as relaxed as he wanted us to believe. Unlike the other three, I understood that stressing about the situation wouldn't change the circumstances, and it wasn't worth the energy. Even though I also wished to claim Kalia as my own, I forced myself into a state of absolute calm and waited for her arrival. When the female finally showed, she paused in the doorway, testing the atmosphere and glancing warily around the room. After a second, she seemed to make a decision, marching forward and plopping into a chair, waiting for one of us to speak. Stieg immediately sat as well, his knees striking the table as he attempted to fold himself under it. I nodded in greeting. "Welcome, Kalia. How do you feel?"
"Much better, thank you. So why am I here?"
Straight to the point. Rowan's lips twitched, as if he almost smiled before smothering the instinct. I smiled fully, as did Matteo, although he was rather close to a leer. Given that we'd all witnessed her performance and nudity at the mate challenge and were now in close proximity to her intoxicating fragrance, I understood how he felt. She would be a worthy mate for any of us. But I suspected she wasn't familiar with the direct approach of the southern males, and his overt attentions may do him more harm than good in gaining her affections. Maybe that was why she had approached the northern alpha. Despite his monstrous appearance, Stieg was very restrained. Perhaps that was also why she reached out to me. I kept it contained at all times. Since none of the others bothered to answer her, I spoke up. "I'm sorry, Kalia. We weren't trying to be mysterious. It just made the most sense for us all to gather here when you'd recovered, so we could speak freely." Her sharp blue eyes flashed to me, assessing my words while her face remained neutral.
"And what is it you'd like to speak freely about?"
I shifted slightly in my seat, and her eyes narrowed. She was evaluating us very closely, suspicious of our motives. I needed to be careful. "First, there's something we'd like to clear up. Everyone here is under the impression that you specifically desired for him to mate challenge you." A low rumble from across the table forced me to amend my words. "Almost every male. Rowan makes no such claim." Kalia's lips quirked up on one side, amused by the qualification.
"So?"
"So did you intentionally encourage all of us to pursue you?" She nodded sharply.
"Yes."
Matteo chuckled, sliding his hands behind his head as he leaned back further in his chair. Kalia's eyes darted to him, her smile growing slightly but made no other reaction. "May I ask why?" My tone remained even, non-judgmental.
I'd think it was obvious. I knew my alpha intended to challenge me. I also suspected he wouldn't succeed, and I didn't know what would happen when I won. As you can see, my concerns were valid.
I nodded, allowing that. But you only needed one to jump his claim. I think some of us are a little put out. That they weren't the only object of your attentions. Truthfully, Stieg was the only one who'd been upset to learn that she'd expressed interest in more than one of us, but it was important to address it neutrally. Kalia shrugged, completely unrepentant.
I wasn't certain that any of your wolves were strong enough to dominate mine, so it made little sense to settle on one. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but I can't let feelings guide me here. The only thing that matters is my wolf.
Her tone turned hard and slightly bitter.
I get no say in the matter. All I could do was try to set her up for success and hope it played out in my favor.
Rowan's clipped voice joined the conversation. And if we were to give you a choice now? His hard amber eyes locked on her, demanding an answer. If we told you to make your decision now, and we'd honor it, what would you say?
She blew out a breath. I don't know what to tell you. You're all worthy mates, but the fact remains that I'm not fully confident any of you can dominate my wolf. It's not as if we'll know for sure until we're in the ring. I suspect you are all at least more dominant than Michael, but other than that, it's anyone's guess.
Her eyes traveled around the table, landing on each male and holding his gaze briefly before moving on to the next.
Do you know which among you is strongest? If you don't know, why should I? I'm happy to meet any of you in the ring and find out. Draw straws and may the best wolf win.
Stieg looked to me first, Matteo to Rowan, as we all glanced around the table in a silent conversation. When Rowan met my eyes, he nodded, and I continued to play spokesman for the group. That is the only solution we had, too, given that you don't have a preference. You're right. We don't know by degrees which wolf among us is strongest. The structure of the clan has never required a comparison. We consider all the alphas on the same level to prevent anyone from trying to create a monarchy. I cleared my throat, then continued. To be clear, none of us have heard of a female with your level of dominance before, and it is definitely a complication. We also don't know what the elders will decide. Contrary to popular belief, the alphas don't know everything. The elders keep quite a lot of the clan knowledge under lock and key, perhaps as another way to check the power of the alphas. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. We assume that tomorrow they will declare you alpha until you are mated, at which point your beta will become alpha and you will join one of our packs. If you truly do not have a preference, we will leave it to chance. She nodded slowly, her eyes traveling around the table once more.
I think that's best.
Done.
Was there something else? You said first, as if there was more than one thing to discuss.
Sharp. Definitely sharp. My admiration for her continued to grow. Yes, we wanted to invite you to enjoy the solstice activities with us. We understand that your friend will be occupied tonight, so we hoped you'd honor us with your presence. You are, after all, technically the central pack alpha. You should be with us anyway.
Her bright eyes widened briefly with surprise before a smile spread across her full lips. Yes, thank you. I accept.
Chapter 41. Kalia. I wish I could honestly say I was enjoying myself. I changed for the occasion, donning my cleanest leather pants and most decorative shirt. I tried to convince myself to relax and enjoy the celebration. Music from the nearby band flowed through the crowd, although the beat was the only thing I could hear above the din. All around me, thousands of clan members were having the night of their lives, drinking and dancing and fucking as if there were no tomorrow. The alphas were a little more restrained, of course, but all the same, they had shining eyes and easy smiles, their cups never completely empty, and their scents never entirely clear of desire. I scented it on all of them, just a light whiff, a faint swirl here and there with their typical fragrances. I wasn't repulsed by it, by any or all of them combined. Once again, their scents mixed well, creating a rich perfume that surrounded me in the group. They were all adept at hiding their emotions, but alcohol reduces inhibitions, and it definitely loosened their restraint. We were right smack in the middle of the party, in a section marked out for the alphas by a large arc of logs on the ground on one side of the giant bonfire. Naturally, they provided me the central pack alphas seat, which conveniently sat in the middle between the north and east alphas to the right and the south and west to the left. The heat coming off the fire was almost uncomfortable, but there was something soothing about it as well. I sipped at my drink, ignoring the burn of the malt liquor in my throat. I didn't particularly enjoy the flavor, but if anyone could use a drink tonight, it was me. The term drowning my sorrows couldn't have been more accurate. I was literally trying to flood my brain with anything but the knowledge that Emery was likely off with his new mate now. Maybe in the tent where he'd braided my hair. Surely she was much more feminine than me. Softer, sweeter, with a kind face and gentle hands. I lifted the cup to my lips and took another long sip, flinching as the drink sent fire down to my stomach. I felt Rowan's fierce gaze on me, watching from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't turn or try to engage me in conversation. His posture was like a careful study of ease, from the stretch of his long legs to his half-closed golden eyes and messy red hair. All the elements were there, but I felt the tension rolling off him in waves. Taika on my left was completely at ease. Every bone in his body appeared relaxed, mellow, and the only thing I felt from him was utter calm. The firelight played well off his tan skin, his eyes and hair black in the darkness. He wore wide trousers tonight, his feet bare and toes resting on the cool dirt of the fire ring. I got the impression he went barefoot at home a lot, although I couldn't say why. His eyes were roving the party, observing quietly while he nursed his drink. Abruptly, they landed on me, capturing my gaze as he caught me watching him. "How are you enjoying the party, Kalia?" A trickle of sweat made its way between my breasts, soaking into the fabric of my bra. I tried to get that thought out of my head and answer his question, suddenly flustered under his intense gaze. "It's fine. I mean, good. It's good. You?" He nodded thoughtfully. "It's good for our people to have something to celebrate. We get little enough of that in our daily lives. This is a little more exuberant than I'm used to, but it doesn't happen often." He shrugged. "I can handle it for one night." Interesting. It was almost as if he confessed he didn't really want to be there either, but at the same time didn't mind it. "Yeah, it's probably the crowd for me. Unless it's a raiding party, I'm not used to being around many people. And then I have a job to do, a task to focus on. Here," I gestured, "I'm just sitting. It's strange." Taika smiled, his elusive dimples appearing. "Someone once told me that the hardest thing a warrior has to learn is how to maintain a quiet heart. I always find the calm comes easiest when I'm in the midst of a battle, when I can narrow my focus to one thing at a time and shut everything else out. It's the times when our surroundings are quiet that we are the most loud within. That's when you have to face your demons and find your own peace, Kalia." His dark, knowing eyes reflected the firelight, appearing almost as if he contained the fire itself. And he did, in a way. I understood now. He was always so calm because he'd been through the crucible and come out the other side. What else did he have to fear? I was curious about what exactly he'd done. The words he'd said when we first met came back to me. "I get enough action outside of the ring." I thought at the time he was being flirtatious, and perhaps there was a double entendre there. All the same, he meant exactly what he said, too. His calm, easygoing demeanor concealed a warrior. Someone chuffed loudly on my right, probably Rowan, who was near enough to hear what Taika said. The heat in my belly was making me brave. I turned to the brooding man and lifted one eyebrow, fixing him with my most sarcastic stare. "You have something to say?" His sharp, copper-bearded jaw flexed, and he turned his burning golden eyes on me with disdain.
There is no peace for those who have truly battled demons.
His gaze drifted to Taika, then returned to me.
Anyone who claims otherwise doesn't know what they're talking about.
Are you implying that we haven't all faced the same foe? I assure you, I've killed more wraiths than I could remember. Taika's voice was calm with a silvery edge. You could easily mistake it for passive, but there was a distinctly dangerous undertone.
I didn't say anything about wraiths,
Rowan answered quietly, then returned to staring at the fire. I watched him for a minute, waiting for him to follow up with an explanation, but none came.
Kalia of the Central Pack, I believe you owe me a dance.
Mateo's rich, curling voice surprised me. He appeared in front of me, blocking the firelight as he extended his right hand. Sorry, what? I'd been so distracted studying Rowan's brooding profile, I hadn't even felt Mateo's approach. Or perhaps it was the alcohol dulling my senses. I set my cup down. I didn't need any more of that right now. One side of Mateo's mouth curled in the shadow cast from the fire at his back, amused at my startled expression.
Dance, little warrior. Without swords this time.
His hand was still out, palm up, inviting me to join him. A low rumble sounded in the barrel of another man's chest in our circle. I'd wager it was Stieg, who'd remained stoically silent throughout the evening. My heart beat faster, another trickle of sweat cascading down my chest. I don't know how, I confessed, my voice softer than I intended.
There's no time like the present, Kalia. It's a party. Enjoy it. Come with me.
I should have bucked at the command in his voice, but I found it strangely enticing. With the firelight behind him, his face was cloaked in shadow. All I could see were two gleaming sparks of light in his dark eyes, and the pearly teeth exposed as he grinned at me. His fragrance grew stronger, sage and sweetgrass drowning out the scents of the other males and filling my senses with something delicious. Swallowing down my sudden case of nerves, I accepted the proffered hand and allowed him to pull me up. His palm was warm and smooth, and his long fingers cupped my hand gently as he led me to the clear area behind our seats. The cooler air was refreshing after being so close to the fire, and the sweat on my skin drew goosebumps with the sudden temperature change. We didn't go into the crowd. The strength of our latent dominance would force them to make a space around us anyway. They provided the alphas plenty of space within our log circle, and that apparently included dance space. When we reached the spot he wanted, Mateo turned back to face me. He reached for my free hand, directing it to his shoulder before he placed his own on my hip. In this position, I could see his face better and appreciate the piercing brown eyes that watched me intently from beneath straight dark brows. He was nearly a head taller than me, so I had to angle my head up to meet his gaze. I wasn't joking, I muttered roughly. I don't know how to dance. The amiable smile returned, and he shook the chocolate curls from his eyes with a casual toss of his head.
It's not hard, Kalia. Think of it like fighting. Your body moves and responds based on how your opponent moves, yes? In this case, you are moving together. Not opponents, but partners. I go forward, you go back. I go back, you go forward. This hand, he squeezed the fingers that were still resting lightly on his, will tell you where I'm moving. The hardest part for you will be learning to follow.
He winked before I could figure out if that was a joke or an insult.
Just pay attention to what my body is telling you, and move with me.
He pushed forward with our clasped hands, and the palm on my hip, stepping forward with his left foot and sending me scrambling backward. My brows furrowed, mind trying to make the connection as I glanced at my feet. I wasn't used to feeling so off balance. Mateo made a sharp tisk noise with his tongue, his expression stoic.
No, little warrior. Your eyes have to remain up here.
He lifted my chin, forcing my gaze onto his again.
You feel my body move, but in dancing, the connection is the eyes. Just like in fighting. You will see.
Something about the intense focus of those eyes rattled me, making my heart pound against my chest in trepidation. He pressed forward with his hand again, and this time I stepped back with my right foot, mirroring his movement. When he pulled gently, I stepped forward with my left, in sync with his body. His smoldering eyes didn't leave mine, but I could see his lips curl into a grin. "Yes, that's it," he encouraged in his sensual purr. We practiced the same steps, and I grew more familiar with the way his body moved. At first, it was slow, simple movements. As I grew more confident with the step, his lean body became fluid, hips rocking as we moved back and forth. Instinctively, I tried to mirror the hip swing, his hand encouraging the movement where it gripped my side. The hard, rounded muscles of his shoulder bunched and flexed under my palm, always using his hands to guide me with the softest pressure. The intensity of his gaze brought heat to my face. I wasn't used to having anyone look at me for so long. Without warning, the fingers on my hip pulled, and the hand holding mine lifted, forcing me to spin to the left as I stepped forward. I stumbled again, not really understanding what I was meant to do, but enjoying the thrill all the same. I stopped at the full extension of both our arms, Mateo's firm grip on my hand still steering my body. He laughed, an enigmatic smile lifting his cheeks and curving his eyes in amusement. "Very good, Kalia. I think we'll make a dancer of you yet." His warm hand still grasped mine, his thumb rubbing gently on my fingers. "Thank you. That was different." I didn't know how else to describe what I was feeling. "I think I'm ready for a break." His grin dropping to a warm smile, Mateo guided me back to my seat. Before releasing my hand, he lifted it to his mouth, pressing a warm kiss to my skin with incredibly soft lips. "Thank you for the dance, Kalia," he murmured, then returned to his seat with a wink. My heart fluttered. I was shocked at myself, but I couldn't help it. I'd experienced nothing like it. My heart was still racing, the spot where his lips caressed my hand on fire. Is that what went on in the Southern Pack? No wonder they had different rules about coupling before mating. If the males went around treating females to that kind of attention, I don't know how they could help themselves. I reclaimed my cup with shaking fingers. I needed something to hold, something to do. I sipped the alcohol, grateful for the distraction of its burn. I felt eyes on me, prickling my flesh with awareness, and turned to find Taika watching me with a speculative expression. "Are you okay, Kalia?" His fresh, salty pine fragrance was diluting the cloud of Mateo that clung to my skin, clearing my head of the Southerner's influence. "Yes, thank you. I've just never danced before. It feels strange to do something that isn't fighting," I confessed. It was partially true, but it wasn't the only reason it shook me. Mateo grinned at me over Taika's shoulder, his tan face lit by the fire and pearly teeth shining. Clearly, he wasn't buying my excuse. Taika nodded, thoughtful, but said nothing else. I turned back to the fire, forcing my heart to slow down as I took another sip from my nearly empty cup. A quick glance over my right shoulder told me Rowan was staring at the fire as if he could force it to burn hotter with the intensity of his gaze. To his right, Stieg was staring at me, his expression clouded. His wild caramel hair was down around his shoulders, and the ice blue of his pupils nearly disappeared in the reflected firelight. His massive body was taut, muscles clenched. An instant feeling of guilt overtook me, even though I couldn't say why exactly. "Are you enjoying the party, Stieg?" I realized I hadn't spoken a word to him since I'd asked him to mate challenge me. Perhaps he was resentful to discover I'd also encouraged the others. Abruptly, his expression softened, and he shrugged, returning his gaze to the fire.
"It's all right. Not really my scene."
A few muttered noises of agreement rose from the surrounding males, and I understood we all felt the same. None of us particularly wanted to be here. They all attended because they felt obligated as the alphas of their respective packs. Well, I was not an alpha, and I was ready to remove myself from this situation. I'd had enough attention for the night. "I'm going to bed," I announced, standing. "I'll see you all in the ring tomorrow. Or today, I suppose." I turned to meet all of their faces individually, starting with Mateo's flirtatious wink, followed by Taika's peaceful grin, Rowan's thin-lipped nod, and Stieg's sad smile. I felt as if I should talk to him, but I didn't know what to say, so I left in silence. My mind drifted back to Emery and what he was likely doing at this exact moment. Heart throbbing with loss, I took the perimeter trail to avoid the crowds of revelers and, most particularly, the mate tents on the other side of the fortress. There were a few others in my tent when I arrived, but Emery's cot was empty. I settled down to a troubled sleep, hoping he was happy, or at least safe. He didn't return.
Emery. It was the longest night of my life, and the decisions I made tonight would affect me for the rest of my life, however long that might be. Most likely not that long. Kali could never know. The guilt would kill her if she knew the truth. No female could ever tempt me besides her. That once I'd had a taste of the forbidden fruit, so sweet, so unlike the rest laid out before me, I couldn't go back. How could I? I rejected the idea, and my wolf rejected it. There was only one female that he saw or scented. It didn't matter that she'd laid him out flat on his back. He'd go down in seconds and enjoy every moment. But she couldn't know. She had to believe I'd ridden off into the sunset with my mate. I loved her enough to want her to be happy, even if that was with someone else. I knew she felt the same way, and it would kill her to know they kicked me out of the pack for lack of a mate. I didn't want to be around the party for fear Kali would see me, and I couldn't go back to the tent. I'd been skulking in the principal building where the Alphas met since I knew it would be empty tonight. My plan was to wait until one of the Alphas mated her, then tell her which pack my mate was from. Conveniently, a different one than she joined. When she asked about me at the next gathering 5 years from now, no one would remember some skinny, brainiac mate transfer from 5 years ago. And she'd forget me. But as I thought about it, the more curious I became about what the Elders were up to. Why hadn't they declared her Alpha of the Central Pack? By all rights, she'd earned it. Even if they proceeded with the mate challenges among the Alphas tomorrow, she had still earned that position today. And the more I thought about it, the more wild possibilities flew through my fevered brain. I'd already scouted out the lodging of the Elders who lived in the fortress. I planned to appeal directly to the Elders, to request I remain behind when the packs departed. That way I could apply myself to my research for the last few months I'd be in the clan, and if I couldn't find a solution to my predicament, at least only they would know. No one else would miss me. But I hoped the Elders would let me stay on. If anyone could grant an exception, it was them. The Elders all lived on the same floor of the fortress building, and they had a sort of conference room in the same hallway, a hallway that conveniently ended in a staircase without a door. Now I put that knowledge to a different use than I intended, and it was paying off in dividends. I sat just out of view and listened to their discussion. As it turned out, the Elders had quite a few secrets they didn't tell anyone in the packs. Secrets that could blow up everything we knew about the packs, the Alphas, and, most interestingly, about Kali. Tomorrow would not go as any of us expected, and I knew exactly how I would use it to my advantage. Perhaps my life would not be that short after all.
Chapter 42. Kalia. Waiting was killing me. I debated with myself whether I should go stand with the other Alphas in the center of the rings, or if I should wait with the crowd until they called me. Technically, I was not an Alpha, but the Central Pack had no representation, and as I was a subject of the second gathering, it only made sense that I be out there already. They'd have to call me out otherwise. Most of the clan was still sleeping off the celebration of the night before. I wasn't sure how many people would show up to watch today's events. From the looks of this tent, at least half of the Central Pack would not make it. The nerves were making me sweat. I second-guessed my decision to wear armor. It was the height of summer, and even though we were much higher in elevation than home, the day was promising to be warm, especially here inside the tent. But I felt most at ease in my armor. When I had it on, I was ready to wage war. My head was on straight, and I was focused. I needed that reminder today. Whatever happened, my mind had to be on the battle. I tightened my sword belt around my hips, biting back the wave of emotion that threatened to choke my breath as I remembered who gave me those swords. My eyes cut to Emery's cot, cold and empty. Mind on the battle, Kalia. I sucked in a deep breath, then turned on my heel and marched out of the tent, ignoring the grumbles of sleeping packmates when the sunlight from the open door hit them. It was nearly noon. I waited until the last minute, so no one would witness my dithering. As my feet followed the packed dirt trail, I focused on pulling my emotions into check, smoothing my expression and clenching my jaw. I drew myself into the same routine of thought I used before a raiding party, clearing my scent of any emotion in the face of impending battle. The crowd was much smaller today. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad one. Did we want the legitimacy of the entire clan witnessing what happened? Or if none of the alphas succeeded in mating me, was it better to have fewer watching? Either way, I marched straight through the group, a path parting before me as my scent reached their noses. Sometimes it was helpful to have a fragrance so dominant, few could stand it. When I reached the center of the crowd, I continued straight to the middle of the clearing where the other alphas already waited. They'd lined up as yesterday, except today they left a spot directly in the middle. I moved for that open spot with single-minded focus and turned to face the same direction as the others, aware I was a good head shorter than all of them. Bracing my feet in a hip-width stance, I rested my hands on my sword pommels and stared out at the crowd with unseeing eyes. A low rumble of approval sounded in the male's chest nearest my left. Subtly drawing in a deep breath to scent him, I recognized the sharp, sweet scent of eucalyptus and lemongrass. Interesting. Rowan apparently approved of my choice to appear in my armor today. I didn't turn to look at him. I knew he'd be in much the same position as I'd adopted, staring out at the crowd with drawn brows. Perhaps that was what he approved of. The blistering summer sun baked the top of my head, forcing me to squint. The waiting crowd shifted and grumbled. Most of them were tired and more than a little ill from the celebration last night. They must have been very curious to see what happened today, to drag themselves from the dark tents where the rest of the clan reposed. I resisted the temptation to shift my weight. Right now, I needed to lock myself in the mindset that this was just another battle I would win. If I started giving in to baser needs for comfort, it would all start crumbling down. My feet were becoming hot in my boots, the beginning of a headache forming at the base of my skull. I sensed the alphas shifting around me, also uneasy. Surely it was past noon by now. Where was Sheila? Just as the thought crossed my mind, the procession of elders appeared in the parting crowd. They marched forward slowly, the males stepping apart to make room for Sheila to join them when they reached us, stopping just a foot directly in front of me. Sheila's silvery hair was positively glittering today, her ceremonial robes the same. Her wizened, wrinkled face gave nothing away as she stared at me. I swallowed, refusing to look directly into her eyes and maintaining my 1,000-mile stare. She turned her back to me and addressed the crowd. "Welcome all. This clan gathering has been unusual in so many ways. And here we are, the day after solstice, with 4 unmated alphas. The other elders and I have conferred late through the night to find a solution, and we have a decision to announce." Turning, she reached for my hand. I brought my gaze swiftly into focus and relinquished my grip on the sword. I wiped my hand swiftly on my pant leg before grasping Sheila's. She tugged me lightly forward and raised our clasped hands. "I declare Kalia, Alpha of the Central Pack." My heart swelled, the sensation of bubbles buoying me up from my feet to the clouds, rising through my body. The only sound was the rush of blood through my ears. The silence among the clan was deafening. I allowed my eyes to travel over their faces and took in their collective expressions of shock. Some didn't know how to feel, and others had settled on angry, incredulous, or completely livid. My heart dropped to the pits of my stomach, sweat pouring down my back under my armor. This was worse than I'd imagined. I felt their stares on me like the cuts of 1,000 lightning swords. A loud, sharp crack echoed across the clearing, followed by another and another in a slow, rhythmic pattern. Surprised, I turned to find the source of the sound, unable to identify over the painful silence. It was Stieg, clapping slowly. Clapping for me. The other alphas began clapping. All of them, even hard-faced Rowan, whose golden eyes shone with a fierce, intimidating emotion I didn't quite recognize. Suddenly the crowd took up the applause, as if they'd just been waiting for their alpha's approval to celebrate. Whoops and cheers joined the din, and the sound rose and crashed over me like a wave of something I'd never experienced before. Admiration. Pride. Recognition. I ground my teeth together, biting back the emotion that flooded my heart. I returned to my 1,000-mile stare, retreating to the emotional armor I wore just as plainly as the hard shell that covered my body. I could deal with emotions later. Right now, I needed to be an alpha. Sheila eventually released my hand, then raised both of hers to quiet the crowd as I stepped back in line with the other alphas. Yes, this is an exciting and historic day in the clan. However, we now face another problem, and one for which we do not have an answer. Most of you are likely aware that we have very few elders, and those we do have are tucked away in hidden places throughout our territory. Each pack has their own elders, but I'm talking about elders of the clan like myself, who have seen many generations of wolves. All of our elders have devoted themselves to particular fields, caring for and protecting the knowledge of our focus to ensure we preserve it for future generations. One such elder is Simone, and she is the Oracle. The Oracle preserves knowledge from the ancients, things they said would come to pass and what needed to be done once they did. The Oracle said there would be a female born among us, one so powerful in her wolf that she would outmatch any alpha in the ring. When we found that female, we were to send her, along with all 5 alphas, to see the Oracle. There is a prophecy about this powerful female that, we hope, will rid us forever of the Night Stalkers. Chapter 43. Kalia. The crowd rumbled suspiciously at the revelations about an oracle and other elders that we didn't know existed, tucked away with hidden troves of information. When Sheila said that the prophecy signaled the end of the Night Stalkers, they once again grew deadly silent, hanging on Sheila's every word. While the clan remains protected within the fortress, the alphas will travel west to visit the oracle. We hope today is the beginning of the end of the war we have fought so long. Turning, she fixed her steely gaze on me, forcing me to focus in response. You will depart tomorrow at first light. I request to travel with the party, a familiar voice shouted, my heart immediately lifting in response. Emery strode out into the clearing, his long, lean body ramrod straight and tousled hair grazing his reddened cheeks. Sheila's gaze hardened, and she turned swiftly to face him. Young man, the Oracle said that the female and the 5 alphas should travel. That statement presumes the female is not one of the alphas, and therefore the traveling party would have 6 members, including 1 representative from the central pack aside from said female. I don't presume to place myself on the same level as the alphas, but I believe I can be of assistance to them, and am offering myself to the party. The next logical person to go would be the Central Pack Beta, but as I understand it, the intent is for him to stay here and serve as the leader of the Central Pack while the Alpha is gone. We have no one else to serve in that capacity if he leaves. He rattled through the speech as if he'd memorized it, his fingers lightly tapping at his leg. Sheila eyed him suspiciously, then turned to me. What do you think, Alpha? I tried to be objective in my response, despite my desperately thumping heart. Emery is brilliant. He would be an asset on our journey, and I believe we should bring him. Sheila's eyes traveled the line of alphas. Do any of you object? They remained silent. Very well. Emery of the Central Pack,
You are now a member of the traveling party. That is all for today. We will remain here until the Alpha's return, at which time we will reconvene the clan." Sheila turned to face us again. "I recommend you take one of the fortress's 4 passenger vehicles and 2 solar cycles for the journey. Traveling lightly, you should be able to bypass several outposts per day and reach the Oracle in a week's time. I wish you the best of luck and safe travels." "Wait, is that it?" I was confused. Surely she would at least give us a map or something. Sheila's dark eyes sparkled within the folds of her papery face. "Yes, dear, that's it. The Oracle gave us exactly the information we needed to send you to her, and no more. The clan will be safe here, but you have little time to waste. Pack tonight and leave at dawn." She turned and rejoined her escort, leaving through the same path she'd entered. "I don't understand. How are we even supposed to find this Oracle?" I glanced around at the other Alphas. Taika stepped forward, his face neutral. "The Oracle is in my territory. She lives on an island off the coast where no race can reach her. It's part of our duties to provide her protection, just like the other outposts." By now, Emery had joined us, his chocolate and cinnamon scent swirling among the more dominant fragrances of the Alphas. To his credit, he didn't cringe away from their obvious displeasure at his appearance. "Emery, are you sure you want to do this? I appreciate the offer, and we can certainly use you, but won't your mate be upset?" He glanced down at his feet, fingers tapping on his leg. "It's not a problem. We'll be back soon enough." His eyes rose to meet mine. "I couldn't let you do this alone." Growling resonated in the chests of the surrounding Alphas. "She's not alone," Rowan snarled through clenched teeth, golden eyes flashing dangerously in Emery's direction. I stepped in quickly before it escalated. "He knows that. He just meant without him. He's truly an asset we'll be lucky to have, especially when dealing with ancient texts. Did you know Emery can read them?" I changed the subject lightly. The discussion turned swiftly to the journey and what we needed to do to prepare. After agreeing to meet in the Alpha Beta conference room at sunset, we parted ways to pack. Emery excused himself, I assumed to deal with the fallout of his decision with his new mate. I returned to the tent to gather my belongings, realizing that even if we weren't departing on a journey to the Western Pack territory, I'd still be packing to move to the Central Pack Alpha tent. Alpha. It was a strange idea to wrap my head around. I presumed, even now, that members of the pack from the audience were rushing ahead to spread the word that I was now Alpha. When I entered my tent, that suspicion was confirmed, as everyone who spotted me scuttled back and cast their eyes downward briefly, muttering, "Alpha," before going back to their business. It was a strange, surreal feeling. After spending the last 5 years being ignored by most of my pack unless it involved swords, I now felt them orient around me, their eyes trailing over my body as they waited for me to give them an order. I stripped my cot and packed my things up quickly, desperate to get a few moments to myself. I ended up making my way to the conference room, and that's where I hid until the rest of the Alphas arrived at sundown.
Stieg. I knew she'd been there long before I arrived. The room was thick with her scent, the tantalizing, sweet and spicy fragrance filling my senses as soon as I opened the door. She'd set up camp. Her bedroll was laid out on the corner, her pack next to it with a few items out. Apparently, she didn't plan to return to her tent tonight. When I entered, she looked up at me, startled, as if she'd been deep in concentration. Her expression changed from anger at the intrusion to relief when her sharp blue eyes landed on mine.
"Hey, I'm glad you're the first one to arrive. I wanted to speak with you."
My eyes narrowed minutely in suspicion, and I paused behind a chair, hands on the back but not ready to sit. What about? She stood on the opposite side of the table and moved to rest her hands on her sword pommels. Realizing she wasn't wearing her sword belt, she settled for crossing her arms over her chest instead, leveling me with a flat stare. Despite the fierce pose, something about her tingled my senses with hidden vulnerability.
"I know you're upset you weren't the only one I encouraged to mate challenge me."
It was a statement, with only the barest hint of emotion behind it.
I won't apologize for it, except to say I'm sorry if that hurt you. I told you in the greenhouses, I don't have time for romance."
Her jaw clenched as she swallowed, and I could see the pulse pounding in her neck. Her calm, cool demeanor was a shield. She was far more nervous than she let on, but she was an expert at hiding her emotions.
"I will say, however, that you are the only person I asked to challenge me. I hope that you can appreciate that distinction."
I watched her for a moment as she waited, her expression unchanging in the face of my continued silence. She was right. I had been angry to find out that most of the other alphas thought she wanted their mate challenge. Seeing her chat casually with Taika, openly challenge Rowan, and give in to Mateo's flirtatious nature last night made my blood boil. It went against everything we knew, to have a female dance around between us, the strongest wolves in the clan, as if we were all on an equal field. It was our nature to claim a mate and devote ourselves to her for life. We had protective instincts for a reason. Our lives were ruled by the nature of our wolves, what the ancients had done to themselves to survive the wraiths. It's how we were intended to be. But I also understood, begrudgingly, why she'd done it. Her reasoning made sense, and given the options, I'd have done the same thing. Sighing, I wiped a palm over my brow and sat, leaning on the table with my forearms. "I know you did what you needed to do, woman." I glanced down at my hands. The creases on my fingers and the underside of my nails were still black with soil from the gardens. I slid one short nail under another, attempting to dislodge some of the dirt. Kalia moved toward her bedroll, then around the table to my side while I focused on the task at hand.
"Stieg?"
I looked up from my nails to see her holding a cloth, a half-grin lifting one side of her face. "Yeah," I growled. She reached forward slowly, asking permission with her eyes, then rubbed the cloth over my forehead.
"You had some dirt."
She trailed off, handing me the black-streaked fabric and indicating my hands. "Thank you." My cheeks grew hot. Instead of laughing or teasing me about the dirt on my face, she'd simply cleaned it and returned quietly to what she'd been doing before I arrived. Because that was the kind of woman she was. She didn't crack a lot of jokes. She didn't cry for attention or complain about a mess when she found it. She just cleaned it up. Admiration for Kalia swelled in my heart, pressing out the bitter feelings from last night. She was worthy of being alpha. Hell, she was worthy of a better mate than me. But I knew right then I'd fight with every tooth and nail I possessed to deserve her. This trip west would be interesting. Besides the mystery of the Oracle, it was without a doubt an opportunity. We'd have the chance to get to know her better, and she us. I imagined there would be challenges issued along the road, and maybe one of us would return the winner with her as our mate. I intended that winner to be me.
Chapter 44. Kalia. I woke well before dawn. We agreed to depart as soon as sunlight touched the hard-packed dirt road leading out of the Blackwood Fortress, but I'd always been an early riser. I lay in my bedroll, my mind going over the thoughts that zipped through my brain like hummingbirds, too numerous to count. Truthfully, I didn't really sleep. We talked plans and strategies late into the night, theorizing on what the Oracle could tell us about our situation, among many other mysteries. It wasn't comfortable. A group of alphas suddenly thrust together in a competition of sorts, made for a tense atmosphere. I'm sure if it were just another female, it wouldn't be quite so competitive. However, my high level of dominance was a factor. It wasn't just that they were competing for a female. Inevitably, their individual levels of dominance came into the comparison, and suddenly the clan dynamic had changed. Instead of 5 allies working to a greater good for the clan's sake, we were all posturing. But that wasn't the only reason I didn't sleep. Once Emery announced his intent to bunk with me in the strategy room, the others immediately signed up as well. We spread around the periphery of the room in our individual bedrolls, except Emery, who was beside me, of course. But it didn't help. The competitive edge of their scents remained, and the emotionally charged fragrance that filled the room sent ripples of electricity across my skin. I'd slept among groups of men before, typically on wraith sweeps or scavenging parties to the ruins of the ancient cities. But this was different. These were no basic pack members. They were all alphas, all prospective mates, and my wolf responded to each of them. Their proximity, their voices, even their breathing. It was strange. I had expected that when I found a contender, it would be someone who felt to me like Emery did. Warmth, comfort, home. But I responded to them all so differently, and my wolf's reaction was as diverse as the men themselves. Stieg was probably most similar to Emery, in his steady, caring demeanor. Despite being an absolute massive man, there was something incredibly tender about the way he cared for his people, not to mention the tiny seedlings in the greenhouse. He was a man of his people, very down to earth, and truthfully, the most human of the alphas. Rowan was the exact opposite. He felt like a live wire, charging the air around him with power. One wrong move and I'd be struck by a painful current of electricity. My wolf rose to his unspoken challenge, the threat that hovered behind his fierce countenance and striking golden eyes. He was sharp, unforgiving, like a hawk watching prey with talons at the ready. The question of what he was like in battle intrigued me. I suspected he had many more secrets I was dying to uncover. Mateo was less mysterious. Now that I'd been the recipient of the legendary Southern charm, I had to admit I enjoyed it. His open admiration and unapologetic sensuality sent my pulse racing and heat pooling in my belly. After spending the last several years not being seen as a female at all, it was shocking to feel the weight of his gaze raking across my body. My wolf certainly enjoyed his intensity, purring in response to his focused attention. Tycho was still an unknown, at least to me. The conversation on Solstice gave me a small piece of insight into his mellow countenance. His unflappable attitude made more sense now, and I suspected this journey to his home territory would help expand my understanding of who he was as a person. My wolf seemed at ease around him. She wasn't as relaxed as with Stieg, but not tense as with Rowan or preening as with Mateo. It was just so impossibly different with each of them. I had no way of telling which would be a better mate in general, or for me specifically. There was no way of knowing which was more dominant unless they battled each other in the ring, and that couldn't happen according to clan rules. In the eyes of the clan, all 5 alphas were on equal standing. They were specifically meant not to fight each other for the good of the clan. Of course, we'd already diverged from the clan rules. I was the 5th alpha now, a female, and instead of taking mates, the other 4 were preparing for a journey to see an elder all but one of us had never heard of. All to find out more about a prophecy by the ancients, supposedly predicting my existence and, in fact, this very situation. On one hand, it was comforting to know that my existence wasn't a cruel joke, that there was apparently some reason behind this madness. On the other hand, this smacked of the mysticism that the ancients believed, and we'd all eschewed in favor of survival. For all their technology, the ancients had practiced some rather crazy religions based on stories about all-powerful, all-knowing beings in the sky that guided their lives. Our lives were simpler. We were ruled by our humanity, our wolves, and the race. There was no divine hand that shaped our future, because surely if there were, he or she would have saved us from our misery long ago. I wasn't about to put my faith in the ancients' mysticism now, but I'd go along with this mission all the same. It would give us time to feel each other out, determine who the best match would be, and hopefully get some answers from this oracle about more things than just our current situation. Surely there was more than one prophecy, and I was determined to get answers to a lot of questions, like what to do about the race. They'd moved to the back of my mind while I focused on my prospects for a mate, but they hadn't gone away. I hadn't forgotten the sharp, intelligent eyes of the wraith who'd watched as we retreated to the trees at the outpost, nor Emery's assertions that they were smarter than we credited them for, and would surely be our doom if we didn't adapt soon. Perhaps this oracle had answers for us on that thorny problem. Excitement coursed through my limbs. I was looking forward to this journey, to the adventure it promised, and the answers I hoped to find. I was certainly anticipating a contest or two with the other alphas. Anticipating and dreading. I hoped it was as simple as one of them being strong enough to end the torturous uncertainty, dominating my wolf and putting an end to my status as a freak among wolves. I dreaded the revelation that none of them were powerful enough to mate me. The doubt was always in the back of my mind, questioning whether anyone could mate me. My eyes traveled from the wood-paneled ceiling to Emery, still sound asleep beside me. Maybe this was all pointless. What if the stupid custom of male submits female to earn mating status was never how it was meant to be? What if our ancestors got it wrong, and relying on our wolves to find mates was as worthless to our survival as it felt to my human heart? Who said it had to be the male that dominated the female anyway? What if I dragged Emery into the ring and sunk my fangs into his neck, claiming him? You've already missed your chance. My heart clenched painfully, remembering that Emery already had a mate. He was no longer mine to claim. Surprisingly, his scent hadn't changed after his mating. I pulled in a deep lungful of it now, his chocolate and cinnamon sweetness filling my senses with peace. Once again, I was getting a reprieve, more time with him than I had any right to expect. Around the room, I heard the others stirring. A chorus of stretching, groaning, and yawning rose in the room as they all prepared to face the day. I tucked my hands under my cheek, content to lie curled on my side and watch Emery's sweet face as he dreamed for just a few moments more. Soon I'd rise, strap on my armor, and head out on a journey that would decide my fate, perhaps the fate of all wolves in the clan, even in the world. I knew there were more clans out there, people we'd never met, struggling to survive against the same impossible odds we faced every day. I hoped to save my people, but perhaps there were others that would benefit from the results of this odyssey. Maybe this was the event that would trigger the end of the Night Stalker's stranglehold on our lives and open a new age of enlightenment and freedom for us all. I chuckled darkly to myself. Careful, Kalia. That sounds dangerously close to believing in some mythical being who has a plan for this world. And we all know there's no such thing. This concludes Wolf Shunned by Laurel Knight, narrated by Caitlin Davies and Aaron Shedlock. Copyright 2020 by Laurel Knight. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Laurel Knight and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.